A gente tá junto, mais incluso e mais eficiente. Porque o meu Ceará avança com a gente.
Governo do Ceará, avançando juntos, o trabalho não para.
Bom dia, seu Laitinho. O senhor tem detergente?
Tem, Mastro Gilda, todas as marcas e aromas.
Pois me dá um bem cheiroso.
Ei, o Didá acabou ontem. Ele vende, né? Não dê pitaco não, vá buscar o produto para cliente, rapaz. Já está aqui, papai, tá bom.
Menino, ele é todo engraçadinho.
E são competentes, viu? E faz as entregas rapidinho.
É?
Agora vamos falar sério? Gente, valorize, compre sempre do pequeno negócio.
Porque no pequeno negócio você encontra só de tudo que você procura.
Gera emprego, tem um simples perto de você. Daí, pertinho aí, daí.
Então não fresque não, Adamastor. Compre do pequeno.
Compre do pequeno. Fique do lado de quem está do seu lado. Sebrae, a força do empreendedor brasileiro.
O que são as consultorias tecnológicas? São consultorias que trabalham desenvolvimento da indústria no chão de fábrica. Atuamos na área de gestão ambiental, como implantação de requisitos para normas ISO 14001, na área de alimentos e bebidas, implantação de requisitos para normas 2001, as práticas de fabricação, segurança alimentar e em melhorias de processos produtivos, como implantação de ferramentas Lean, produção enxuta, e implantação de indústria 4.0, assim como tem desenvolvimento de layout de processos produtivos e melhorias e implantações em planejamento e controle da produção, PCP. Se você se interessou pelas consultorias tecnológicas, nos procure aqui no Instituto Senai Tecnologia e nos traga o desafio para desenvolver a sua indústria.
Um terminal portuário que está estrategicamente localizado na esquina do Atlântico, que proporciona redução no tempo de viagem para navios que em direção aos principais portos dos Estados Unidos, Europa e Oriente Médio. O Pecém é um dos portos de maior profundidade natural no Brasil, com capacidade para receber navios com calado de até 15,3 metros. Os nossos berços abrigamos até 10 navios. Nossa infraestrutura se destaca. Temos os únicos super guindastes STS em operação no Ceará. Nossas operações são multimodais, 24 horas por dia, 7 dias por semana. Por isso, somos um dos portos mais conectados do Brasil, com 7 linhas de cabotagem e 3 de longo curso. O Pecém é um hub portuário, eficiente e sustentável. Não é à toa que concede descontos para navios sustentáveis. Além disso, acabamos de elevar nossa capacidade operacional com a conclusão de um novo berço de atracação, uma nova ponte para os piers e um novo gate, um portão de acesso ligado por uma nova rodovia à nossa zona de processamento de exportação. Complexo do Pecém. Somos feitos de pessoas e do compromisso com o desenvolvimento. A ZPE Ceará é, desde 2013, uma área de livre comércio com o exterior, localizada a cerca de 6 quilômetros do Porto do Pecém, uma alternativa para indústrias que buscam produzir bens de forma competitiva no mercado internacional, visto que a ZPE oferece incentivos administrativos, fiscais e cambiais para indústrias exportadoras. São essas condições que permitem a operação da CSP, a Companhia Siderúrgica do Pecém, a primeira usina siderúrgica integrada do Nordeste brasileiro. Também estão instaladas no setor 1 da ZPE Ceará a Fênix do Pecém e a White Martins. que opera dentro da nossa Zona Livre uma das maiores plantas de gases da América Latina. O crescimento da ZPS Ceará como importante instrumento para o aumento das exportações brasileiras permitiu o surgimento do setor 2 da nossa zona de processamento de exportação, uma nova área de 240 hectares para a atração de novas empresas. Isso é competitividade no mercado global. Isso é a ZPS Ceará, empresa subsidiária do Complexo do Pecém. Um complexo pensado para atender não só ao Ceará, como a todo o Brasil. Viu como é fácil entender porque temos soluções de A a Z para o seu negócio? Complexo do Pecém. Somos feitos de pessoas e do compromisso com o desenvolvimento.
A gente nasceu com um propósito: transformar vidas. Todos os dias, promovemos acesso ao ensino, lazer, cultura, esporte, assistência e educação para o trabalho. Uma história que só pode ser contada a partir da contribuição dos empresários, da superação, dos desafios, dos saberes, dos sabores, da conexão de milhares de pessoas. Não existe história do sistema Fê Comércio sem a sua história. Mas, de repente, aconteceu uma nova transformação no mundo. E tivemos também que nos transformar sem perder jamais a nossa essência. Buscamos soluções para um novo comércio que funciona como um clique. Criamos projetos e programas para preparar os empresários para este novo momento. Nossas salas de aula foram para um outro espaço, virtual, como toda tecnologia. Continuamos cuidando das pessoas, nos projetos e programas que também salvam vidas. Promovendo encontros e alegrias, nem que seja na sala da sua casa. É um legado de muitas conquistas. Mas o nosso olhar está voltado para os próximos anos. Não importa o quanto o mundo mude. O que nos move é o propósito de servir. É o amor ao que fazemos. É a nossa crença na sua capacidade de superar desafios. Porque transformar é a nossa essência. Fê Comércio.
Good afternoon. You are all very welcome to the second day of activities in our Ceará Global 2021 clusters, opportunities for foreign commerce and attraction of investments. It is a great joy to be counting on you, and I would like to greet you with a virtual hug to our audience from Ceará, from Brazil, and from overseas. It is a great pleasure and joy to have you here once again with us in our honorable audience. In order to achieve Ceará Global is a promotion and realization of the Sectorial Chamber of Foreign Commerce and Foreign Investment and the Brazil-Portugal Chamber of Ceará. For this edition to become reality, we count on the support of the following partners. Our sponsors: the government of the state of Ceará through the Civil House, Senai, Sebrae Ceará, APSV Lawyers, and Unifor, the University of Fortaleza. The institutional support from the Complex of Pecém, the Zone of Processing of Exports, CPE Ceará, the Club Women of Business of Portugal, and the FEComércio Ceará System, SESC, Senai, PVC. The support and CIP and the Association of the Industrial and Port Complex of PECEM and their associates APN Terminals, Terminals Portugal, TCE, Temarco, Unilink, Transportes Integrados. The media partner is the Center of Communication, o Povo. A Prática Eventos is the organizer. To these partners, we wish you our more sincere thank yous for making possible to make this come true. So starting with our technical programming of the second day, we'll watch panel number 7, which brings to discussion the theme, the new economies in Ceará. Now you will get to know our guests. I would like to highlight that the questions can be asked first on the chat on our YouTube channel. And in order to play the purpose of moderator of this panel, our guest is the lawyer, professor, and coordinator of international partnerships at the University of Fortaleza, Unifor, Professor Larissa Amaral. Our guests are Alessandra Grangeiro, Manager of Industrial Business in the Zone of Processing of Exports of CTE, Júlio Cavalcante, Executive Secretary of Commerce, Service and Innovation at SEDET, the Secretariat of Economical Development of the State of Ceará, Clayton do Carmo, a commercial leader at Angola Cables, Silvio Carlos Lima, the Executive Secretary of Agribusiness of SEDET, Altamir Martins, CEO of Finobrasa Agroindustrial and the company from the Wikia Group, and Jurandir Picança, the President of the Sectorial Chamber of Renewable Energies in the Agency of Development of the State of Ceará. My estimated Professor Larissa Amaral, now you have the floor. How are you doing, everyone? Good afternoon. Thank you, Mauro. One more year of event, one more year of Ceará Global, where the University of Fortaleza has the pleasure to be mediating this marathon of the second day. We followed an overload of information yesterday because Ceará Global each year surprises me. We are in the fifth edition and it's always a pleasure. I usually say that in this event, in all the conceiving of this event, we expand our network of friendships. So it's always a great pleasure and joy to be here with colleagues, with friends, being here with those who literally are moving the economy of Ceará. And it's going to be very different. It is a differentiated product in the market, and this is why we're going to be talking today about the new economies of Ceará. We have a Ceará, which is a Ceará, which is roots. It has the potential to develop their own businesses in the same event, in the same space. We're here talking with representatives of the agribusiness. So we're going to be talking about the economy of Ceará, thinking about the Ceará that is roots, that has potential and a brilliant economy, and that is promising for agribusiness in Brazil and in the world, because I like to be daring. I like to say something that is really globalized. It is also the Ceará, which is a Ceará that is firm. It brings a safety and security of renewable energy sources. The new economy has to do with renewable energy. So we invested very much in this event because we do believe it is for everyone who does new businesses, who study to open new businesses. This is why academia and the new economies of Ceará come in. We have a Ceará which is internationalized. And for all and from all, we have here the representatives of the port of Pecém to talk with us about this privileged position of Ceará, not only from the perspective of logistics, but also tourism. And to finish, we're here in this panel of new economies, kind of like incorporating the scenario of this event when we're talking about this all the time, technology, logistics, and it's also about new connectivities that we're going to be of course, talking about this connection, those cables connecting us with the rest of the world in the Ceará that is connected. So I would like to invite here as a mediator, having the responsibility, and I'm really thankful for the organization of this event. And I would like to invite everyone to be part of this movement with me. And I saw in the chat here, people from have said that tourism, coming here, commenting, sending questions is important. Use me as your voice in the chat because I'm the mediator. And in order to start with, we're going to start talking about the setup that is internationalized. At the university, I coordinate international partnerships. As Mauro, our dear host, already mentioned, we're partners because every year we are here in the Serra Global, and this is our opportunity to meet one another. So let's talk about this internationalized Serra and thinking about the privileged location of Serra, both for tourism, for logistics, and for that will be a group of friends. So we're going to receive our dear Alessandra Grangeiro. Please, Alessandra. I know Mauro already mentioned a little bit about this, and I don't want to make the mistake of misrepresenting anyone, especially friends at home. Ale, can you please introduce yourself to everyone and tell us why PECEM is a representative of this internationalized Ceará? Good afternoon, Larissa. Good afternoon, everyone. We are here directly from the headquarters of the complex of PECEM. We are located here in the corner of the Atlantic, and you can see here some things behind me, live images of our port terminal, the storage area, so you can see throughout this transmission, our cargoes being transported and moved here in the complex of Pecém. I'm Alessandra Grangeira, and I'm acting at the Business of Industrial Business in GCE, the complex of Pecém. Larissa, as you mentioned very well, the complex of Pecém is indeed a great representative of this internationalized Ceará. We have now an organizational structure with the following: the state government of Ceará and the port of Rotterdam, that is our international stockholder. And we cannot forget to mention the development and growth of the state of Ceará if we don't refer to the complex of Pecém. We are now a company that is doing the management of all the industrial part of the complex of Pecém. And I would like to highlight especially the Polygonal ZPE, our zone of processing of exports of Ceará, the only one operating in Brazil since 2013. For those who don't know, the ZPE in Ceará is a free commerce, free trade zone with overseas countries where we have differentiated conditions that are oriented towards exportation. Besides, we're also doing the management of the port complex and the port terminal of Pecém, and this is where it all started around 2002 with the same cargoes being moved in our dear port of Pecém. Uh, Ale, let's continue talking about economy. Why don't you tell us what Pecém represents today in the economy of Ceará? Our panel here is about new economies, and if possible, what does it connect with the people from agribusiness so we can link everyone in the table? Well, it has a representativity which is very strong, a lot of distinction when it's referred to agribusiness. You know, we are here considering our crop of fruits from August to the middle of February next year. We're going to be here moving our northeastern fruits. We are here moving the cargoes of refrigerated fruits from all over the Northeast Brazil. And we're talking about mangoes, grapes, watermelons coming from the northeastern hills being exported directly to Europe, first reaching our port of Rotterdam as a destination. So the expressivity of our complex of Pecém is very significant. And if you pay attention to our ZPE, to our zone of processing of exportation, which now has an impact of around 50% of the exportation of all the state of Ceará that are guided towards our free trade zone with the overseas countries. Wonderful. I'm thinking now about all of my students of port and free trade, and I'm usually talking about fruits. If you talk about melons, I remember clearly all the memes that were created from my lectures. So I'm dedicating this talk to my students who should be watching here, and I would like to greet you for that. But since we're talking about crops, fruits that we send abroad, I mean, it is such a nice feeling to know that you have a made in Ceará, literally all over the globe. So let's bring to this discussion the guys who are going to tell us about the Ceará roots that has a huge potential for agribusiness and agro-industry. Please come join our dialogue, my dear Silvio, my dear Altamir Martins. Can you please talk to us about this potential that agro has? With what is agro for the new economy of Ceará? Good afternoon, Larissa. Good afternoon, you all. It's a pleasure to be here. Once again, I thank you for inviting me to Ceará Global. And I want to thank once again for the presence of Dr. Altamir Martins, the CEO of Inobrasa, who is going to be telling us a little bit about about the agricultural sector that has been growing more and more in our state and that has huge potential to diversify agricultural activities that we're going to be talking a little bit about. Altamir, do you want to start with us and tell us who you are in the new economies of Ceará? Of course, Larissa. First, I would like to thank the organization of this fabulous event for having the opportunity to participate side by side with such fantastic colleagues from all sectors. We are particularly very excited because I am Cearense. I administrate a company that has operated in the agro sector outside of the state, but 2 weeks ago, we put our feet definitively in the state of Ceará, precisely in an insertion in the segment of fruits for exportation. So we are still spreading the word, and since it is a company that focuses on the segment of exportation of fruits, I am sure that we are going to be very well inserted in the context of this project of the state government. Introducing myself, I've already been working in this field for a long time. I've worked with the Jereissati group for 16 years, implementing a large project with coconut trees. And then there was a transition, and now I'm in the Vicunha group for 24 years, where we were able to structure and consolidate the fruit culture project that now is extended throughout Rio Grande do Norte and Pernambuco, and now we are in Ceará. It is a company that already exports 4 million boxes of mangoes per year and about 500,000 boxes of grapes. So now we are arriving in Ceará very strongly, very energetically, and very excited for the abilities of the government and all of our partners, represented by Ciro, someone who's been supporting us so much in this project in the state of Ceará. And we're really excited, Larissa. How good, wonderful. Thank you for your presence, Altami. I'm going to insist with you about the agri potential we have. You are going to define the order. We are between friends, and I want to tell you why Ceará is important for agro. Why this new economy of Ceará demonstrates such huge potential for agro, the agro industry, the agribusiness. What do we have that's good here, and what are our challenges? First, to invite to this conversation the challenges of this new economy. Silvio, feel free to start. Thank you, Altami. Well, Larissa, in said that the Secretary of Economical and Labor Development, since we started in 2019, the Secretary Mario Jr. has been telling us, demanding us some actions and some projects that are important in the state, and I will highlight projects that we have executed for the agribusiness. And the main one, the introduction of alternative cultures in the state. so the state can diversify the agricultural activities in the fruit culture especially. Because we have very little water, our limitation in the agricultural business. Besides, we have worked to attract investments and potential companies, like I highlight here, Finobras, that came. We should allow the environment for it to come. So, melon, watermelon, mango, grape, papaya, and all of these cultures that are already exported and that do have a fabulous market outside, which is demanding, we try to do this work of creating this environment for the companies. And then since the work with the Agri, validating the plague free, pest free areas that allows to export watermelon for overseas, and we also do a water resource viabilization of water with the environment, logistics. So this is the work that we've been doing, and this allows an increase in the exports and the more attraction for the states. It is worth highlighting as well, Larissa, that what Ceará produces is good. The Cearense likes it. They give value to it. It's a Ceará roots, as you're mentioning. It's a Ceará that needs to be shown abroad. And this work SEDET has been doing is a promotion of agribusiness in Ceará that could be honey that is well valued outside, or flowers, or the cultures that we produce, or cotton that we're producing right now, cotton which is differentiated, or wheat. And this work should be shown outside so people know about the products from Ceará, so they are more easily exported. So I should highlight here these actions, well, elaborated and worked with, and the companies that arrive here. So this is why we're so happy that recently, only last week, we made this announcement of the arrival of Finobras to Ceará, and it is a company that has a profile of innovation, a profile of a warrior that has been doing very strong work abroad. And for us, we're very proud of having the company here. And I've been talking a lot with Altami, with Dr. Ricardo Schrenburg, about the possibility of having new cultures, new agricultural activities, and this appeal of the product from Ceará. I think Altami could mention a little bit about that. Thank you so much. Let's take the opportunity here that we're talking about technology that is available for agro, including for the small producer, and assemble and end this table by starting to talk a little bit about renewable energy sources. You mentioned about the water issue and the making available energy and the generation of energy is something that Sarah is in the avant-garde of. You cannot deny that we are now referencing energy production, green energy. We're talking about hydrogen, wind power, and solar. It is something that is very interesting in the media. Talking about the media, those who are here following us, can you please follow Ceará underline global and Ceará global in all the social media, like LinkedIn, for instance, where we can see every day news we publish for the new economies that we're dialoguing with here. So we're seeing the middle of our mediation, but let's talk about energy here. We would also like to talk about renewable energy with Jurandir Picanso. Can you bring him to this table so we can talk about energy? And since we were talking about connectivity in agro, especially for the small producer and the technology available, let's also invite the representatives who are Ceará Ligado or Ceará Connected. Come closer for this nice conversation. Júlio Cavalcante talking with us yesterday. It's essential today. It's a reference when we talk about these communications and technologies of information and communication. And Clayton do Carmo, let's all be here. I want to see everyone here so we can talk about this in our dialogue. And I'm going to start talking about the technology that should be focused on agro and for the rest of the world. What is a major difference of Ceará? Why is Ceará such a potential in this new economy? Secretary Júlio Cavalcante. I'm going to invite you to talk to us, Clayton do Carmo, talking about this connectivity and this new economy that is connected to technology. Why is Ceará a reference in this new connected economy? Secretary Júlio. Good afternoon, everyone in Ceará Global. Once again, thank you very much for having the opportunity to be here talking about this important issue, which is the development of our state. Good afternoon, Larissa, and congratulations for your brilliant conduction. And I would like to start by saying something important that these terms that we received from BNDES, and we had this very interesting work done in the past 2 years, not only bringing opportunity for credit, but also trying to help us promote and attract investments, including outside the state. So they were the ones who created these four Cearás from all of this universe of exercise and planning that the state has done, the strategic routes of Ceará 2050. And as you mentioned well, Larissa, the concept is precisely of integration, right? The concept is trying to work with this space of Ceará in a way that is very integrated in order to maximize the results of the state development, including this international vision. So when it comes to connectivity, due to the fact that we are in the corner of the Atlantic, as Alessandra mentioned. So this geographical position puts the port of Pecém in a situation that is so strategic. And this has also attracted to the state of Ceará a set of international connections through submarine cables. We already have 16 submarine cables arriving in Fortaleza. The second largest connection of underwater cables, submarine cables until the next of the year. We're going to have this even more developed, and this is also related to a whole network of internal connectivity, which precisely started with investment in the government in the digital belt. But the private sector came to add this on more than 100,000 kilometers of fiber optics, which is related to the agribusiness aspect, because here we have connectivity reaching the fields. We have entrepreneurs here that we can remember certain cases. Silvio can definitely mention. Then now we have fiber optics coming from the farm, and they can use IoT resources and also monitoring and several sensors that optimize the agricultural production, the water usage, uh, pesticides, and other things that are established. So it is part of the strategy of Ceará Ligado, not only for us to work with these connectivities, but also human capital that we have spread around the countryside so well through schools of professionalization, 123 in total, the Federal Institute with 35 campi, the Federal University in several cities in the state, the State University as well, interiorized, UVA. So we have a potential to train people who are supporting this issue of information communication technology. And we have encouraged many companies here in the States in the field of IT, or companies that are coming here that are also going to take the sectors that are potentials in the state, like agribusiness, the whole hub of fashion and tourism, solutions for renewable energy, solutions that are developed for these sectors because we do have a very interesting laboratory. So those developing ITC technologies and solutions that does have plenty of potential will certainly from the state of Ceará be able to export these solutions to all over the world. So as you have already perceived, and with the systemic understanding, this is all together and integrated. And this is what is going to potentialize even more the use of laboratories at the federal university, at the state universities, and so on, AI, Internet of Things, to be able to apply these technologies focused on the sectors of the state that are priority. We have been talking about dialogue very much. Can you understand that each of these seras here represented are represented also by the public and private powers? So in this sense, I would like to talk with Clayton to tell me in the vision of Angola Cables, which is a reference for us in technology in this connection with the other side of the Atlantic, what is Ceará Ligado? Why do we have new opportunities in this new economy? Hello, Larissa. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of the panelists and the audience. First, I would like to thank here for the opportunity to be participating in such a rigorous panel in terms of information that is related to the state of Ceará. And as a Brazilian, who I am, but I do work in an Angolan company and do have this mission of producing the whole range of business of my company in Brazil. I am strongly connected to the state of Ceará, and this is why I have always a good connection with all of these initiatives. Talking a little bit about what Angola Cables has brought with its arrival here in 2018, we had here in the beginning of the operations, a little behind Alessandra, 6,000 kilometers behind Alessandra, in the corner of another country. The origin of the operations in Africa and then the connections with submarine cables connecting Africa to Brazil, but also connecting São Paulo, Fortaleza, and North America, creating a global ecosystem that is multi-connected and singular experiences in this perspective of connection of the data platform and connectivity. So Angola Cables was able to be part of this global ecosystem and deliver this to the state of Ceará. What does this represent, Larissa? It represents multi-access to any kind of platform in any kind of content anywhere in the planet. I do imagine that any one of us is in a different location, and this is possible because of this multi-connectivity. I'm now talking about São Paulo. I'm not in Fortaleza. Alessandra is there in the corner of Brazil. Each one is here in the different points, and this is all possible due to the multi-connectivity. Relevant data, as Julio mentioned, of the submarine cables, is that we're usually talking about this. So we're talking about Angola Cables as one of our services has more added value. It is worth mentioning Ceará nowadays is one of the 4 or 5 main points concentrating data centers that are certified. Data concentration points that accumulate all of this information and distribute for the regions. So I don't know if you know, the region has 4 data centers that are certified that concentrate data of all possible orders. There could be academic origins, financial origins, regular consumption. So Angola Cables is the proprietor of two of the certified data center. One is commercial, and one is for the use of the concentration of submarine cables. It is worth highlighting that it's not only the capillarity of submarine cables, but also the data concentration aspect. Another relevant fact that positions Ceará very well in this global range is that Brazil is very pungent in relevance in data environment for communication and transactions that are on the internet of an order between the first and the second, especially if we talk about São Paulo, which is the main point of internet exchange of data. And Fortaleza is also a global concentration point for data, and that is now positioned in Brazil as the second or third position. Many times going over Rio de Janeiro, that many years ago was the second point of data concentration. This is all making what we're talking about here really important, or how the technologies contribute for each platform here in Ceará, that could be for internationalization, or for Ceará Legado, or for Ceará Roots, or Ceará Firm, because this is when it's all connected, and having all this range of possibilities makes the speed of this development to become faster. And really, our role is to contribute naturally with this ecosystem.
We have here this opportunity of seeing, and I believe that it was very well thought, this program, for us to begin the second day of our activities, because we have here at least four areas of great opportunities for the new economies for Ceará that we see here. Ceará has been taking its space as a state that thinks of strategic development, and we cannot think about economic development without thinking of the vanguard. So we're thinking about a vanguard in the agribusiness with a diversity of cultures. So it's an opportunity for connectivity while hosting data centers with multinational companies or businesses. So this is important, and it's such an honor, should I say, to be here talking to you. And speaking of the being in the avant-garde of renewable energies, we're talking here today about economic opportunities beyond the strategies of the Secretariat of Development, that has been discussing a lot about this new economic strategy that has to do with this development strategy. That has to do with the it says that one cluster has relation to another. So we cannot have a strong agribusiness without having energy sources. That's why we're here having this conversation today. We're talking about also we're talking also about renewable energies. So I'd like to say good afternoon, and also having this conversation with us, Jurandir Picanso. Please, let's have a conversation today about renewable energies. Why Ceará is taking the spearheading position when we talk about new energies, novelty energies. Good afternoon, Larissa. Good afternoon, my friends in this panel. Good afternoon to the audience, to the watchers. So Ceará, indeed, it has this highlight position in renewable energy because it has had quite a pioneering position in this field. Here we had the first commercial wind turbine farms. We had the first photovoltaic solar energy farms. And here we were in the northeast region of Brazil, and uh, it's very well covered by a potential for wind energy as well as photovoltaic solar energy. So this clean energy potential is something that makes it stand out, the state of Ceará, because even within this context of the climate, which everyone is concerned about, the decarbonization as a commitment that all countries must take or make to reduce the risks caused by the increase of the temperature, the global temperature. And this lies within the renewable energies, the exit, because what contributes the most to the emission of greenhouse gases is the energy production sector, the electricity production, the production of energy for mobility, So in the industry, so this entire process must be changed radically. And what is the exit? What is the way out? Renewable energy. And what is the great potential that the northeast of Brazil has? Renewable energies, wind energy and solar energy. So that was the great opportunity that we had. And this has turned into the program that is being very well developed, that is well into development, which is the green hydrogen. I think we all here must have read about it. And this was a way out that was found. It was a technological option that was found. Because we need to do this decarbonization, and the renewable energies are the way out. Green hydrogen is the one that is produced from renewable energies. And there are countries that do not have in their territories this potential for renewable energy that would be sufficient to supply for their demand. So the way out that was found was to use hydrogen. Hydrogen is a very abundant gas in nature. It's in the air, it's in the water. And what happens is there are processes that you can make from renewable energies. For example, hydrogen has the most common process, which is the electrolysis that makes the Northeast this great source for the production of renewable energies to supply this world demand. Since it was considered as a energy vector, as we call it, because you see, hydrogen, as you all may know, is a fuel. It has the most energy content, much greater than any other fuel, in fact. So it can be stored, it can be transported, it can be. So it allows for you to, well, if you produce hydrogen from renewable energies, that way you may be able to transport it by sea or through a network of ducts, can be transported in a land manner. But the expectation is that it should be through the sea, the transportation. And as Alessandra has mentioned, we have here a port in Ceará, which is fully equipped for this. We understand that Ceará is within this rich renewable energy environment. The Northeast, Ceará itself has this port that has a partnership with the Rotterdam port, and it plans to become the biggest import port, well, for clean energies for Europe. And also we have the industrial zone and also the shipping processing zone, which complement and make Ceará this big, attractive place for international players. And many of these players have been signing understanding memoranda for the development of their projects here in Ceará, and that is due to this great potential that we have here for renewable energies. Wonderful. Now that you mentioned, yes, my apologies. Well, for those of you here, I'm sorry, I cannot help myself. Alessandra, tell us. Would you like to tell us more about PECEM? Well, since everyone has introduced themselves already, everyone is here. So I'd like to propose a more dynamic chat here. Let's go to let's see here. We have first Alessandra, we have Dr. Jurandir. You have a presentation. It's okay. So first Alessandra, then Dr. Jurandir. Then we come back to the conversation with everyone. Ale, you have the floor now. Thank you, Larissa. So don't worry. You can all call me Ale. Don't worry. It's interesting that you started the panel with me speaking. I started to talk about the PECEM complex, and in all of our panelists' speech, I was able to see the connections and the synergy points with our dear complex, the port complex of PECEM. And this is music to my ears to talk about how efficient and effective we are, how our operations are effective. And I'm sure that we're all very glad to hear these kind words, sir. And I'd like to share with you here in first hand that the Pecém port was awarded yesterday as the best performing terminal in the northeast regions of Brazil. This is an award which is delivered by Antaki, and this award was given yesterday when Pecém was awarded as the third place as well in the best environment performance as well. So on what Dr. Clayton has said, Júlio Cavalcanti, Secretariat, when we talked about innovation and technology connectivity, all of this that goes through the Pecém complex. And lastly, the words of Dr. Jura de Picanso, who discussed about renewable energies and the Pecém complex. It is developing green energy hubs in which we will produce GNV here, natural vehicle gas. And this energy is sustainable. The green hydrogen is going to be exported as well into Europe. It's going to be it's going to have as a major, unload point, the Rotterdam port. So I'd like to invite all of the panelists and all of our watchers to watch along with us and sail to our Pecém terminal, if you may. Wonderful, Ale. And actually, I'd like to go back now to the, face-to-face aspect. We are closer than before to seeing one another, but how fun and how constructive it was to once a semester to bring our students there. You always welcome us so well, and I'd like to also thank the people from reception. So this exchanging knowledge, in this exchanging information between you, the people in the port, and also everyone else. Everyone ends up mentioning about the effectiveness and also the operations in the Pecém complex, which is also a reference to all of us. Dr. Girardi, would you like to show us the video? Talk a little more about the clean energy, and then we can talk a little more about the new economies. Okay, Alisa, if you think it's convenient, there's a short presentation that makes it very clear the opportunity that Brazil has within this new panorama. So I'm going to share with you and try to make it to make it fast. Just to give you a good idea of this potential, this opportunity that we have. It really is an opportunity for Brazil, especially for us in the Northeast and also for the state of Ceará. Not sure if you can see the screen. You can see my screen share can be seen. Yes, okay, then. What we say is some countries lack renewable energy potential sufficient for their demand. This is the National Energy Plan 2050, which shows here in the orange bar the total energy demand predicted for this horizon, for the 2050 horizon. So this is for all uses, electricity, mobility, and etc. This other bar shows the energy potential that Brazil has for the same time frame. So we have in gray the fossil fuel energy potential, and also here the renewable energy potential. It's 17 times as much as the demand. So when some countries don't have enough energy supply, Brazil can easily provide for these countries. And this was observed already. This is a map that was prepared by an international consultancy agency. It was not hired. It was not hired by the state of Ceará or anyone in Brazil. It was made to identify the promising countries for the production for green hydrogen. And the darkest green color in the map shows the possibility of production of hydrogen at a lower cost. Hydrogen cost is directly related to the cost of renewable energies. And it places Brazil in the best condition possible. And they also highlight that this study shows that in 2050, green hydrogen is going to have a cost lower than gray hydrogen. We color-coded them to make it easier to understand. gray hydrogen is the common hydrogen in the marketplace, which is produced from natural gas. So it's polluting, but it's much lower cost than green hydrogen. But within this horizon, this time frame, it's going to be more competitive, and it predicts that Brazil could be a leader in this marketplace. You can imagine that this is a marketplace in which the hydrogen would replace fossil fuels. Here we talked about the petrodollars and etc. Imagine how important green hydrogen is going to be for the economy of the future. And here it shows Brazil with the full potential that we showed before. It's really an incredible potential. We see here all of the units in gigawatts. If you don't know what a gigawatt is, just imagine that all the power plants in Brazil, all of them, thermal, hydroelectric, all of them, some up to 176 gigawatts, 176 gigawatts. Here we see the onshore energy production potential. And here the offshore, 1,300, and over 50% is found in the northeast region of Brazil. Therefore, we have this great opportunity here. Here we have some indicators or some figures that show the quality of the potential for the wind energy as well as the solar energy for the Northeast. They are really excellent. They're very unlike those in other regions where these energies are harnessed. Here in Ceará, we have the potential, the photovoltaic potential for solar energy in Ceará, the onshore, the offshore potentials. Here you have the hybrid potential. Here, these are the best regions for the wind energy production added to the location that has the best solar energy production conditions. Here we have a 94 gigawatts offshore. We only harnessed 3 gigawatts of the potential for wind energy, 3 out of 94 gigawatts. And here we have also here the complement. We have here this curve that shows the daily production of wind energy at a certain location. Here is in Ubajara, and here's the solar energy production. You can see that when there's a decrease in the wind energy production, there's an increase in the solar energy production. This is extremely favorable for the production of green hydrogen. There's another important fact as well with the offshore wind energy potential, because there's a lot of synergy between the offshore energy production and also the green hydrogen, because that's been the most appropriate energy source for the production of hydrogen. And the Ceará conditions are exceptional. They're incredible. Besides having a strong wind speed, there's a lot of stability. It's unidirectional also. There's another detail also, because in our platform, where it's difficult to find an appropriate location for a port, because really our coastline is very shallow. What we realized was that 62% of the exploitable area is below 20. It's under 20 meters in depth, which is very favorable for the installation of wind turbine, wind turbines. And this shows the competitive advantages of the state of Ceará. We have here this area that has such an immense potential for renewable energies in the Northeast. We're almost in the very center here, considering the coastline. We're right at the center of these energy sources. Here you have the complementarity. It has, when there's a lack of wind energy, there's solar energy. We're here at the very corner of the Atlantic Ocean, with excellent conditions for shipping this hydrogen that was produced by sea to ports in Europe. And the jewel in the crown, which is the Pecém port complex, the ZPE, and the industrial area. And the fact here is this partnership, which is a partnership between the government of the state, the government of the state of Ceará, and the port of Rotterdam, which is going to try to become the biggest port for import of hydrogen in Europe. It would be relevant to make this presentation, to deliver this presentation, because it shows the opportunity that Brazil has, the opportunity that the state of Ceará has in relation to this new environment that is emerging with the search for renewable energy. So I'm here available for any other remarks that are required. Very good. Seeing these new potentials and thinking as part of the academia, that's when I see how much room for exploration there is. We're discussing here strategic planning for 2050. So you are the students that are going to be part of these economies, and you're going to be moving these businesses and this state sector that has been dialoguing with us as well. So what I say is be prepared. This is this, there are good news coming ahead, and I'm sure that each one here has a demand for people that are well prepared for the technologies, for the agribusiness, for the port efficiency. So what we expect really is that you realize this event, no, see this event and these speeches as an opportunity. We are bringing light into Ceará as a center of economic opportunities, and you cannot waste this opportunity of improving your situation with green hydrogen, for example, as Dr. Picasso said very well, because you see, people, this is all novelty. So really, it is a field to be explored. It's a field to be studied. So let's invest in technology and development as the academia, as part of the academia, so and get people ready to work for in this segment. Now, speaking of opportunities, I'd like to present a challenge to you. I'd like to know, we're talking about luring investments. We're talking about training, labor force. We have our panel deals with new economy. So I want to know what moves the economy, what really moves the state economically, and I and I and I want to hear. So let's have our representative. Raisa. So what is the? If you were to invest, what would you invest in? I'm putting all of you against the wall now. What is the must-have in our Ceará for the agribusiness and the agro-industry potential? Silvio Altamir, please. Ladies, it's good that you mentioned that because the agribusiness of Ceará, it splits between agriculture, uh, animal raising, fishing, and also fish raising. And so we talk about the agribusiness. So in the agribusiness, so what has more added value? What has the most raw value is the irrigated agriculture. Of the 5% of everything that we plant on our state is irrigation based. And most of this irrigation is from, well, it's for flowers, it's for, well, vegetables, plants, and that represents this 5%. When it goes into the production value, it represents half of it. So that means that 50% of the entire raw value of the agricultural production of the state, only 5% turns into 50% in the end when you look at the balance. And the other 95% of the agriculture without irrigation, the dry agriculture, drops another 50%. We need to, the flowers and the plants, they have this added value. When you go into animal raising, we have a lot of cattle raising for milk, for milk extraction. We have the opportunity of opening a powder milk factory, the first in the state of Ceará. It's a this is a very high-end technology factory. Betânia made this work with the brand of powder milk, one of the biggest in the Northeast. And they have been involving quite a lot of technology in their processes. We have a lot of milk production in the state, even with the water crisis that we had before. The milk production only increased, in fact, because today, internet, we have high quality internet, they have management softwares running their properties. They have sensors monitoring the entire the livestock, and that has increased productivity. The productivity. So the milk sector has only increased in the market. It's grown over the last years. There's an increase in the supply, so we must have demand for that product. Therefore, Betania, the brand, let's 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 make a plant to absorb 200 million liters of milk a day, and that moves our uh, livestock. And we have shrimp farming also. Over the last few years, we have had technological leaps, very high productivity, even with all of the diseases that appear. The shrimp farmer is going to overcome these challenges, of course. And today, currently we produce an excellent quality shrimp, an excellent tilapia fish. We're going to produce panga as well as other fish-related activities. And we move into the ocean economy, the sea economy. 2 weeks ago, we had an important action, the inauguration of a new metallic packaging for Crusoe food, and and that's and that shows that we have a lot of potential for tuna fish as well. Tuna fish is a well sought after uh, delicacy in the world, and Ceará has increased the technological aspect of the tuna fishing activity. The tuna fish catching, the docking of the boats, and now the industry itself, the industry has improved its processes, and now they are exporting from January to August this year. From January to August, in comparison from last year to this year, we have increased 170% the exports, 171% to be more precise, in sardine and tuna fish, uh, canned tuna fish and sardines. And so we have a wide range of opportunities for investing in Ceará, whether it's agriculture, whether it's animal raising, fishing, sea fishing, as well as fish farming. So have quite a attractive and an interesting portfolio for our investors, and that's what we've been trying to achieve. We have been trying to participate in these actions in other countries. We participate in the Madrid fair. We're going to participate in other actions and other events in other countries. There's Dubai coming up, and other moments. And the state of Ceará must show that they have this potential for attracting investors. Altamir, I'm not sure if you have any room left because he cheated, right? He spoke of all of the possible fields. So I don't think people from the agro, from the fishing and the cattle raising and the industry. So now you get along with him. Okay, now tell me, speaking seriously, where should we explore or exploit this investment potential? Now I have almost nothing left now, but I would allocate a few things in consonance with the project that Dr. Jurandir has presented. I think most of you know that there is an important fabric complex in Ceará as well. In the state of Ceará, some of the biggest units for production of fabric in the world, they are located in Maracanaúbe, Macajus, and they're very demanding. They're very demanding energy-wise. And one of the projects that we have been thinking about, now that are more focused on strategy, is how these units are being, well, disconnected from fossil fuels. It's like working with biomass, which is something that we have been thinking. We have discussed this with Silvio. There are important tests going on in the state of Ceará for the Acaraú region. So we have been studying, we have been assessing this possibility of using renewable materials in the biomass production field, because internally we have a lot of demand for the consumption of that. And so this is another area that we are prospecting quite strongly. The remaining energies are going to be improved throughout the process. So the fruit farming process is becoming more and more competitive. So what we must be doing now and must be thinking about is to introduce new varieties. And also taking, well, since we are in other regions, we want to introduce new varieties of mangoes, the grapes from the state of Ceará, which is something that we don't produce here, but we do produce. Uh, they produce grapes in in the dry, in the dry, in the arid regions of Petrolina in the state of Pernambuco, and there's no reason why we shouldn't make produce grapes here either in the arid regions of Ceará. So I think there's a way for us to do innovative things. Our biggest project is to take the opportunity of the state going into new projects and doing new things, even within what already exists. There's already a technological process that's very modern today. Now we are planting mangoes completely differently from what was done 20 years ago. Now we plant 1,000 trees, mango trees per hectare, and now we're coming up with projects to have 3,000 hectares, 3,000 mango trees in a hectare. So this is very different from 20 years ago. So these are innovative projects that increase the productivity quite a lot, lowers production costs, and at the very end, they provide an extremely high competitiveness, extremely competitive products in the international marketplace. And that shows the demands we might have ahead of us. So the employment of modern technologies in the harvesting of these products, as well as other alternatives, is going to be our major effort for investments into our state. Thank you so much. Dr. Jurandir, okay. Our must-have for attracting investments. Also about renewable energy. I think I already know where we should strike, but let me hear what you have to say, please, sir. Listen, about investments, we have really incredible figures. I can't even get used to them because we used to consider large investments that cost millions of dollars. And we see now investments that reach the figure of billions of dollars. So it makes me really startled. But these new figures in this new market, they are extraordinarily high figures. So if we were to think of luring or attracting investments, this is an undefeated segment because we can find $3 billion, $6 billion investments, and that's what we see in these acknowledgement memoranda. This is all very well. This is all in the initial stage. They're betting on a marketplace that still is in its early stage. So if this is going to progress the way we are expecting it to, since we're following up, we might see huge investments. But if Ceará will take advantage of this, is going to depend on the training of personnel and staff and the technological development. Otherwise, we will have foreign investments, foreign technicians, foreign technology. That means the economic and social gain might be very limited because of this. Therefore, we must become engaged in this process. The businesses are happening. The academia is very engaged in the training part, the education part. There's an introductory course for green hydrogen, which was a great success. The launch was made, and after a short while, there was already over 1,000 registered subscribers. Now there's another several thousand people now participating in this course, and this has to do with the training of human resources for this new economy. So I have no doubt, if this really does progress the way that we are seeing it move, these are going to be really huge investments for the city of Ceará. Thank you so much, Jurandir. Clayton. Talk to me, Clayton. Now, what are the must-haves for investment in the Ceará connected and tuned into our technologies? Ceará is already at the spearheading position for investments for a very long time now. I've had the opportunity of taking a tour to the state of Ceará over the last few days, and I realized how much was invested already in infrastructure for communication in the state. I'm not sure if you're aware, but currently the state of Ceará holds 5 of the 20 biggest internet providers in Brazil, one of them being among the top 5. So the level of investment that was produced in Ceará is already of such length, and it really provides, well, it shows that Ceará is already at a spearheading position. So what comes ahead? Let's thinking what comes in the future. The technological future, it cannot be such a long timeline. We must think of a shorter timeline. Our life summarizes into replacement of devices every year and a half. So every year and a half, we have a new technological cycle. In this current cycle that we're going through, since we're talking about the current days, what we see is more and more the big corporations, whether they're national or not, they're becoming anchored to the state of Ceará. And we're bringing businesses from other states of the Northeast into Ceará. Ceará being one of the aggregating points in the Northeast. Businesses that could be developed in other states are being developed in the state of Ceará. The technological environment in Ceará already brings these sorts of environment investments into our region. When I talk about a more wide-ranged environment, the Southeast has been exploiting and capturing businesses and know-how on the Ceará technological platform and expanding its footprint into the international scenario. I would say that every month we have a new international flag raised in the state of Ceará. Whether these are whether they are revealed publicly or not, or if they remain private. But in any case, we already have these very heavy flags raised in Ceará, which is in clear growth. We have here this 5G auction. One of the advantages of the bidding process here in the state of Ceará, we have this capillarity of the fiber optics mesh, whether, well, it connects the cities here in the state of Ceará, but it also provides access to these municipalities. You said a few moments ago, sir, that if we use the peripheral cycles, the peripherals, they're already covered by high quality internet. It's nothing but what it is. Now, fiber optics delivered internet access. This was already anticipated. This was already done and made with the expectation. Well, with the foresight of the advent of the 5G. We already know what businesses from Ceará are going to participate in this bidding. And those who are going to participate in this bidding process are the ones who already provide mobile communication services for the Brazilian people, but also there will be Ceará-based businesses participating in this bidding process. So more and more, Ceará is leaving the outskirts of investments. And of course, there must be the training of professionals and, of course, the entire regional support so that everything can be accomplished locally. So I see that we have a short to mid-term. We have several events ahead of us. We were talking about a bidding process that's going to be in 30 days most, and the entire, and of course, the whole implementation process across the next few years. I'm sure this is going to make the technological aspect of Ceará stand out, without a doubt. Thank you so much, Clayton. We discuss here the market prospections, and I'm going to take the opportunity now to, well, since we're talking about the tax that we have here, and also telecommunication businesses, companies or providers. In our program, you also have uh, uh, someone from Brisanet. So I'm going to give here two pieces of information. So please, you can compete for international airplane ticket. There are some challenge words for you to save and put it on the form. So every day you have to pay attention. Don't forget to see it and watch our challenge word, and you can run a contest for international trip. And you can be aware also of everything, and also be aware of our cases of success we have in Ceará. And there's also in our program for today. When I say that this program was well thought, it was really indeed very well thought, this program for today. And thinking, if you are to think of this, and also the future, thinking of technology in 30 days, let's say, with the bidding. Julio, how can we convince a foreigner that Ceará Ligado is a good opportunity for connecting to the economy of the state? Larissa, Clayton touched upon a subject which is a very important basis for what makes this state stand out, which is the connectivity, which is our our capillarity. We have a digital belt with 8,000 kilometers of fiber optics cables, and also the private initiative complemented to this investment, and also not the small and large, the small and mid-sized providers. We have more than 500 providers in the state of Ceará, which leads to a lot of entrepreneurship and lots of jobs as well. Where I think the interesting thing to me is that these networks, they connect to the entire country, from the north, the northeast, and the center east. We can use this connectivity for offering hosting services, data center services in the state for businesses of agribusiness from the central-east region of Brazil, and or for the northeast region, for example. So that brings forth a new market, an important market that I've been trying to showcase, which is interesting. It's important. It's the issue of data centers. We have important safety net, which is we have WS, which recently announced investments here for the state of Ceará. And the state of Ceará, through technology businesses, they created a policy for attraction, which is very important on the public part. The government doesn't hire the building of data centers. They don't get contractors for the building of data centers. They buy, or they hire cloud services. And for that, they see the best cloud service providers in the world, such as Oracle, AWS, and others, so that they can compete internally in auctions for this cloud service. It's not just infrastructure. I don't mean just infrastructure, but I mean also software as a service. All of that in partnership with the businesses of the state of Ceará, which are registered along with these big players. And from this registration process, being at this public business, it can provide services to any public business in Brazil. Through the Trade Board of Ceará, which had the idea of creating the C network along with Sebrae, we have 8 Sebrae facilities. And the state of Rio Grande do Sul, in the south of Brazil, is doing their jobs here in the state of Ceará, all the way in the northeast, because of the connectivity that we provide here, because of the registration that we have in these services. It's a very important opportunity for the data centers. I would think that within this line of work, we have to work on other potentials, such as the matter of the human capital. We're working strongly on a training program for high schoolers. Our goal is to train 100,000 high schoolers over the next 4 to 5 years, and that is done with a partnership between the Federal Institutes, the Federal University of Ceará, with the support from FIEC, Café Comércio, secretariats of the government involved, CEPLEC, CEPLAG, and CECITES. SEDUC as well, along with professional training schools that are participating in this process, and that using the informatics law and the businesses such as WS and Oracle and those providing contents for the preparation of the training programs for the marketplace that is demanding professionals not only in the Ceará state but in the world. We have an interesting case here in Crateus where a business from São Paulo, which develops solutions for the digital banking services, they made a they have headquarters in Crateus. They're using a federal university services. They hired 93 young students to develop solutions for Nubank and other fintechs. Very high level of technology, and have in this focus in the risk strategies. So we shouldn't try to reinvent the wheel. We should try to focus on the sectors that we have the most potential of having and something that makes us stand out. So developing solutions for renewable energies, for agribusiness, and also other fields, for logistics, for example, and the entire potential that we have for that. We're going to have a laboratory here for testing these technology solutions, and also a marketplace close enough so that we can export these things to the world. And also, we have very high level universities. We have labs, laboratories. We have won a national contest where several states participated for the artificial intelligence lab in the state. They have that in the Unifor, the federal. They have a lack of that in the Unifor and the federal university. So they articulated very effectively, and the state of Ceará won this public contest, this national public contest, for getting that. So cloud computing, focusing on sectors prioritized by the state, because as I said, the clusters in the state, and developing solutions based on disruptive technologies such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchain, and also taking into advantage this human capital we have. We have one of the best teaching for the primary education as well as the middle school and high school, and this is going into the higher education, and that shows that we have very high level of education in any part of the state, and that attracts any investors and any businesses into our state of Ceará. I would say this is the summary I could make. Wonderful Secretary, Head of Secretariat, Julio. It's interesting for us to understand as well how this event here is talking. So we're talking about this human capital, and Igor Jossaba. People from AWS talking about these opportunities, and also this human capital is always something highlighted. It's important for us to this connection with the world, as we say that it's so important for Ceará Global. Myself, along with Professor Monica, represent the university. And we have a university that has a seat in the sector chamber. We also have another one for renewable energies made by Dr. Jandir. So whether it's in the public sector, the private sector, and it's important, and also for this dialogue to happen and being willing to happen, for these innovations to happen, and also these disruptive and innovative things and technologies that our friend mentioned so well. We started talking about the Pecém port complex. Everybody mentioned the Pecém port, and now we finish with Alessandra saying a little bit about the Pecém port. Can we expect any news from the ports? Any more investments from the port region? Tell us, what is the must-have for investments? So what are the new technologies that we have for the port of Pecém? Yes, we can. The must-have that I bring to you is, of course, the port complex of Pecém. Our competitiveness, I've discussed about the strategic location, the logistics infrastructure, the world-class terminal here at Passain. So this is the must-have that I bring to you. And also, especially, I'd like to highlight the high level of potential for businesses that we have. We, since 2003, we have been one of the majors in Brazil, and I highlight the the segments of ore, the non-metallic ores, food, machinery, electronic devices, metallurgy, and also, of course, green hydrogen, which is in the field of renewable energies. So that we can think of the novelty things in the Passain port complex. We're working strongly to consolidate more and more as a logistics hub. So we can have Brazil as we have Brazil as an we have an entry door into Brazil and a outwards door into the world. And there's also the sector two, and there's the panel in the Ceará Global that's going to discuss the remote cargo inspection in the Passain port. The PCs here in Ceará have developed an integrated system for uh, customs control so that it can have their operational support as well. Therefore, there's always going to be novelty things and important things coming up, always. Thank you so much, Alessandra. Really, it is a very important device, a very important facility for the state of Ceará, and we all discussed about this today, and very well equipped for logistics now. It's important for us to think of this strategic point of view when we talk about new technologies. Just to summarize and just to restate, and taking Romulo yesterday as a benchmark, we discussed today about Ceará Conectado. We discussed about the technologies as an opportunity for investments and development of the technologies. We discussed today about the big potential, whether it's from the public point of view, the private point of view, from the agribusiness point of view. Also, we discussed about the new ways of the new forms of renewable energies, especially green hydrogen, which is today or currently the very leader. Well, it's the most sought after in the training courses, as Dr. Jordi mentioned, for the port infrastructure, for logistics and development, and of course also for being an outflow source for our productions. And the Passain port represents as much stronger than any other, stronger than anything else here in the state. I'd like to invite anyone else who haven't heard about this project yet, about the clusters and subclusters which were so well represented here. I invite you to access the institutions that are well represented here today. They all have websites, very clear information. There's also Ceará Global, which provides and generates culture, news, information from the point of view of optimizing knowledge and investment in the economy of Ceará, the state of Ceará. I'd like to thank so much all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to be in this panel participating with us, and also thank the management of the event, the summit, all of those who are commenting on the chat feature here on YouTube. I really like this. I really love this. The socialization of knowledge, the plurality that we have here, the diversity that we have here in the chat messages. Also thank again the organization committee of this event on behalf of our organizer of this, the intellectual mentor, Professor Monica Luz. I'm going to be with her watching the rest of the event shortly. And I'd like to make it very clear to, besides thanking all of the institutions of the state and everyone else who's articulating into bringing development to Ceará, I'd like to thank especially two specific sectors. Our Brazilian Sign Language interpreter. Congratulations, my dear friend. What a challenge. And also people who are translating simultaneously. There's another link as well for foreigners to watch our content. There's another link on YouTube with the bilingual version. So they can have this opportunity of watching. We have here at least 3 languages, so that you can have access to this content that was prepared with a lot of care to bring a lot of development for the state of Ceará, which is a great passion, really. You come to the state of Ceará, you fall in love, you get excited, and I'd like to invite all of you to become, let's say, contaminated by the virus of Ceará. Of course, it's not like this anymore, but Ceará really is contagious. The people's energy, the quality of the people, and also the economies. These new economies also that we see here today. Now we end this panel and we carry on with our program that has a lots of content, lots of great people that I'm sure that is going to add a lot of value and knowledge to all of you. So to all of you, again, have a great rest of the event and afternoon, and see you next time then. We thank you for this spectacular panel, The New Economies of Ceará, which was touched upon by all of these masters here, who are really references in this field, who did this very lightly, very competently, with us being guided by our Master of Ceremonies, Larissa Amaral. And congratulations to all of the professors and teachers here in this special day, which is the Teachers uh, Celebration Day. And those of you who are watching Ceará Global on YouTube, we're going to be back in a minute now for our panel number 8. Okay, we'll be back shortly. Ceará Global 2021.
We're back now with Ceará Global 2021 clusters in the second day of activities of our program with this vast programming that you are following with us in our YouTube channel. You should participate and interact with the audience, with the mediators. And now, continuing with our programming, we're going to watch to the panel number 8 entitled Green Hydrogen Hub in the Complex of Pecém. Let's now meet our guests. Let me remind you that the questions to our guests can be asked through the chat on the YouTube channel. Who's going to lead the work today is the Director of Institutional Relations of the Brazilian Hydrogen Association, Mônica Saraiva Panic. Our guests are Duna Gondim Uribe, Executive Commercial Director of the Complex of Pecém, and Constantino Frati, Technical Consultant of Renewable Energy, Green Hydrogen in SEDET. My dear Mônica Saraiva, now you're commanding the work. Thank you so much, Mauro. Thank you, Ceará Global. It is a pleasure to be here with you today with my friends Duna Uribe, Constantino Frati. It is such an emotion to be here because since the end of last year, I've had the pleasure to contribute with the implementation of the Green Hydrogen Hub in Ceará as a pioneering initiative and avant-garde in the state through the release by Governor Camilo Santana. I am a consultant, an international consultant on hydrogen in FIEC, and I'm going to start by contextualizing with some slides because we are going through, in reality, a very important moment in hydrogen in the world and in Brazil. So I would like to start by showing you a little bit of the international scenario. I always start by contextualizing this energy transformation, which is in reality a gaining of awareness. Quite recently, actually, started in the end of 2017, by European countries in the United States and Asia, they found the conclusion that in order to reach the objective of the Paris Agreement, it would be necessary to decarbonize a great part of the energy system worldwide. And for that, a significant amount of renewable energy sources should be installed and integrated. And sectors that demand energy, like transportation and industry, need to be decarbonized at large scale. And this is where hydrogen is no longer seen only as a fuel, and it is now seen as a vector of energy and a pillar of the decarbonization of the world economy. This actually attracted opportunities for seven sectors: the integration and installation of hydrogen plants with renewable energy systems, hydrogen working as energy storage and allowing the generation of decentralized power, decarbonizing the transportation system, the industrial system, the residential system, commercial system, and acting also as a replacement of fossil raw materials. So this development is like a wave, as I said, it started in the end of 2017. In 2020, this gained force, and today there is an announcement from February this year of 131 projects of large scale in the world, totaling 359 projects for investments announced of around $500 billion until 2030. And the demand is growing for hydrogen, especially green hydrogen. Compared to 2018, for instance, the demand for hydrogen was 75 million tons a year. And the forecast for 2050 of different institutions, the more pessimistic one is 300 million tons a year in 2050 and 800 million tons a year in 2050, the more optimistic one. Anyway, this growing demand of green hydrogen is due to the new applications. Today, the sectors using hydrogen are sectors that are refineries, steel, fertilizers. But now, due to the decarbonization goals, new sectors will start using hydrogen as the sector of transportation, aviation, maritime, and also new industries such as cement, always with the purpose of reaching the decarbonization goals. And Brazil has countless sources for the production of hydrogen, especially green hydrogen, which are hydroelectricity, wind, solar power, ocean energy, geothermal, carbon, natural carbon, ethanol, biomass, biofuels, biodiesel, and gas, and of course, fossil fuels. And other competitive advantages in the country, because the energy matrix of Brazil is 83.7% renewable. The free market of buying and selling electricity promotes the productivity of hydrogen because 70% of the cost of green hydrogen is the cost of renewable electricity. Incentives and policies that already exist in Brazil for the renewable energy sectors and biofuels, they benefit the sector of green hydrogen and also the abundant resources announced for 2050. And the first time I looked at Ceará with the eyes of the sector of green hydrogen, I saw all of these treasures that I'm showing it for you, which is an immense potential for renewable energy, the abundance of resources, the privileged location of the complex of Pecém, the port of Pecém, and how it can have a low logistics cost for exportation of green hydrogen, the zone of processing of exportation, and fiscal incentives that Duna is going to explain a little more about. The complementary of solar and wind power, 50-50 for solar and wind in different regions in the state. And this makes the operations of electrifiers more efficient with lower maintenance costs, and the industrial complex of Pecém has many potentials that are consumers of green hydrogen, like the steel industry, fertilizer, cement, which is also the operator of vehicles and the ports, and the strategic partnership with the Port of Rotterdam for the export of green hydrogen. So the differentials of Ceará in Brazil, are the main factor of solar irradiation, the factor of wind capacity that is superior to other regions in the world, and this great potential of new installations of renewable energy, both solar, wind, offshore, onshore, as well as hybrid systems. Just for you to have an idea, the mega project is the biggest one announced for green hydrogen. It is 25 gigawatts of solar and wind power. So, based on all that I presented, it's possible to see that Ceará has the capacity and the conditions to overcome this mega project by far. It's not even necessary to mention it. And besides, there is something very interesting, which is until February this year, 2020 especially, the hydrogen did not appear. Brazil did not appear in the global map of hydrogen. It was quite impressive that I was revolting about. These studies were showing global maps and the arrows were coming out from Chile, coming through Brazil without stopping here. And sometimes things just didn't happen in Brazil, as if it didn't play such an important part in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean for the production and exportation of green hydrogen. But as I said, in February this year, the government, through Camilo Santana, launched the hub of green hydrogen in Pecém, and this generated an incredible movement, attracting more than $10 billion of investments for the state through memorandums of understanding that Constantino is going to be mentioning more. But different companies are showing interest in participating in the hub, besides those that have already been announced. And this also motivated the chain of creation of a green hydrogen hub in the country, as announced in the port of Açu in Rio de Janeiro, Suape in Pernambuco, Rio Grande do Norte, and the most recent one was the program Minas of Hydrogen in Minas Gerais. So it is a crescent wave, and this visibility, national, international, is very important for the country and for the state because it attracts new investments that can generate jobs and social economical development and technological for the state. And Ceará is also ahead in the launch of the first course on green hydrogen in Brazil, a course that was launched by with 3,125 people, was completely successful in the platform. It is a free course, and I invite you all to enroll. And these are referenced in the sector of hydrogen in Brazil. And the productive chain of green hydrogen is huge, includes desalination plants of water, wind and solar generation, water, solar and wind generation, electrolysis plants, storage, transportation, production of ammonia, reform of ethanol and biogas, gasification of residues, and the use of this hydrogen by the industry, by the steel industry, fertilizer, cements, with a mixture with natural gas, mining, transportation that is related to passengers. Besides, the main motivation is exportation. The exportation of green hydrogen, which is going to change the international quotas, the maritime international routes, that is going to create centers that are producers and exporters and centers of demand of green hydrogen, which are mainly Europe and Asia. And green hydrogen in Brazil has already been considered one of the most competitive in the whole world, or the most competitive, followed by Chile and Argentina. The benchmarking of competitiveness of hydrogen is the cost of gray hydrogen. In international terms, it's $2 per kilogram. So this is kind of like the green hydrogen, if it can be produced Below this cost, it's already competitive on the international level. And I'm going to launch here for you uh, the news of the results of the event I was watching in Germany. And Germany is a pioneer in leveraging the sector of hydrogen, especially the trade of green hydrogen in the international level. The German government, the Ministry of Economy, Energy, and Communications launched certain types of funding that I'm going to present to you. First, H2 Global, the ones already launched in May this year. These are auctions that will be counting on the difference in prices between the offer and demand. But last week, they released the guidelines for funding of projects of international cooperation. The goal of Germany is to leverage the hydrogen sector in countries with which they cooperate in the field of energy, such as Brazil. In countries that were benefited, they should offer as a counterpart the commitment of helping expand this situation of green hydrogen. H2 Global is a concert in the shape of an auction that is going to be building contracts of purchase of green hydrogen of 10 years with the offer. These are long-term contracts and 1 year with the demand, and the difference in price was subsidized by the government of Germany through a creation of a foundation that is non-profit. A concept that forecasts the temporary compensation in the difference in prices for a limited period. This auction is going to be launched in the first quarter of 2022, but it will be yearly. So this information that was released last year in this event of BMWE. And the non-reimbursable funds for international cooperation projects, which is a new type of funding in partnership with BF, with the objective of funding and the implementation of plants of production of green hydrogen and derivatives, as well as funding as well storage, transportation plants, and the application of hydrogen outside of the European Union countries and if FTA countries. This program also forecasts the follow-up of research projects and academic and professional training. The type and the amount of the funding is from the non-reimbursable funds. It's a maximum of 15 million euros per candidate and project. The publication of the guidelines from October 4th this year, which is very recent, and the requests for funding and projects should be presented to a management agency from the government, which is still being defined at right now. And the decision on approval will be made by a selection committee. The first deadline is in the end of October, but still this year there will be two more rounds. The type and amount of funding that is non-reimbursable has some categories, which means this will be for research projects, development and innovation, to subsidize or funding costs with personnel, equipment, facilities, land, contracts, and operational costs, as well as funding for the protection of the environment. The cost of investment in production of metal, with a difference between this investment and another one that is similar, that is less ecological. The installation of new capacities of renewable energy, and also subsidize the different costs in cooperation with a project that is less ecologically correct, and the cost of total investments of the project that aim to increase the level of environmental protection of the region. There is another module that is the most 10 million euros, that is 5 million euros, that is the non-reimbursable type as well, for smaller projects of research and development and innovation. And This project, as I said, was the installation of electrolysis of water, production of hydrogen from the renewable energy, storage of hydrogen, also ammonia plants and air capturing, production of synthetic fuels for creation, and also for the maritime sector, transportation and infrastructure as well, for storage and distribution of hydrogen, all kinds of hydrogen carriers, ammonia, methanol, and others, the transportation of hydrogen and its derivatives until the final consumers or the steel industry, chemistry, maritime transportation industry. This has to do with the fuel cell as well, and also integrated projects, renewable energy, processing, derivatives, utilization, and transportation. So you have the companies that have their core at the European Union and permanently established with an office in Germany. So these are companies that should be able to maintain the research institution in association with these companies or associations of universities and research institutions. The countries, as I said, these are outside the European Union AFTA. The plans will be used according to the purpose of the funding for at least 3 years after commissioning. So they should keep working for at least 3 years. The implementation of the project should be impossible to be made without this funding. And the applicant should also show the proof of status of pre-development of the project, preliminary studies, and so on. And besides, they should show the real amount of reduction, the potential for greenhouse gases, the sustainability of water supply, local norms of work. They should be according to the OIT standards and the OIT. And the used carbon should be originated from the capture of air, synthetic fuels in combination with green hydrogen. They should the capture of induction of the air, biogenic CO2, or the capture of CO2 coming from industrial emissions, which would be generated anyhow. In order to finish, the definition of green hydrogen is known by now from us in the state of Ceará, and it is generated from the electrolysis of water. The electricity needed for electrolysis should be generated through renewable energy. The use of renewable electricity should be proved by a certificate of guarantee of origin or a contract of energy purchase. And if the certificates cannot be obtained in the country of implementation, they could be submitted to discuss the descriptions very detailed about the source of electricity. All the certification of origin of renewable electricity should be proved. The candidate should show how the incentives, how the country or the state is given incentives to invest in installations that are additional renewable energy, and also investments in fossil fuels that are somehow discouraged, which is like goals of decarbonization, for instance. And the electricity that is used for the production of green hydrogen would be very important and should not be harmful for the provision of local energy supply. So I thank you for your attention. Now I'm going to pass the floor to Constantino. Constantino, please, now you have the floor. Hello, Monica. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you, Duna, and all the others from the organization. It will be a pleasure to be talking a little bit about our hub, and I do understand that we have this clue. So I'm going to start with it. Yes, precisely. Okay. So I'm going to be also share my screen with a presentation here, and I hope that you can really see. Let me check if you can see my screen. Not yet. Now it's coming. Okay, let's go then. Now it's there, right? Yes, it's here. Very good. So I'm going to be telling you about the project of Ceará, and it's going to be very fast. I have some slides that I'm sure that the other presenters and Monica and Duna, they can talk about these in more depth. Ceará is indeed constituting itself as an excellent or an alternative that cannot be superior, that cannot be overcome by others, both for foreign as well as national investors. But this destination of investments did not come by chance. It did not happen out of nowhere. It's not a miracle. There is a whole management from the state based on the vision and planning of the long term, which gives this characteristic to Ceará. I mean, Ceará has developed planning looking at 2050 and already thinking, even though it is a pioneer in renewable energy, thinking about the future with green hydrogen. Well, all of this planning, all of this effort, and the operational continuity makes Ceará itself highlight itself and allows to invest a high percentage of the net income, the current income in structuring elements of the public order. Just for you to have an idea, the number that is consolidated in 2019 and 2020 is in the range of 11.3% of all of the current net income, which is really important. On the other side, the state is concerned with the governance of the process. Monica mentioned that since December she's been involved with the project, but it's not just Monica, it's myself, Duna, and the whole group, which was integrated in some documents, between which the first one, which is a memorandum of understanding between institutions, that was signed still in February this year. And it congregates all the institutions that have responsibility over the implementation of the project. Likewise, the state government, through the governor Camilo Santana, constituted a formal working group that is multidisciplinary with the objective of developing and implementing public policies for renewable energy and set the hub of green hydrogen of the state of Ceará, allowing the process to have governance, allowing to be successful. This group involves practically the main entities, all of the state government, the Federation of the Industries, which is an articulator that makes contact with investors, academia through the Federal University of Ceará, and the Industrial and Port Complex of Pecém. As we developed this study, we had the grace of attracting to this development the German Agency for International Cooperation, GIZ. So GIZ is going to put all of its authority in terms of knowledge in favor of the development of these public policies for the state of Ceará and also the setup of the hub. But not only GIZ, the port of Pecém itself, which is a partner of Rotterdam, an European port that has such expertise, which is immense in port operations. Also, through Pecém, Rotterdam contributes for the consolidation of these studies, making us really be able to, in the future and in the near future, have public policies that will give security to the investors and that can attract them safely and in a way that is profitable for them. Ceará was looking at the future and noticed that without a logistics hub, it would not be able to move on. And Pecém was installed in partnership with Rotterdam. In Pecém, in CPE, the Trans-Nordestina, FTL, TLSA, Railways, the air hub operated by Fraport, which is a German operated with knowledge and expertise, which is immense in this aeroportuary field, the technology hub that transforms Ceará, especially Fortaleza, in the second more connected city in the world, in the educational system, which indeed allows us to not only spread the system throughout the whole state, as well as prepare together with the universities and professional schools, vocational schools, the future workforce to alter and develop this hub. The innovation hub, there are 16 optic cables with fiber optics interconnecting us with the whole world and that transform Fortaleza in the second largest city, the most connected one in the world. Our strategic position, and to which Monica already mentioned, the very privileged location that connects us in a way that's quick with Europe and the Northern Hemisphere. And this makes our hub have this ability to compete also for this aspect, for being close, for having a modern port, and in the port, a CPE that is now operating in the country, and that gives this competitivity to our port, to our hub. I mentioned very briefly the port of Pecém, the zone of processing. This slide shows the diffusion and distribution of the schools that are for higher education on the left or vocational schools on the right that are serving around 95% of all of the states in terms of area, but covering 100% of the state's needs nowadays. The state, due to this management, is now seen as the top ranked state in the index of transparency, which is really important because it allows confidence for those who come to us as a destination for the application of the resources. Together with all of this, we do have fiscal incentives. ADESE, which is a fomenting agency that provides support for all of this attraction of investments in the state, coming closer in structure of financial businesses and coming closer to investors, building a relationship with the productive sectors through sectorial chambers, and operationalizes and monitors the fund for industrial development for the state of Ceará, a fund that now is supporting development. Only to mention the fiscal and tax benefits from the regional, state, and municipal levels, I would like to highlight the program that allows support for the renewable energy chain production, attracting plenty of investments in wind and solar power, especially for the state of Ceará, but also contemplating the industry of green hydrogen, which will be implemented from now on. With all of this vision of the long term, Ceará has selected these 12 clusters: health, energy, water supply, the innovation in ITCs, logistics, airports, ports, and technology hubs, and finally, green hydrogen. Obviously, allied to all of this, we have this large potential to which Monica has already referred to. And indeed, if we now look at all of the needs that Europe has until 2050, only Ceará would be able to provide this energy supply. Not only that, but also how to feed with energy practically all of our country. When it comes to green hydrogen, it is worth mentioning, but without entering in much detail, that all sectors of economy to which it will bring a major contribution, not only in substituting hydrocarbons that are fossil, and obviously helping decarbonize the planet, but we can also look at all of its applications that could be in the generation of power, transportation of any nature, and for the industrial use, production of electricity, and as a raw material for the industry. This slide is only showing the avant-garde always present in the state of Ceará. We were pioneers in wind power, then solar, and now we are being pioneers in offshore wind power. These are examples of projects that are ongoing and that change wind power into an offshore system, providing the best conditions. I would like to concentrate what I do in these slides that up to the present date, the state government of Ceará had signed 9 MOUs. And the port of Pecém, one other one, today the state of Ceará signed the 10th MOU with Energix, especially now in the afternoon, and will be signed until the end of the month, precisely in the 29th. Two more MOUs, to which I cannot really decline the name of companies. And until November, two more. In a way that we'll have until November something around 15 MOUs. Well, can you imagine how the responsibility is growing over the states now, but not on the states, but on the institution, Federation of the Industry, Port of Pecém, the organized society? Because as we look for these names in the slides, we see that the potential of attraction of investments from the states is something that is out of the ordinary. But we should understand that until now we have sound memorandums of understanding, and the only project that is effective in implementation is the EDP project. It's a small pilot one, but it's the first one in EDP. The others will depend on the treatment on and agility that we are going to give to each of these companies. And this is why in the following slides I have some challenges that present themselves. So this hydrogen hub is effectively consolidated in the state of Ceará. It is necessary to facilitate the access of all of these companies to fiscal incentives, and together with the competent bodies, we should demystify and make more agile the environmental licensing processes and design through a master plan all of the infrastructure of the port, all the infrastructure of generation of transmission of electricity for the companies to feel safe. Because in order to generate renewable energy, we need to make it transmissible to the field of the port of Pecém in a way that it feeds the electrolyzers. And all of the port infrastructure should come from the same complex. Because as these companies close exportation contracts or internal contracts, whatever the branch of the productive value chain is for hydrogen, we are going to need a response. And we need to give the project that could be hydrogen in the molecular form or as ammonia. Likewise, the regulatory environment, together with the Ministry of Mines and Energy, the National Agency of Oil, the National Energy of Electricity, Waters, and so on. As the regulatory environment is becoming more firm and consolidated, this will generate security for all of the operations throughout the value chain of green hydrogen. The technical regulation, obviously, is as important as, and I'm sure this challenge will be overcome as we make available hydrogen for consumption or exportation, for internal consumption and exportation. It is necessary for us to be looking at the use of hydrogen in the natural gas network that already exists. It is broad and it practically reaches a whole state, being interconnected to Brazil through gas ducts that could be for the south or north. But all of this needs to be regulated, needs to be studied. In the same way, the final uses, both in the generation of power or other types of applications, will require the development of technology. Because if it is to be burned like fuel in a turbine, it is necessary for that turbine to be converted, adapted in order to consume that hydrogen in part or function run on hydrogen alone. So this new technology is already advancing today with very quickly. And if we look at the way the hydrogen is transported and the storage as well in the infrastructure, Now, in the chain of storage and logistics, it is suffering a great impulse because this pressure is already made present. And this pressure attracts investments, as Monica mentioned so well, the German support in terms of funding for the development of enterprises, for the development of technology, in a way that this will accelerate the process. And in the same way, the development of talents and technical competencies. On time, and the state of Ceará is already concerned about that a lot. And having said that, I would like to say that it's really important when we look at a simple presentation like this, and we notice that indeed the responsibility of our group now in the state of Ceará is growing very much because it provides an answer as the measure of the necessities and demands from each of these investors that appear, and this will ensure that each of these memorandums of understanding will be transformed into concrete projects and transforming the economy of the state of Ceará, reducing the poverty in the state, generating jobs and income for our state. So this is what I had, and now I pass the floor back to you. Thank you, Constantino. Great presentation. I usually say that green hydrogen comes to crown the state of Ceará due to the avant-garde it is in the sector of renewable energy. Besides, I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate all of the institutions in the state, the Secretary Maia Júnior, the Secretary Rosiane Medeiros, all of the team, Constantino, the team of the PECEM complex, Duna, and all of her team, also the Federal University of Ceará, that is part of the working group, and FIEC, the Federation of Industries of the state of Ceará, that is also now very committed with all of the support for the implementation of this hub. Duna, now I'm going to pass the floor to you. It is a great pleasure to have you here. Thank you, Monica. Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation to participate in Ceará Global. I would just like to make a short summary here, Monica, of what was presented. You today brought, besides the landscape of the internationalization of green hydrogen, we also brought news that are very new that has to do with financial aspects in Germany. And not that Germany is going to be the only consumer or the off-taker, it's not going to be exclusive, but it is a great help to impulse and initiate this demand. So many of the companies that we're working with in the PECEM complex understand that this fund, that H2 Global, is going to be helping with the viabilization of businesses. So it's important to know that they are putting the funding criteria. Constantino, besides talking about the fortresses and treasures of Ceará and what the state has already prepared and well structured, it was also very important to place the challenges. I think any market that is innovative and new is going to start with great challenges, with an environment of regulation and funding, infrastructure, that is necessary to be created. So this is important for the debate. I'm going to share with you the screen. Just a second. My plan was to talk a little bit about the complex of PECEM and focus on what we're doing in order to receive all of these investments of green hydrogen. So can you see it? Yes, great. As I mentioned before, we have this memorandum between the entities that are presented here, the state government head and TPA. I'm sorry, we just need to see it in the presentation mode. Okay, for me, it's appearing as a presentation mode already. I do apologize. I wasn't sure. Let me just zoom in and see if you can visualize it this way. Yes. I was trying to put this in the presentation mode once again, but I think you are not able to visualize it. I'm trying to, I can see the screen, it's okay. So what is the complex of Pessin? In the previous panel, Larissa, the moderator, was talking about the port of Pessin, the industrial complex, and today we're considering the complex of Pessin, so it's a little more reduced. But in reality, it is a series of products and services that we are putting in the market. There are three areas, three products that are different.
One is the industrial, the other, which is represented here in these green parts of the map. The other one is the port, of course, which is shown here in the map, represented by the darker shade of green. And the ZP is the zone of processing for export. And in total, we have here more than 19,000 hectares of land that, due to public decree, is a public and port, an industry port complex. In other words, they are made possible. So it's possible to install or to make these activities possible in these locations. So they have two shareholders in the PESEM complex. Has the state government as its majority owner, and also a private shareholder with 30% of the capital. This partnership started in the end of 2018. And what happens in the practical aspect is the state government, they provide the guidelines, the strategic guidelines for what the ambitions are for the development, for the economy and the social aspect of the state. And the Rotterdam port brings all of its knowledge, all of its know-how through centuries of expertise of port development in the Rotterdam port. And now we have the ZPE Ceará, which is another part of this complex. Monica, if there are any problems with the slides, please let me know, okay? Yes, actually, it's not, the screen is not. Oh, yes, now it's changing now, okay. Let me go back then. Okay, so I was showing before the state of Ceará with 70%, the Port of Rotterdam holds 30% of the shares, and I'll showing really briefly to you. Pessin is an offshore port with 10 beds, with very desirable shipyards for Brazil. Here we put the awards, which is from a foundation located in Holland. The Port of Pessin was the very first one in Brazil to promote the sustainability in the maritime transport, by providing discounts in the tariffs for shipment or in the docking for the ships that have a high sustainability rate or index. So this is something that is in the DNA of the company for us to work in this manner of sustainability. Yesterday, we were graced by Antak receiving the award of the third in the ranking from 17th to third from 2015 in terms of environmental performance. This is very important for the complex of Pessin, the Pessin complex. And now, very briefly also, what the industries are, from energy, coal, gas, and also mentioning the decarbonization plans. We also have makers of wind components, in other words, the blades, the metallurgy, the cement mixers, and also the logistics services in the complex as a whole. And these are activities that are strongly industrial. This is heavy industry, which can also utilize green hydrogen in some form or manner in their industrial activities for the decarbonization of the part of the process. So you may be mapping this as part of the green hydrogen hub. One trait, one asset that PESEM has, which is unique in Brazil, is the ZPE, our free processing zone, which is something, is an asset that was made through the siderurgical company of PESEM, which provides great incentives for the industries that install themselves. And there was a change in the law for the, and also some services may be also installed in the ZPE zones by getting tax incentives, exchange, currency exchange incentives, and also administrative, also So it has great incentives when installed in the ZPEs, also for the federal taxes and also state taxes for the production by aiming the export. Before the changes to legislation, there was a law that said that the company had to export 80% of its shipping to other countries. Now it's become more flexible, and there isn't a limit really to the amount of exports. We have the Pecém Siderúrgico Company, the White Martins, Phoenix, which are within the ZP zones. These are the companies that are installed there. And also, we are currently expanding ZPE towards the Sector 2, which is something that was shown here in Ceará Global. So that is very interesting. And let's move on to green hydrogen now. This map that we have here is the areas that we work in with priority for the Pecém complex. So you see here the diversity of the activities that are around there in the port and also the industrial zones and also the ZPE. And we replace the green hydrogen as something which is fundamental for our strategy to have the local distribution as well as the export. Then in February, we launched this mission, this ambition, which is to place the Pecém complex really as the major location in which the state would, of course, with a partnership with the private sector, foment and attract all of these companies so they would locate and remain there. It's interesting that when we speak of green hydrogen, it's very important for us to have this vision of chain of value. So I brought this slide for you, which shows what this green hydrogen chain of value is. We have the renewable energies, and there we have solar energy, we have wind energy onshore as well as offshore, the production of green hydrogen with the water, and also the desalinization plants, and also the water treatment plants, and also the storage and the distribution, and also the export until they reach the consumer market. And we mapped everything that we can see here in the yellow color, are activities that may be installed within the Pecém complex. So you can see that we don't have as an ambition to have solar parks or wind parks within the Pecém complex. We see here the offshore wind farm, because we understand that the port really is fundamental for the mobilization and the making of these parks. But all of the other activities require the Pecém port, and we are working on this to attract companies that would work in the Pecém complex. So how would this work physically? So I bring a map of our directive plan, and everything that we see in the pink color here are areas with a focus on green hydrogen. And when we started this back in February this year, when this initiative was launched, a 200 hectares area was reserved for this, for ZPEs. Everything that we see here in the inside part is a ZPE zone. We have around 1,000 hectares identified for this and for this purpose. So we see a great interest in this, and we are making the preparations for having these investments, receiving these investments. So why is this important? Why are we working so hard with this work group? The port infrastructure, what's the support solution going to be for these exports? Of course, the electricity, the power supply network, because we have some headroom, but there's a limit to work on still. But there's access to the natural gas network. Pecém is the only one connected to the network that connects the entire country from the southeast all the way to Ceará. Let's say the entire country all the way to Ceará. And we also have a network by Segás, which is important for the injection of hydrogen into the natural gas network as well. So you have also a synergy with the companies that I mentioned before, into these areas. So our intention here is to bring industrial areas into the ZPEs and to do the best we can to make everything of common use, to make structures that is of common use to several different companies so that we can optimize the use of the PSN complex. And also diminish any environmental impact that we might have in this enterprise. I could talk about the Rotterdam port, I believe. Constantine mentioned about this, and also Monica. So we have partners here. We have a partnership with the Rotterdam port, and they have shown us a partner as they are in this journey to achieve this goal of having a green hydrogen hub, because we plan on connecting both ports and really create a logistic road pathway. So we have this green hydrogen being exported into Europe into the Rotterdam port. So I'm going to share with you now the ambition and the strategy of the Rotterdam port. What you see here on the left side is a demand curve. A growing demand curve starts in 2020, going all the way to 2050. Where in 2050, we see a projection of, well, for the hinterland of the Rotterdam port, so this is not a global projection or an European projection, but this is for the hinterland of the Rotterdam port, a consumption of 20 million tons of green hydrogen. And everything we see in yellow here is what will have to be imported, or in other words, come from other sources. So even with local plants through offshore wind energy, they're not going to be able to supply for this demand. So that's why they require these imports. So here on the right-hand side, we have a map, a scheme of the Rotterdam map itself, a blueprint. And we see a plan of having an offshore wind plan, which is an 88 giga plan. You see that as a plan to have this duct connecting all of the users, all the industry users. On the Rotterdam port, we're talking about refineries, coal energy centers for energy production, which will have to be shut down, or maybe not shut down, but maybe decarbonized, which will connect all of these industries through this gas duct or pipeline. The idea is to connect the production to the demand in Europe. I have a picture here for you of what the project is for the installation for the Rotterdam port, which is to connect this offshore wind energy of the 2 gigawatts to several electrolysis plants, starting with the Shell project, which is going to have a capacity that's going to reach 250 megawatts in its electrolysis plant. So again, with this local production in the Rotterdam port, it's not going to reach even 10% on what they might need in the total demand. That's why they're going to need the imports as well. So I end this presentation with the competitive advantages that we have here in the PSN complex, the port complex. First, the high potential of the renewable energies. I think everyone is well aware of the complementarity of the wind energy and the solar energy, which is so important, the proximity to the consumer markets. Remember also, we have a port that is the last port in the navigation lines, which is something that's very positive. So we reach American markets, European markets in 10 up to 8, 9, 20, up to 12 days, which is very competitive. The fiscal benefits, specifically for the ZPE, but also remember the state as a whole also, which has specific benefits for the chain of the renewable energies, the infrastructure, which if there's a need for having an expansion in the port, the PSN port is funded, it has funding for making these investments and going into the marketplace in the search of funding, further funding if necessary. So we have this plan with already installed. There's the university, there's the Federal Institute of Ceará, which is installed within the complex as well. The entire business ambience or environment that the port offers. So this is what I had to present to you. So I'm here available for any questions or remarks that the audience might have or from my colleagues here. Thank you so much, Duna. This was a wonderful presentation. This trend of implementing hubs of green hydrogen in the world really is a very strong trend, really, especially in the port areas. Duna presented the implementation of the hub for green hydrogen in the Rotterdam port. There's also one in Portugal, in the Ceará port. There's also one in Japan, in Yamanashi. So the port areas are very adequate for the installation of these hubs due to their proximity to the maritime routes, even the industrial parts, the industry parts, which we have installed in these ports, and also the actual placement of the ports and the proximity to the consumers and also the maritime routes, international maritime routes. So this is really a trend, a very strong trend in the entire world. Now we have a session for questions from the audience. We have a question from Sergio here. Currently, is there a project for the transport, for transport between Pecém and Rotterdam? Duna, would you like to answer to that question? Yes, I can do that. I thank you for the question, Sergio. Yes, we are currently doing research on this route from Pecém all the way to Rotterdam, while also considering some things. Is it going to be green ammonia? Is it going to be ethanol? What's going to be transported really? What process is going to happen on the arrival in Rotterdam? With the ammonia, for example, do we need to crackle it? I think that's what it's called in Portuguese, the cracking of the ammonia. That's what it's called in English. And what's going to arrive in Rotterdam? I mean, the interesting thing would be the Rotterdam port in its size. It should be a port that's going to be having any type, any kind of green hydrogen, whether it's LOHC, which is the organic type, let's call it the sort of like an ethanol or ammonia, or even the liquefied hydrogen also. So we at Pecém, we want to feel that. We want to be able to provide the same options. We'll talk a lot more about ammonia nowadays, but answering to Sergio, yes, we are currently doing research on the potential for this route all the way to Rotterdam, starting with either ammonia or ethanol. There was also another question from the others, I think from Marcus, I'm not sure, saying that it's also very important, the green potential for the use of green hydrogen, not only for exports, but also for local use, and also from large sectors such as steel, the steel industry. So, is the European Union defining carbon taxes for imported products? So the steel companies in Brazil who have their activities focused on the export of their products must think that the green steel will be valued more and more. And even those companies that don't have a decarbonization goal, have not adopted any decarbonization goals, they're going to suffer from the taxation of their products. They're also going to suffer from the amount of the demand of their products. So the green ammonia for the production of fertilizers, which is a market, the market for ammonia is practically inexistent in Brazil because a large amount of the ammonia for the production of fertilizers in Brazil is imported, I believe 80%. So there is a great opportunity for the country to produce its own ammonia for this huge sector, for the fertilizers production in Brazil, the steel industry in Brazil, and also the transport industry in Brazil. Both heavy transport, the cargo transport, as well as public transport as well as port transport or other modes of transport, such as vehicles that move the containers on the port. The the stacking, the machinery in the port. So it's important to remember that the countries that are going to import the green hydrogen, they want also to know if there is a demand for hydrogen in their country. So it's also important for that to be the local use of this hydrogen and also within the goals for decarbonization. I think we're running to the end. We're coming to the end of this panel. I'd like to close. Mr. Constantino, would you like to say anything, Ms. Duna? I'd just like to add to what I said by saying that really, on this MOUs signed, they're responsible for investments with the sum. Well, if they all become true within 10 years, and if they're not all exhausted, a conservative figure would be of around $30 billion, the volume of investments. I'd like to add also that one of the businesses that might be very appealing for the state of Ceará would be the production of fertilizers locally. Since you can produce from ammonia, you can produce urea, and this is a very advanced project. We're going to have, and the fertilizers, they're made they're made up of a mix of potassium, phosphorus, and also but there is abundance of urea. And the national market currently imports quite a lot, and the size of agribusiness in Brazil uh, is really huge. And I believe that you can create I believe can create an opportunity for this productive chain for it to be exploited really. So Monica, these are my final remarks. Okay, that's great, Constantino. Really, you said it very well. And then come other value chains. Monica, if you allow me, there's a question here from the audience saying something about the importance of the insertion of small-sized and medium-sized businesses. I think this is important because we talk about $1 billion investments, and that might frighten the local population a little bit. But they might think, well, how can I get into this? How can local companies get into this? So I'm not sure if Constantino, as someone who represents the state of Ceará, might say something about this. Perhaps, maybe Constantino? Because this is a work group. So, I mean, this is the insertion of these other groups of people, these parties. Yes, I believe that several opportunities are going to emerge because there will be countless activities in this hydrogen value chain which are related to small businesses, adaptations of technologies, the production of, the making of products, hydrogen-based products, the use of oxygen itself is going to be generated in abundance in these processes. So I believe that Monica might be more knowledgeable than I am in this chain for small businesses. But if we were to consider transportation, there's a chance of creating countless companies that work in the surroundings of this hub. Yes, for sure, Constantino. Even for the services um, sector, when these places start be, being built, there's going to be a lot of civil construction demand as well, the engineering sector, as well as the services provision for this industrial processes, so in the installment of pipelines, tubes, and machinery, the handling of the terminals itself, the operation of terminals itself. So this chain, it multiplies. So there's even an understanding, a false understanding, that the green hydrogen sector is going to take jobs out of the refineries and the gas and petrol sectors. And quite the contrary. Constantine is actually a living example of this because he worked his entire life in refineries and now he dedicates to green hydrogen power plants. So this expertise in the electrical sector is also the expertise in the refinery sectors and also the petrol and gas sectors. These people, they understand industrial processes, the energy, they understand energy, they understand the management of industrial gas. So it's a combination of competence between these different existing sectors that benefit all of the respective chains. So all the people that provide services for the electricity sector, for the petrol and gas sector, and also for the industrial gas sector, and as Constantino mentioned, such as oxygen, for example, not only hydrogen but also oxygen, it's going to be well demanded in this required in this change. So this course of introduction, this introductory course for green hydrogen is going to be a preparation for the second phase, which is going to be the courses for the training, professional training, for the people that's going to work in these plants. So as Duna was explaining, the first pilot plant is going to be operating in 2023, if I'm not mistaken. And the large scale plants we can imagine, yes, sorry, 2022 exactly, sorry. And the large scale plants starting from 2024, 2025. But during this entire time, of course, there's the hiring of personnel and staff, people that deal with environmental licensing of the contracts, regulatory aspect. So really, it is a huge chain that involves all of the existing processes. I'd like to close this panel now, and this panel. I'd like to thank the audience, thank Duna, thank Constantino for the wonderful presentations that you delivered, and thank you so much. And I congratulate Ceará for being in the forefront of the renewable energy sector and also the green hydrogen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much as well, and our gratitude to the participants in the panel of the Green Hydrogen Hub. Thank you, Monica. Congratulations, Monica, for mediating this table. And thank you for your presentations and also for the audience who are watching everything through Serra Global YouTube channel. We're back in 1 minute with our program and the number 9 panel. We're back with Serra Global 2021. We're going to watch now panel number 9, Connectivity of Ceará to the World. Meet our guests. And I'd like to remind you that the questions to our guests can be asked through the chat feature that you can see on YouTube, on the YouTube channel. Our debater for this panel is from Fristac, Adalberto Albuquerque de Pobres. Our guests are Rafael Lozano, country manager for Brazil from Ela Link, and José Roberto Nogueira, CEO of BrisaMed Telecommunications. José Roberto, now you have the floor.
Hello, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here sharing this panel with two great friends, José Roberto, that I already know for many years, and Rafael from Ela Link. who's also going to participate. Before we start with this chat and this exchange of experiences, which will definitely be of great learnings for all of us, I would like to contextualize. Today, the communication of data and connectivity is one of the fundamental elements for all of the process of transformation, digital transformation the world's been going through. It is an element that is often unseen, invisible, which makes the delivery of services, and we can talk about all of these public services for healthcare, education, security, as well as the private sector with the delivery of other services of businesses between the companies and businesses offering a better experience for the final user. This is all done on a technological basis involving different technologies. Some are a little older, some are quite modern, and we have here solutions of connectivity for long distances using the WBM. For the urban area, the use of GPON. We are coming now, and we'll see what's going to happen in the next few years with 5G, a new layer that is going to bring much more speed, flexibility to the applications and services to be offered to the population in general. We have the IoT networks also composing an important piece of this new scenario of connectivity that is global that we're talking about, besides the structures that support all of this connectivity aiming at the final offering of services. So we have the data centers, the cloud computing companies, providers of finalistic services that compose this important ecosystem. And talking a little bit about Ceará, we are blessed with a geographic position which is very satisfactory, which has made, with the advent of the internet in the middle of the 1990s, to naturally the state of Ceará started being a point of confluence of a set of global operators of telecommunications that put their bases, their contribution to the state, which has intensified in a way that is very strong, in a way that today the city of Fortaleza is the second city in the world that is more connected by submarine cables, which is something phenomenal, which makes Ceará a repository or a vocationed state for different actions when the point is ITCs and data storage, availability of content, etc. And this is something we're talking about externally. Internally, since the year 2007, the government of the state of Ceará has made an investment in the construction of an infrastructure which aimed precisely at internalizing this potential of communication of data, connectivity that we can have due to the fact that we are naturally a hub of data communications globally. So we have constituted during this period a structure that we call Digital Belt of Ceará. The Digital Belt of Ceará is a structure that today has more than 15,000 kilometers of fiber optics, counting there on the investments made by companies of the private sector beyond the public sector. We reached all of the municipalities of Ceará this way, and more than that, Ceará eventually became, due to this expansion of this connectivity, an important link for the other states to be able to have a better set of services aiming at telecom. So this was a set of actions that were performed by the government, by the private initiative, by Roberto. It's a phenomenal case of success with Brisanet. In 2015, we were ahead of the process of a concession with a pair of fibers of the structure of the digital belt. It has grown enormously with the action of Brisanet and iLink and Mobi. So, guys, I think it was important to contextualize, and then I would like to listen from my friends, from my colleagues a little more about their experiences of each one by starting with Ella Link. Rafael, it's a pleasure to be here talking to you and knowing a little more about what Ella Link is, what are the main initiatives of Ella Link globally, and what's the state of Ceará has to win with this investment that was made in the last submarine cable that came to Fortaleza to connect Brazil to Portugal in Europe. Well, very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be presenting the work of Ella Link in this relevant panel. Ella Link is the first submarine cable of high speed which connects directly the continents of Latin America with Europe. It is a direct route that until today did not exist in the internet world. So this is a capacity of 100 terabits per second. Each terabit is 1 million megas. For those who are not in the field, just for you to understand that we have our megas at home, it's 1 million times that fast. And this is going to allow us to end with the dependency Brazil, Latin America have of the communications from North America. Specifically, we can see geopolitical issues. And Brazil, as a country of continental size, is very attached. The communications are too attached to North America. And due to Ella Link's project, a project that has been created for more than 10 years, and it started the effective operations in June this year, this barrier was broken, real diversity was reached. And what this will allow Ceará and Brazil to do will be to work with new business models with our partners in Europe. That culturally, Portugal is very much connected to Brazil, and the rest of Latin America is very much connected to Spain. And this will allow work that is not possible today of low latency, like financial transactions and exports, and different applications that we see being born, like AI, connecting to the famous 5G. And thanks to Ceará, we were able to materialize this connectivity and offer a real alternative to the final consumers. Perfect, Rafael. I would like now to ask a question and say a reflection to our friend Roberto. He started the operations in the 1990s, right, Roberto? And I would like you to paint the scenario of the changes occurring ever since that time until this moment, and how BrisaNet saw in this an opportunity for growth, for positioning itself in the market and becoming this large operator, this case of success that now it has become in terms of Brazil. Good afternoon, Adalberto. Good afternoon, Rafael, and everyone. I'm going to explain a little bit about BrisaNet and also talking about the past 25 years in the telecom sector. Precisely in the middle of the 1990s, the scenario here in the Northeast, and especially in the cities in the countryside, was practically lacking telecom. There were very few phone lines in the cities, and people did not have easy access to a phone line. Those in rural areas could not get access at all to the phone lines. So this is all from the 1980s and 90s, which is very precarious for those who were not in the capital and in the center of the capital. BrisaNet started its operations in 1998, already searching to overcome this great challenge, which was connecting not only the countryside but also to reach people who are in the rural areas. The project of BrisaNet started in 1998 here in Pereira, 370 kilometers away from Fortaleza. The city has 6,000 inhabitants, but the headquarters of BrisaNet is 18 kilometers away in the rural area of this town. So this is where I left the region in 87. I went to São Paulo and I came back 11 years later. But even before I went to São Paulo, I already started that expansion of the service of technology, not only telecom, but I started with computers as well. So after 1998, the city in the countryside of Ceará, close to Pereira, was already connected. Of course, the technology was simpler, low cost, but it was what the low investment could provide, considering that phone lines, landlines in the city of 50, 60 phone lines, we found a way to provide the internet service. But in cases where there was no phone line at all, we started the first operation of internet via radio. So we adapted the technology developed for a purpose and adapted to another, but with low cost. And this internet service via radio advanced. 3 years later, there were several hundreds of providers, carriers spread around Brazil, having BrisaNet as a reference for having been first. In 2010, Brazil was already reasonably connected with this radio internet technology. Brazil in the countryside. In between 2010 and 2011, BrisaNet did another innovation. While the telecom technologies in Brazil were through metallic cables, we decided to test a model that was happening in China, South Korea, and Japan through fiber optics, reaching the house. Fiber optics that reaches the ports, as we heard, which was the first challenge, having the fibers arrive in the port. BrisaNet's challenge was connecting people from the countryside of Ceará and other states, and also villages, connecting them with these submarine cables. So people were connected from their homes in the countryside of the Northeast to the submarine cables at the beach. So this was a main challenge, of course, and it still is under construction. So in 2011, the first operation took place of access via fiber optics in the first operation in Brazil. Once again, BrisaNet was ahead 5 years. 5 years later, what other companies started doing in those initiatives. And after 2015, BrisaNet did the digital belt using a pair of fibers with two more companies in the consortium. And we started this very fast process of expansion of the fiber in the countryside of the state of Ceará, in a way that in Brazil, connectivity with fiber optics already is more than 50%. So people with broadband that is fixed, a little more than half in Brazil, the average is a little more 50%. Ceará has way more than 70% now, and the countryside of Ceará has more than 85%. So the countryside of Ceará is a region in the country that is more connected with fiber optics. So this is a great task after the initiative from the belt, and then the companies that are private, not only BrisaNet but other companies on the same segment, started building in the countryside of Ceará, and all the cities in Ceará have connectivity with fiber optics. So the project was concluded first, then the other states in the country. And this shows that an initiative really accelerates the process and led the state of Ceará to be here in a state that is economically ahead, but in the level of telecom, it reached first place. And we are not behind first world countries. This initiative is still continuing in a very accelerated fashion. BrisaNet has a project now to connect all of the cities in the Northeast, I mean, until 2023. And after that, BrisaNet is going beyond the Northeast, connecting other cities. And a very relevant fact that should be mentioned in its importance is that all of these connections are directed to Fortaleza. the Praia do Futuro. Those cables over there in Praia do Futuro are part of this major task, the fiber optic networks connecting cities, states, and even regions. I mean, those who are in Pará, those in Tocantins, in Manaus, in the north of Minas Gerais. The best trajectory for this traffic of content people want to access is the best destination is Fortaleza. So Fortaleza is not just the hub where the cables get to, but the hundreds and hundreds of branches that are bringing all of this connectivity, the people, even in the rural areas in the countryside of Bahia, to connect with Fortaleza. So Brisanet advanced very much. Today, just for you to have an idea of the numbers, Brisanet this month already reached 8,000 employees, direct employees. Out of these, 3,500 are 20 kilometers away from where I am. I'm here in Pereira at the rural area, 18 kilometers away from the city of Pereira, and 20 kilometers around me, I have 3,500 employees. People who the majority of them has never left the place. It's their first job. And this is another development that Bizanet shows that regardless of where people are in, where the entrepreneur is in, it is possible to bring development, not only for the entrepreneur, but for locals. Those who are ahead of the management of Bizanet, they are people that are mostly in their first job. The first time they left here was to train outside in the capital or São Paulo or outside of the country. These are people who used to live right next to Brisanete. They came after high school and they continued to college. They developed internally. So Brisanete is the proof that locals can do anything because Brisanete is now one of the companies that has more know-how in the segment of telecom, but this know-how is right here in the headquarters in Pereira. So this is a relevant factor to motivate people who are extremely remote and try to develop these other regions. And whatever Bizanet is building is eventually going to become a support. The structure that will facilitate any field of economy, any field, not only telecom, agriculture, health, education, all of these areas will be using infrastructure of telecom as being the infrastructure to be making the logistics for any product. In the next 5 to 10 years, there will be more than 100 new products beyond those that exist. Products that are yet to be developed, but they're going to be trafficking upon two technologies, fiber optics and 5G. Fiber and 5G technology is what's going to be delivering hundreds of products in the countryside of Mariano, Piauí, or Pará, where people will have access to the services that are launched in the world with the same opportunity of those who are in Paulista or in São Paulo, anywhere else. So we have these networks bringing this duality where people, regardless of where they are, can access services of technologies being launched around the world in the next day. Please feel free to ask. Okay, there is no doubt that I believe that the state of Ceará, thanks to this infrastructure, whatever it is externally or internally in the state, this occurred in the past 5 or 6 years. A great silent revolution where people started having access to information, and now we do know the importance this has. This is eventually reflected in a better education, better delivery of health services, more capacity to generate businesses without having urban movement. So you can somehow decentralize some initiatives that are economical, and this will definitely be something that happened due to the entrepreneurial spirit and the infrastructure that the state of Ceará has, and that is now a great differential in relation to other states in the Northeast. So, taking this opportunity, I would like to ask Rafael what were the main factors that generated the choice of Ceará for this investment. Obviously, there was a critical mass in the state, but what other factors were taken into account, and how can this intensify the business relations between Brazil and, in the case, the state of Ceará, and Europe, Portugal, which is a point of entrance or exit of this cable? Well, especially the point that you mentioned in the beginning, Roberto, the geographic position of Ceará is key for communications that are submarine. Indeed, Link has chosen Ceará because if you go do the calculations, you see Ceará is the closest from Siemens, where our station is at in the south of Portugal. It's closer than Miami, as incredible as it seems. I know we have an understanding that Miami is closer due to being in the Americas, but uh, Siemens is closer. What does this mean? That we are not too far from Europe as we think. Ceará is a strategic hub where a link comes with communications from Europe, which can easily connect with other cables in order to transmit information to other continents in North America, in Africa, and even Argentina, and crossing the continent until the economic evolution through other systems. Sure. No, it's just that the aspect is, as Dr. Roberto mentioned, Ceará made this digitalization work in the past few years that was quite relevant. So we do believe, as Roberto already mentioned, that the access to information, this rupture of the digital age allows people to educate more themselves and change the path of their lives, like the case of Brisanet. If you pay attention, you see that in the pandemic, we can see that traditional school systems where students have to go to a physical place in order to study, this is no longer a reality. It's a reality for basic education, which is harder, but for advanced studies, the internet allows large volumes of information, which is free of charge for anyone who has a computer or even a phone. Thanks to that, people can change their reality and evolve and research and have access to information. The last week, we had a meeting with people from Uniesp here in São Paulo, where they, thanks to FMMP, they are already using the cable from Link to connect with the particle accelerator in Switzerland. And they, before, they had to go to the United States, spending 250 milliseconds, which seems little, but the university said that the difference in reducing the latency in half to 120 milliseconds until Switzerland has completely improved the performance of the research studies where Brazilians are working in. So this does change reality completely for many people and for Brazil, because we do know we have this need of stimulation for research because there is no investment. But now we are allowing infrastructure for communications like submarine cables, where the evolution of the technology became a reality. And as we were projecting in 5 or 10 years, all of the companies will be technological. After the specialization will be in food, agricultural development, management, or whatever. But the basis will be technological. We're listening to many concepts like big data, artificial intelligence, which is no longer an option for companies to adopt. Not adopting this kind of practice will make one stay behind, and this will break the technology chain we have today, which is incredible. This is a moment where the telecommunications are the new way to compete. So, Ceará specifically has this relevant position to become a technology hub to allocate content and to be a point to exchange traffic and data exchange, like here in São Paulo, where now there is a large concentration of data centers. There is no doubt, Rafael, that I do believe in everything you are mentioning now. More and more technology will be making a difference in the companies that are companies of technology or not. Technology eventually permeates all of the business in the globalized world, in a world that demands connectivity, that demands speed, where 250 milliseconds becomes something very relevant, as you mentioned yourself. There are applications in the financial field, in research, games as well, the playful part of things, but this also makes such a big difference. And going back a little to the focus here of what Roberto was mentioning, in regards to the two fundamental technologies in this expansion of connectivity, which is fiber and 5G. So, Roberto, I would like you to tell me what you, as a visionary, how can you see precisely those changes of the next 5 to 10 years through the use of 5G, which is this technology that is being so debated around the world, and Brazil and Ceará are also part of this scenario.
In
Yes,
fact, not only we're going through a process of big change, but the planet itself as well. We're going through a decade called we called the decade of infrastructure. Over 30 or 40 years, there was a very slow evolution. I mean, the metallic cable networks on which there was no rapid advance of these technologies. Then fiber comes along, fiber optics come along. They come into a very swift process, hundreds of times faster. And the capillarity of the fibers, they are the development of the fiber itself. It's this very process being done by hundreds of, well, not hundreds, but thousands of small entrepreneurs that brought fiber optics into the entire country. And now 5G comes along. We are we're in the month of the bidding. By the end of October, on the 4th of October, I'm sorry, 4th of November, the 5G public contest is going to happen. And Bizanet has great chances of being uh, being grazed with 5G here in the Northeast. It can only be the operation can only be started in July 2022. This bidding is now, this happens this month, but the process starts only in 2022 with the networks being installed in the capitals, and then for the second semester of 2023, we can start moving into the countryside. In this time frame, this timeline, is due to the deoccupation of the TV antennas, the parabola, the antennas actually. So we have to, the large aluminum uh, antennas, which and change those into the ones that look like the cable TV antennas. So this is going to be a migration process. This is going to be done effectively in 2023. Of course, the pilot project starts in 2022, but in 2023 we have it uh, going more strongly. Both technologies are complementary. Fiber optics coming into people's homes, and 5G covering with great performance. And now when people who are connected to the fiber optics, they have high performance. When they go out on the streets, they are uh, at the mercy of the 4G, which is not up to the standards that we require. Now, maybe in 2 or 3 years, 5G would collapse. It wouldn't really, 4G wouldn't deliver what the users demand. 4G actually. There's also the low income population. Currently, around 40 to 45% of the population has no broadband internet, landline broadband internet. Those who are connected to 3G and 4G connection on a prepaid mobile basis, those who don't have broadband internet, those who prepay their for credits with their mobile data, they're considered disconnected. There's no point in giving a smartphone to a child or for someone who lives in the countryside for them to watch YouTube on their smartphones. Makes no sense. So 5G is going to help in bringing connectivity at a low cost. Once the network is implemented, after the fiber optics, an investment must be made in the house. For 5G, the client has the device already. They have the smartphone in their hands, so it's possible to have much cheaper plans with much higher performance as well. Both technologies are complementary. So 5G is not, well, 5G complements the broadband, and also the fiber optics has a fixed landline broadband connectivity. And when people leave their homes, they need high performance mobile connectivity. So 5G, it also has this advantage, which is the low latency. But for having low latency, you have to be near. So 5G connectivity between the user and the tower, and in the tower there's not fiber optics. So from the tower, it's fiber optics. So the entire world connects with fiber optics. There's no 5G connectivity from São Paulo to Europe, for example. 5G connectivity is from the smartphone device in the hands of the user to the tower. So that low latency is what brings a much better experience for the user. And the content that the user is going to use to experience the 5G is even more relevant when they are close, they're nearby. And we're doing a second infrastructure developed. Besides the fiber optics, we're also having the mini data centers in each city. So for example, Fortaleza is going to have the large data centers with hundreds and hundreds of racks that are going to store most of the content. But those who are way in the countryside of Piauí or Ceará, or maybe a city with 20, 30,000 inhabitants, if they're going to try to access a piece of content in Fortaleza, the 5G experience, the low latency, the advantage that 5G brings, it disappears. But if the content is local, it's within the city, such as a game, for example, is hosted there, the experience is indeed much better. So many data centers are being built within the cities. So many data centers is a space in which hundreds of servers can be used as storage with a petabyte storage capacity. Petabytes. So the way we see it, the content is going to be an extension of the data center. São Paulo has a large data center, Fortaleza has a large data center, but the small cities are going to have sort of like a branch, the mini data centers, where we're going to have another advantage there. And BrisaNet, we are ahead of this. Other telecom providers, they're not in the forefront as we are. We are taking a step ahead again by building this infrastructure. So in 4 or 5 years, by 2025 or so, fiber optics will be everywhere. Fiber optics will be in most of the rural areas. Now, to currently BrisaNet, through our small providers, our franchises. These are different types of franchises. BrisaNet builds this infrastructure in the small cities, and the small entrepreneur from the telecom business sector, they bring the network beyond the city. So in the 4 to 5 kilometers in the surrounding area of the city, we will be implementing fiber optics. And from 2025, 2026 onwards, the rural areas, the, the more dense rural areas, most of them will have fiber optics implemented already, and the less dense rural areas are going to have high capacity mobile technologies such as 5G, for example. So it doesn't matter whether it's 2025, 26, 27. Well, they should be in the São João do Piauí or Sauítres in Ceará, for example, and they will have the chance of connecting at a high performance and doing online learning or software development, for example, or a programmer, for example, whatever they are, they will be, let's say, they will be headhunted by software companies without the need of moving from his chair. Whatever they are, they're going to be working for a company. Not only software field, but several other fields will have this feature. So the capillarity of these two types of communication, 5G and also fiber optics, they're going to really strengthen the connectivity in the countryside, providing the connectivity to people so that they can follow the career path that they desire without any need, as we call it here in the countryside, going all the way to the big city. They will have access to all that wherever they are, and that's going to be great, really. So by 2030, by 20 no no by 2027 or so, we will have what I call the decade of infrastructure. Is going to be coming to a close, coming to 2028, 2029, 2030. This is going to be when this is the moment for the layers of services. The services that are going to operate on top of these two networks. On 2030, we won't be building fiber optics networks or 5G. It's going to happen now. From 2017 to 2027, these 10-year span would be not only an evolution in the world, but here in Brazil also. It was much more accelerated than in the other parts of the world. In the Northeast, it's even faster than in the United States, for example. Our networks, they are better than the United States networks. This is great, really, Roberto. And places, and that brings us the reflection that the state of Ceará, since having this infrastructure, whether it's due to the data communication hub, the submarine communication cables, whether it's from the internal infrastructure, that's the reason why the state of Ceará really has been attracting strongly the large cloud computing companies. Because these cloud computing companies, by rule of thumb, they either are attracted by large conglomerates of clients, and of course, naturally, the São Paulo area in Brazil is, of course, very important in that regard, or they want to stay close to areas that are irrigated by connectivity. In other words, hubs, communication hubs, because from then on they can have a better risk management. They can have the cost of communication, which is a basic commodity for our data centers and also cloud computing companies. It's going to be at a lower cost. What you mentioned, I think, really points towards a vocation for the state of Ceará for attracting these data centers. Amazon Web Service, not long ago, less than a month ago, they published an investment into an heading point here in the state, and others will come as well, because I believe this is a natural vocation for our state, considering this connectivity that Ceará has here in our country, by connecting our country to the rest of the world. And following this train of thought, I'd like to ask, how do you see, who are your main clients, customers here in Brazil? What trend do you see in growth here? And maybe link that to the establishment of the submarine cables in our Ceará coastline. Well, taking a hook from what you said, Adalberto, we strongly believe that Ceará may attract, as you mentioned, Amazon is moving into the state, and Link has done the attraction of these investments. In the other end of our cable, in Sines, a city 150 kilometers south of Lisbon, where we were the first, Elalink, we from Elalink were the first to build our data center. We called it CLS. In the technological park, the technology park called Sinestesi, and we stay there, and we have this start campus. They announced that there will be an investment of 3.5 billion euros for building a business center and also one of the largest data centers of Southern Europe. This is due to connectivity. In our infrastructure in the Southern Europe, we not only connect Portugal as well as Spain, the major cities, Madrid, Barcelona, and also Marseille, because it's an entry gate to Asia, Middle East, and in the rest of Europe as well. So we made this movement because currently the connectivity, the international connectivity, as Roberto well said, content is becoming more and more local in each country. The content consumption. The international connectivity is growing at a pace of 30% a year after year. And this is just mentioning the international part. The local part, as was said before, is much higher, the figure. Because more and more we're consuming content that even though it's international content, when several people access a certain content, such as a TV series, for example, or web series, for example, La Casa de Papel, for example, which was shot in Spain, it is brought for many people, lots of people to access it more effectively, and also thus saving up on international internet band. Another type of content that we could take advantage of, such as streamings and online lectures, video conferences, which were so used during the pandemic. So we have the local data centers. We don't have the local data centers because this is content created in real time. So when there's connectivity in that, when there's a way of seeing that as normal, seeing international bands and also the local bands are going to be much more used, because more and more we will want to have better video quality, seeing people more clearly in the video, and new applications such as virtual reality. We have to think of this future. We have wearing goggles, sitting next to colleagues, each in a different country, to have a realistic experience that's going to demand picture quality and also sound quality that should be really amazing. And we see that in film quality on Netflix, for example, that we watch. Everyone wants 4K picture, right? It's 4K, which consumes bandwidth really absurdly. So if you want to see your colleague clearly, very clearly, that demands lots of bandwidth. So within our plans for expansion, we're now starting, and we have started our operations now in June, and we're already delivering the first clients, a ELA consortium of European colleges and also colleges from Latin America. RNP is part of this. So they're already broadcasting 200 gigabits from Switzerland. And in the Latin American side, they're connecting also the Copernicus telescope, which is located in Chile. So this information is being worked on by other companies. We're working on a niche market, a financial market. We closed a deal with an international agreement, an international institution called BSO. They are experts in the financial market. Because the financial market can't have a lot of sensitivity to latency. For example, if you are to think, currently Stock market is almost completely operated by robots. Uh, when the triggers are activated, they make an order from São Paulo to the New York stock market. It takes a certain amount of time. But if you shoot an order from Europe through New York, it takes twice the time. So from someone from New York that's launching the same order to Europe, they would get ahead and they would get the business. So BSO is living through this opportunity now with a competitive advantage to offer the financial markets, the ability to connect São Paulo and Brazil, not only to Europe, but as well as with Asia. One of the biggest commercial partners of Brazil is China. So this connectivity is very relevant as well in that regard because our we're well aware that others will come, even though we are the first. So the demand exists, but no one had the courage or the madness enough to implement this route before. But the innovators are the winners. Rafael, that goes along with one of the questions that were asked, which were about, well, what can Link provide as something that stands out in comparison to other operators that are here in Ceará currently? You mentioned a little also about that. If you would like to complement on that also, please feel free to do that. We are a reference operator in reference to other operators. We don't go to the customer's house to do this. There's people who do much better work, such as Roberto with Prisanet, as well as other providers that can easily reach the end customer and provide the quality of broadband connectivity to the end client. We build submarine infrastructure. That's and the way we stand out is that until we arrived, there was no direct connectivity between Latin America and Europe, between Brazil and Portugal, and that lowers the latency by 50%. And latency is the response time from a website or an app, for example. And maybe that's not very perceptible for people when they're watching a video on the day-to-day life. It's a very short period of time, span of time. But the quality of the communication, when you lower the latency, it increases greatly. As people were saying before from the university, they were saying that before they had a 100 gigabyte link, their performance was 60 to 70 to the United States. Now they can use the full 100 gigabits in the connection. That not only lowers the latency, but also improves the quality of the data transfer. So, Roberto, as a take-home message, we're coming to the end. I was told that we are coming to the end of this panel. What could you say as a take-home message for the Ceará entrepreneur who is within this connectivity environment that you helped build? And moreover, what are going to be the future flights of Brisanet? First, those who wanted to implement in the countryside and who had a great bottleneck, because when we think of implementing in the countryside, infrastructure is the frame of this entire movement. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, if you were to start an operation, any kind of activity, people wouldn't consider internet infrastructure as much. Now, from now on, the relevance of the internet for any business at all, any activity, is much greater. What we're doing now is being spread into all the companies, the meetings, into the meetings more easily. Now I can do 10 times as much interaction, 10 times as many interactions with partners and suppliers without ever leaving where I am. So in other words, much more effectively. So there's an opportunity in which any place companies can have headquarters in and can have great connectivity as well. This is one of the main points. And now regarding the future, BrisaNet, the future flights, as you said, BrisaNet always had a focus. It was born focused on developing in the Northeast. And developing in the Northeast, this is not in my DNA. Okay, maybe when I left in 1987 to São Paulo, I intended to go back 2 years later. I went to bring technology to my home city, my hometown. I went to São Paulo to come back and bring a workshop to fix radios and TVs. That was what I went to São Paulo for. Of course, everything changed. Quite a lot has changed. And it took me 20 years to come back. But then 3 years after I left that area, so late, well, in the on the verge of in the 1990s. So since this is something that's coming on for so long, this DNA, we designed a project for Northeast. BizNet is going to expand beyond the Northeast, but within the Northeast, it has a more complete program. We're going to live with some activities, but in the Northeast, we have the challenge of connecting each square meter over the next 5 to 6 years. So by 2025, a small farmer, regardless of where they are, what state they are in, or how many kilometers they are from the capital or the center of the municipality, if they want to do any kind of farming, it's possible for them. If they want to take a course for specialization in farming, they can do that. So it's about bringing infrastructure and high performance, whatever it is. What differs BrisaNet from other competitors? The big companies, when they look at Brazil, which has 500, 5,170 cities, many of those, they respond due to commitments. They're forced in terms of commitments imposed by the regulatory agencies. BrisaNet, no, it's focused in the Northeast into serving the large cities, the large-sized cities, the small, the medium-sized districts, rural areas, bringing not only products such as internet. Internet is one of the products that we offer. In 4 to 5 years, we will have 100 products. We can get to the clients' homes with a menu, whatever they need in terms of product, because this product is going to ride on a 5G network, which is what we're trying to do, which is what we're going to deliver. So if by 2025 the Northeast is going to be completed, these two fronts are going to be completed, from then onwards, BrisaNet is going to always seek for innovation. We have an innovative profile. We have 20 areas, 20 startups in which each sector is searching for innovation. So this is the focus that we have in trying to bring a great opportunity for whoever is in the Northeast to be globalized, but online. It's not going to take a decade of delay, because usually technologies get to the capitals first. It takes a decade to go to the countryside cities, towns, and then another decade to come to the rural areas. So we're building a bridge. And for example, if the world launches a product, the product can reach the countryside of the state of Piauí, and that's our big challenge. Very good, Roberto. I think we're coming to the end of our panel. The take-home message would be that the state of Ceará has a set of competitive differential factors that are going to attract more and more investments, whether it's in data centers, whether it's in businesses that provide these higher layers of services, providing this infrastructure of communication of data, and also the data centers, which definitely must happen, without a doubt must happen, might happen what Roberto said. Might create a huge web of data centers spread out through our countryside, making the user, the population in general, at large, will have making them have a better experience as a user with improvement more and more. I'd like to thank Rafael greatly and also Roberto for this moment of learning that we had here today and exchange of ideas that we all had. Yes, I'll always be available here to collaborate in any way I can. Good evening to all of you. Thank you, Roberto. Thank you, Roberto. Thank you to all who are watching. My regards to all of you. You can count on us. Thank you. Our great gratitude, our thank you to the connectivity panel Ceará to the world. We thank Adalberto. Congratulations on conducting so much knowledge. José Roberto Rafael for showcasing cases of success in this area. And I thank you to you who are watching us and following up on the program of Ceará Global 21, who will be back in 2021 in 1 minute. And we're back to the second day of Ceará Global 2021, and now we're going to watch panel 10, Futurism as a Strategy for Economic Development. Tourism. And I'm going to show to you who will be with us in this panel. I'd like to remind our watchers that the questions to our guests can be asked by you using our chat feature on the YouTube channel. Our debaters will be the Executive Secretary of Comércio Ceará, Marcos Pompeu. Our guest will be Rui Amparo, Director of Safety and Operation of Flight in the ABEAR, as a Brazilian Association of Flight Companies. Guilherme Paulos, founder of CVC Brazil and GJP Hotels and member of the National Council of Tourism, and Chico Aoki, founder and president of the Blue Tree Hotels Network. So please go ahead.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Mauro Costa, all of the team in the production of Ceará Global 2021. I would like to greet at first the ones responsible for the event, the Brazil Portugal Chamber and the Sectorial Chamber of Foreign Commerce and Foreign Investments, represented by their presidents, Eugênio Vieira e Karina Frota, and a special greet to our General Coordinator, Professor Monica Luis, who lives in the city of Fortaleza. I have the honor to mediate this panel on behalf of the President of the FEComércio Ceará system, Luiz Gastão Bittencourt. The FEComércio Ceará system encompasses SENAC, SESC, the Institute of Research, the Managerial Council of Entrepreneurship of Tourism, and also the University SENAC, a unit called SENAC Reference, which is a unit of innovation. Therefore, a system that has already 7 decades of activities and that acts very much in tourism. Throughout our talk, I'll be able to bring some information. But based on these first thank yous and considerations, I bring a hug from the President Gaston to everyone who are here with us in the panel watching us. He would like to be here with me doing the opening, but due to other commitments that were important, he couldn't make it. But I'm here in the best way representing him. And now I'm going to start by introducing the theme of the panel. I just have in the room Guilherme Paulus, a great guy. But I'm going to start with Archivalk. First of all, it's an immense pleasure to see you and all of us here in the panel, on those who are watching us. We have Chico. I won't say how many years, Chico, but we do have some time on the road. The hair is gray. And the main thing, Chico, Guilherme, Mario, and our listeners is that tourism is an activity that us who have been doing it for 20 years or more, we can be part of the transformation that tourism has brought for our country, for our state, and what we still have so much to conquer and evolve in. But tourism is interesting because it's now being treated as a strategic policy of state development for state development, community. And in the past 20, 30 years, is that tourism here in Brazil started being taken seriously and we had important advancements. I would like first to introduce our panelists and thank immensely because these are friends of Ceará and they are here with us for being our friends and in this partnership. Because these are friends of Ceará. I'm immensely thankful for their presence here, for being here with us, for being friends and partners of so many things we have done together in these past decades. Chieko Aoki, starting with the ladies. Chieko Aoki is one of the icons of tourism worldwide because Chieko, she has a training in law in São Paulo, but she has courses on administration in Tokyo and in the US. And I would like to know from you, Chieko, if you are Japanese from birth or if you are from a different generation. Maybe you can explain to us later. But it's also very good for us to have this culture of being Eastern and people from Japan. For us, Japanese are examples of concentration, focus, realization. Maybe Japan is one of the most important examples in the history of the world of development and technology based from a culture of the Japanese. But we are representatives of this culture to start with us. Guilherme Paulus, because I don't even have to mention Guilherme Paulus, he's incomparable. Guilherme Paulus, as a story of Guilherme Paulus that I've had the opportunity that I've had to hear from his is a story of entrepreneurship and success that is incomparable in the world. It's like absolutely impressive. Você VC, Guilherme Jesus, Paulus Atés, and the construction of resources. And he had an airline because Guilherme Paulus is not afraid of being daring, you know? He does big things and he moves on. So all of those who have had the opportunity to fly on Webjet, it is something that Guilherme Paulo is doing. And now he should have other surprises that he can tell us throughout the panel. But it is a friend and it is an immense honor, Guilherme, to have you here, you know, for me, for everyone watching us. And finally, I would like to thank and greet Rui Amparo from ABA, the Brazilian Association of Airlines, that has come not only requested by President Eduardo Sanovic, who's a dear friend, an old friend of Brazilian tourism and internationally, and a friend of Ceará. But Rui Amparo, he is the aeronautical engineer with a degree and post degree in the Technological Institute of the Aeronautics. He has a degree in important councils and he was a technical director at TAM. He was a vice president of the TAM operations. He was a director of businesses of maintenance at TAM. So I don't even have to mention that for us, he brings also an excellent experience, and we are very anxious for information in hotels, aviation. Guilherme Paulos with a general vision of everything. So, having done the first introductions, I would like to only start with the first question. We are going to be talking with the colleagues here in the panel. We have practically three blocks, three or four blocks that we expect to be sufficient to conclude the panel in time and go deeper in the themes. The first one I cannot forget to mention to everyone is that we are in an event of internationalization of Ceará. Ceará occupies a strategic position which is important geographically of connection with the United States, Europe, Africa, and South America. The governor Camilo is talking about the hubs of Ceará, the air hub, the hub of ports, the port of Pecém. We have partnerships with Rotterdam, which is a world reference. We have the air hub that puts us even before the pandemic with 48 international flights weekly, which 20 years ago was unimaginable for the Northeast, especially for Fortaleza. And Ceará also has an entrance of cables that are submarine connections. We just watched the lecture on connectivity. And Ceará is something that is presented in the international scenario. And now we're talking about green hydrogen, which is also one more field that goes beyond renewable energy, the production of wind energy. And now we're talking about green hydrogen, which is also one more wind power, solar. And now green hydrogen is a reality that Brazil is presenting in Ceará as a protagonist that is coming through with dedication, discipline, and competence in order to develop a good work and find being a reference. But anyway, now I'm going to ask a general question. Ceará Global is a movement of internationalization. We do know that in Ceará, before the pandemic, the last data from the Secretariat of Tourism, the state in 2019, we received 3,700,000 tourists. And this had an impact of more than 12% in the GDP of the state. An employability of 230,000 people. And we had at that point in 2019 an occupation in hotels with the seasonalities, with a level of occupation in the field of 80%. And besides tourism for leisure, which corresponds to 50% of our flow, and considering the visits to partners and relatives, because people from Ceará is coming a lot to the states. We had in the tourism for business events, we had 30%.
We have here, and Guilherme knows as well, I think Amparo might know as well, one of those event centers which is one of the most modern in the country, the Ceará Event Center. And therefore, we were surfing this wave. Ceará having these area connections, 48 frequencies a week internationally. International tourism would account for a large amount of the global tourism for arrivals. And the event sector was growing as well, and all these hubs were advancing quite quickly until the pandemic came along. If we were to make a cut here, I'm going to finish this here. I'm going to try to make it a little bit faster. If you were to look at the international scenario since 2019 and from the International Organization of Tourism data they provided for 2019, an international arrival of 1,500,000,000 tourists from the world. Tourism accounted for 1 in 10 jobs in the world, and tourism also accounted for about 10% of the world's GDP. So when we are to speak of tourism, and I started by saying that tourism is now, over the last 20 or 30 years, has been considered as something more respect, so that it needs more respect and has large impact. This is something that is going to, this is an activity that was growing very quickly in the entire world. So the pandemic really stopped us very abruptly. So the shock really it was devastating. We say really it was the third World War. And now in 2021 in October, and we are getting back on our feet. We're getting back in investments and travels, and getting back our joy of seeing people and going outside. That has become a mental health requirement for people to be going back to life. This is something that is happening already. And I'll start with a broad, an overview question for everyone. I'll start with Guilherme Pause, and I'm going to reach Ms. Aoki and then Amparo. And my question is, our panel, the name of the panel is Tourism as a Strategy for Economic Development. So how do Guilherme, Aoki, Amparo, how do you see now in October, on the 21st, with so many people being vaccinated and the resuming of traveling and the resuming of investments as well, how can each of you maybe address this first theme, this first topic, which would be tourism as a strategy for economic development and the reuptake? So please make yourselves comfortable enough in terms of time. We have enough time for you to express what you have in your mind the best way you can. So please go ahead. Hello to everyone. Max, it's a great pleasure for me to be participating in this panel. Thank you for the invitation also. I'd like to greet my great friend Chico Aoki, or the great dame of tourism and hotel and hospitality, and the movements of women, the work she does along with Luisa also. This is a great honor for us to participate in a panel with Chico because she's a professor, really. She's our teacher. We have a lot to learn from her still. She's an icon in the hospitality trade, not only in Brazil, but in the world. Rui is an old friend, and you see, we're getting old, right, Rui? But he's a great friend of mine, of course. From Tim, the wonderful work he did working for TAM, especially in the executive part of sector, but then in another company with our friend who worked at CVC. Rui really is a great friend of ours as well. It's a great honor for me to participate in this panel. Okay, so the question is very generic, really, because we're living through a huge transformation in the world. Nobody anticipated what happened to the world. The world really, since November, really, things turned upside down, really, in the world. In Brazil, things started happening after Carnival. We had an event in which people who came from Europe people came to this wedding in Ilhéus, in Bahia. That's when the virus became more spread. There was a lot of concern with the Ministry of Tourism. We talked to Marcelo, and we had a meeting right after that in March with the Ministry of Health, and we were very concerned with what was going on regarding the virus. So we were taking precautionary measures. We developed a good work from the sector of hospitality, and everyone in hospitality worked quite strongly in the ministry, where we came to some conclusions. And we started doing a work in which we were able to, along with the pro-con, the customer protection service, in the airline companies, in the hospitality business, it really calmed tourism down. The Brazilian government also helped partly with funding, with you know, funding again. In 2020, at least, it was a very difficult year for us, but it was a year in which we were able to come to the end of it. The first semester of 2020 was very painful to all of us. Of course, we were able to take a step ahead with the vaccine. I think really this, I could say, we came to the pinnacle. I think we have over 50% of, we have over 100 million Brazilians that were already vaccinated. This brings guarantee of at least 50%. The idea is to reach at least 70%.
Mm.
But currently, uh,
An
the ma-
exceptional work that was able to bring the hub to Ceará and was able to do this work as well with participations in event fairs that are international, but real participation, taking the operators of tourism, especially those who are very important for being the great work that we should take into account as well, that we have to do a service of reception and the airlines have to have availability of seats so we can be able to bring foreign tourists here. Because if we don't have a union between the operators, the hotel tourism and airlines, and they have transportation, which is the main connection link, and the international operators, this is where the work is important, of course, with the help of the government as well. The participation of the Ministry of Tourism in Ibratu is very important. Not only spreading the word, having the public money and invest, but we have something to do with the natural beauties Brazil has. Everyone knows of the beauties today due to modernity. You have an internet with Google where you can control the tourist destinations. And if you put Ceará, Jericoacoara, or Fortaleza, you have all of the tourist data in Portuguese and English and Spanish. So you should learn how to work on this in a way that is not only going abroad, participating in the fair, playing a movie of the tourism destinations, but you don't have that connection with the airline in order to bring these people, the connection with the operator that is international in order to bring advantages of bringing groups. You have a large operator in Europe, like Quick, and many others as well. In each country, you do have a large operator. So from the moment you do this work and you join the main hotels together with the land operator plus the airline, and for you to present a charter to come to Brazil, you will start working very strongly. So this is a debate for a long time now of this work and this joining of the land operator, the hotel, the airline, and the international operator. We were able to bring tourists here. And of course, you have encouragement for these operators. They don't work for free. So this is a work that should be done and studied very dearly so you will really have a great flow. Because the tourists from Europe, I've had this experience in Paris. For you to bring foreign tourists simply because you have a shop and you are creating tours, if you don't have groups assembled, it's too expensive. The air tickets in Brazil are extremely expensive. And it's what you have, to take the trip with the air costs that are more affordable. So who knows very well about this? He knows about the studies that we've done in TAM at the time. We had more than 120 flights a week with flights from TAM. So this is a work that should be done. I think you agree with me. Okay, and you know how hotels operate and the difficulties we've had. Excellent. Now, okay, please, now your first considerations. She, Guilherme, you were speaking so well that I'm even uncomfortable. How can I go on? He's the king Midas of Brazil in tourism that we just heard. Congratulations, Andre. I believe you have a strategic vision which is very good, very global, which is really important. I think, as Guilherme said, vision is important. We should have a global vision in order to see the opportunities. That's it, Guilherme. Congratulations. Um, would like to introduce myself. Amparo, the secretary. We Amparo, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for your kind words as well. Look, I wanted to add with the speech I just heard with something I saw happening. Good things, the secretary. It's been too long that we're on the road. It's not only about white hair, but we see so many things happening, both good and bad, the things we were successful and unsuccessful in. And one of the biggest successful cases I've seen is Singapore. It's an example for me, an example of the way they invested in tourism. I met Singapore through hotels with 25% of occupation. And they were able to turn things around in very short time, a year and a half or two. They had that zeroed in. They came very quickly to 70 or 80% because it was a strategy precisely on the thing that strategic of economic development through tourism. It was very nice. In a country where there's no landscape, it's an island, there's no water, and the only thing they have is people. Personally, an opportunity of meeting, and I said, I'm going to invest in what we have best. This is what we should do, Guilherme. An entrepreneur should invest in what we know how to do best. You have invested in your trips, building packages, and it worked. What I have best is no landscape, no water, no land, no nothing, but I have people. So I'm going to gather all of these people. So he unified the people who was made of Chinese, Indian, Malayan, from all over the place. And then he unified everybody and said, now I have the country called Singapore, where we're going to be investing in a single currency. The official language is English and the currency is American dollars because I need to unite and focus. So this is what he did. And then what happened? He had already done this when I met him. But an important thing that I'm going to invest is people. So what did he do? What do we do first when we invest on people? Education. He invested in education. I went to Cornell. I saw dozens of Singaporeans in my course. Dozens. What did the government do? It was not for free. The government anticipated the payment for students and they worked hard. They had to start paying as soon as they got work and return to the government because there were many more people who wanted to study abroad. They would study English and hotel administration, etc. So there were many students going back and forth. So they made this investment for students. And what did they do later? Just like the secretary said, it's really important to join the sectors, not only hotels, agencies, and so on. All of the sectors, 52, 56, some say 52, some 56 sectors of economy that influence tourism. Everyone was put together. I have this project of 73. It's very nice. Everyone together. And he said something I admire. He said, you know why I want to be collaborating? And if you want, I'll lead because I'll receive without doing anything. I'll receive the text from everyone. So since I say I'm winning and I know there is my people, I'm more interested for this to take place. So there was a project for a tribute very nicely. So in this project, a pilot, there was an idea of doing Paris duty free in the airport. So he decided to create a duty free country. And at the time, international trips, international shopping was fantastic. Everyone wanted to shop. Now you can buy anything anywhere. At the time, it didn't exist. If we were to make something extra with duty free, everyone would go, people would be in the city in Singapore. And they did this, which was a beginning. They did restaurants. Tourism has grown. And the same thing that Secretary was saying. But Singapore also made investments in people. It was a hub of Asia for the port side. So we're talking about Ariel. They have a port hub for all of Asia there. So I saw all of it growing when they were talking with different countries to participate in whether they would pass that cargo through Singapore and see how they have grown ever since. So the first stage they ever did was this project of internationalization of Singapore. And ever since they have grown, building many restaurants and a whole lot of things, and never stopping investing in education. Because people have this vision of the more they can grow, you know. This did not stop because they were growing. They kept investing. So I think one of the two fundamental things, actually three things. First should be a state project for real, not only for one government, because we all know, Guilherme, that it takes us years to have visibility outside of the country. So it takes us years to have consistency in the amount of people that we want to bring back and forth between countries. So for us, especially to call people from the outside, it takes too long. I've seen how much money was invested in Brazil. For instance, in Japan and England, these are countries that were producing more at the time because that impulse was up and then down and then stops. It can't be. It should have continuity. This is one thing. The second thing is, I think union between parts of the sector, as Guilherme was saying, Brazil is still expensive. I do agree, it's really expensive. We don't see it's not enough for travel internally and externally. It should be cheaper. I want to travel more. I don't understand it. Maybe the Rui Amparo can help. I don't know why everything's so expensive, Guilherme. I don't understand. I think everything's expensive, and in Singapore they were able to make things a lot cheaper. And the state projects involving education, and we really believe that the tourism sector in itself does believe in it. But I don't know if the whole government does. We need union from every part of the sector to believe tourism will indeed bring benefits for all the sectors, as it's been seen before. Guilherme was the one who mentioned that we are the biggest. Jonas Bidd said something in his book, The Global Paradox, which made me very proud. He said tourism will be the biggest deal in the world. He said that at the time, and he believed that this kept growing. And I see in some countries as this is a core. You have a piece of road, a piece of whatever, and they're going to do a full marketing of it, and they're going to build a destination and create a destination. Like in the case of Africa, the Japanese, they have this all of these palm trees, and they build a groove, and people will come see the palm tree groove. Brazil that has all these green areas. Well, I don't want to take too long. Everyone is curious to hear from Rui Amparo, so I'm going to stay here. But I believe Brazil has everything to work, and we should be persistent in many things and have a project that's very firm, you know. I believe in tourism. I want to grow with tourism, and we are going to be joining sectors and not having such a short term vision. I do have a project that I want to make cheaper, this and that. I want to have well trained personnel and cool destinations. So there are some important projects that to coordinate is something that Ceará has everything for it to work out. I was there 3 weeks ago and it was wonderful. And it's really expensive. Hotels, it's not really the hotel, those houses, 3,000 a person. Guilherme, no, not 3,000, 2,500 reals a day per person. You see? And there were only houses anyway, but I thought it was expensive. Well, we should make cheaper, but this is why group trips and who we agree with us, I guess, that this work should be done because individually for people to travel, the cost is much higher, evidently. So for you to work with the international operators, you can bring the charters to Brazil. Our friend Najim did that in Rio International Hotel, the Gloria Hotel, the Copacabana Palace, and media. Americans would come, and I remember we could not get reservations in Rio in the summertime. And it was really strong. We would get at the time, 30 years ago, around 5 million tourists, and now we have 6 million. Why? There is no space in the commercial flights, in the regular flights, you know. Even Ceará received almost 4 million, right, Marcos? Yes, 4 million. But tourists, less than 10% of tourists, because these were relatives of people who were, well, Brazilians who would come visit, people from the Northeast visiting relatives in Europe, and they would come back. So people would go and come to places they were already full, 200 seats in an airplane. So there was no room for the tourists. And even the airfare for the European tourists is very expensive for the French to come to Fortaleza. It's around 1,500 euros, you know? So for him, it's important. For us, it's really expensive. For them, Brazil is still very cheap, especially because zero is almost 7 now. Our cost here for them is free. But if we have an airfare that's special in the block charter, in the plane, but this is work that should be done between operators and the land and operators that are international, because you can then assemble a package and have more affordable prices, which has happened very much. Ceará has made plenty of contacts with the Portuguese invading Ceará for a while. The Germans, they invaded for a long time Pernambuco. I don't remember the name of the operator now, but I don't know if who remember. Thomas Cook, maybe. Yes, it was German. Eriteu is doing good work, but why? Very well done. Matched. And the international operators have disappeared in groups. We have an entity and association now that we should be joining in doing this work. It's like Otto said, Singapore was able to educate. And I think we should re educate ourselves in order to win the international market a lot more, because it generates jobs and income, and tourism is something fabulous, right? Before the pandemic in the world that we see now, 1 in 10 jobs was in the sector of tourism. So it's a great opportunity we have. Sorry, can I just add something? Just a second. It's the following. I have a concern. Since tourism in Brazil is very low, I see many people leaving the hotel sector and the tourism sector. And I've verified this with many people that I know. I'm like, you left to a different field. So many people just gave up on tourism, and this makes me so sad. So we have to react fast, because we have to believe, I have to make it an activity that is economically positive, providing education, training good professionals, because they lost the proud of being in tourism. I think anyone can be, but it's not for everybody, I guess. You should have tourism that is dignified. I do apologize, Rui. You have the floor. Yes, Rui. Very good. Now I started this from your entrance. You should feel comfortable for using the time. And we have several annotations here for the second block of questions. So, Rui, now you have the floor. Thank you very much. Before anything else, congratulations to Ceará for the initiative, for the event. And I would like to say that I'm extremely thankful for being here today. I'm feeling a student in kindergarten, close to 2 PhDs here, 2 icons, 2 idols of mine. Mrs. Chieco, we've been introduced to each other many, many years ago. I don't know if you recall. But Guilherme, who's a big partner, he really invented, he was so creative. I mean, the charter flight in the 1990s. We we were saying over there in the large number of airplanes that we would put available, where aviation in Brazil was elitized and focused on a more purchase powered audience. And people like Guilherme have brought this possibility of having more people doing tourism as something more inclusive. And it's something I was honored to be around, Guilherme. And we had an airplane painted with CVC, which was such a surprise for him in São Carlos. It's a funny story I won't tell because it would take too long. But I would like to say the following. Mrs. Chieco mentioned education, an important point, and Guilherme mentioned us having scales, charter flights, because aviation is something sensitive from the perspective of costs, for instance, due to oil and so much. And scales is one of the secrets for it. Another thing that's really helpful in tourism in the Northeast, in Ceará, and particularly is that dollar is high now. So even though what Mrs. Chieco mentioned for an European, Brazil is cheap, we need to enjoy this opportunity as well. And I would like to add as well something. The government of Ceará, well, I'm a witness because I was from TAM commercial to TAM executive in 2016 and 2019. And I went to Aracati a lot where there was a hangar in a partnership with the Secretariat of Tourism, a partnership with the state government of Ceará. I had the opportunity to work closely with you, and I saw the major effort on something that is really fundamental to help tourism, which is infrastructure. So the road that is connecting to Aracati was doubled. The local airport was certified. It is ready to receive charter flights. I saw Jericoacoara being certified, and the goal in a partnership with CVC incremented many flights over there. So the infrastructure for our means of transportation as aerial is fundamental. The airport of Fortaleza was conceded to Fraport that made works and started to remade works that had been still for a long time, and now in the pandemic we see TAP and Air France coming back with their flights, which is really important. I just wanted to tell a little bit of what Guilherme said, that the pandemic entered in a way that's really fast and cruel in aviation here in the Western world. We were not believing in things that were happening over there in China. I mean, we were following the construction of the hospital there. But when things started in January, February 2020, and in March, it came at once. Aviation was still in April 2020, we went down to 8% of the amount of flights that we had pre-pandemic. Domestic flights, international, we had 3 or 4% only. And then a gigantic effort was made by the airlines, first to survive, and second to provide the country with means for tackling the pandemic. So we transported for free doctors, later vaccines, and we had plenty of awareness in aviation that, for instance, the technician that was fixing a sophisticated machine in Porto Velho lives in São Paulo. So we needed to transport the guy to help the hospital. So we were investing in a mission that was a little bit outside of the commercial regular mission, which is transporting passengers and serving those who are doing business and tourism. And what happened ever since? Domestic flights were recovering faster. I mean, we came from 8% in April 2020 to around 74% in January now, 2021. And this is thanks to tourism, local tourism, domestic, and the people who were visiting their relatives. They started to find cheaper flights, and there was such a concern. And we were able to have that traffic back between January and April with the second wave. Things worsened again, dropping to 35%. And with the vaccination now from the end of the first semester, We moved from 70% up, and we are waiting 90% for domestic flights in the end of the year. And in the high season, that's going to be reasonably fine for domestic flights. International ones, we depend on other countries opening, and each one has their own protocols in relation to Brazil and vice versa. And vaccination everywhere has been helpful. And we have now more than 20% in August, for 40% in December, and growing. And this is massively due to tourism and some appendices. Some people say that home office is going to take many people out of aviation. Well, yes, but what they call the anywhere office, which is the guy who stays in a hotel with his family in Fortaleza and he's working from there during the day and enjoying the city during the night, this also is gaining strength. So we do know that we need to find the opportunity. So what Guilherme has always been doing in his life is to find an opportunity even when the environment was difficult. This is what we have to find now. Tourism I see as being an extremely important part of capturing dividends to Brazil. And these points, and Vigário, Mrs. Anchieta Checo is mentioning education for people who work in tourism and knowing how to treat with the tourism and the structure for events in Fortaleza, the aeroportuary structure, without trying to be repetitive. This is fundamental because this leaves, when Guilherme mentioned, I don't even know how long ago because I don't want to tell how old you are. When you started the Northeast was something still playful that you would go camping at. We have the infrastructure that is nice and should be bigger. I spoke too much. I'm available. And thank you very much. I would like to revert to the second block and start with Rui Amparo. Then you have two objective questions. The fleet of airplanes around the world, post-pandemic, Aoki was commenting about this thing of people who are entrepreneurs are leaving the hotels. Paralyzation, we do know that everyone's on the ground. In the post-pandemic, do you believe of the retaking of all the expansion in the next few years? Or is there any other type of information? And the second question is a curiosity. Even in the commercial flights, the underground of the airplane is usually used for cargo, right? Products. What is the relationship in terms of sustainability and rentability of an airplane? What the it represents the underground and the passengers and the cabin. It's just a curiosity. I think it would be nice for everyone to hear. And I have a question for Aoki and Guilherme. Oh,
So what happened in the world with the pandemic? We didn't have a minimum profitability, which is what we call the operational margin. In many airlines in the world, to fly would mean to waste money than not flying. In Brazil, we created, along with ANAC, we created what we call the essential mesh, so that we or web, so that we can provide in the sense of economy, the economic sense, all of the airlines would stop, and as they did in the world. The thing that happened differently is that the leasing companies, which are the ones that own the airplanes in most cases, and leasing is the most common work method for having the asset, the plane itself. It was not worth it since everyone was doing poorly. It was not worth it to take the airplanes back because you'd have to take the cost. You have to be accountable for the cost of maintaining the airplanes. It's common to see those airplanes in airplane ship wreck yards, as we see in deserts. So, for example, they're accumulating. You owe me. So, but keep your plane, and that's what they say, because it will be more troublesome and uh, more costly to bring their planes back to their hangars. So the answer would be yes. You do have the planes, the airplanes. In some cases, the fleet could be uh, put back into flight again. In the case of Brazil, Latam, and Gol, for example, they maintained their fleet. We negotiated along with the government. The Air Force provided Air Force bases. So we stopped. Several airplanes were parked. The statistics for flight is just as I was telling you. So this reuptake, it finds airplanes available. It finds some airliners in the world. They're in a terrible situation because many people came into debt to survive. Actually, make a to make a living, to buy food. They went into they went into the extra payment in the credit card. So it really is a difficult time in terms of pandemic in the world. So we're past this phase already. I think the airliners, they were able to equalize their financial parts. It's not easy. It hasn't been easy. But I think that in Brazil, the airlines are coming along, and I think there's a lot of opportunities in the world for other airlines to come along as well, due to the availability and number of airplanes. What will happen in about 3 or 4 years is a shortage of specialized professionals, because there's an effect, which is the fact that you're not offering pilots in the basic market. So it's expensive to take the pilot course, and they say, no, there's no jobs available. People can't find themselves in the marketplace. So aviation gets back into activities, and it takes a while to educate engineers and pilots and etc. It's just that the academia. You specialized professions are not born out of nowhere. That's what I'm trying to say. So Marcus, what it can happen, and it's very possible for it to happen. And many people want to take the opportunity and even start airliners, even in Brazil. In ANAC, we have 7 businesses requesting a grant for becoming an airliner, a registered airliner. Guilherme knows well the challenges we have to keep airliners running. It's very intensive in terms of capital. In terms of load, well, pre-pandemic, in terms of a normal situation, cargo is extremely important for an airliner. In the past, we had a separation. Oh, so there's a passenger airplane, there's a cargo plane. So that's become well, that's become undone lately, because recently we got lost with the pyramids, because sometimes 20 to 30% of the profits came from cargo shipment. When I was still working at TAM, we had a 777 airliner flight, and there was some Chilean people, and the underground, the basements of the airplanes were filled with salmon for us to bring to Europe. So it was a Japanese restaurant from several European cities. They were supplied by this chain. Same went for, well, let's say we had flowers from Espírito Santo, we had fruits from the northeast of Brazil. There are flower export businesses that they couldn't afford to export more than one container a day. But there was one container being shipped on an airplane filled with flowers. But there are also more added value cargoes with smaller items, a smaller number of items that go to Manaus, for example. So just as a final remark, during the pandemic, the cargo flights, they were very important for all of us. We got authorization from ANAC and other operators in the world to bring cargo instead of passengers. You could not have both at the same time before due to a matter of safety. But the regulators would authorize that, because e-commerce came on very strong, because people were stuck at home, because people would be ordering all the time, all around. People would get trade their smartphones for a better one, a newer one. So the Brazilian aviation, the world aviation as a whole, they benefited a lot from the cargo shipment. In the first months after April 2020, there was basically only cargo shipment going on in the airplanes. So the companies would send the planes to China to bring back masks and respirators and also other goods to fight the sanitary crisis. So you couldn't even open the flight for passengers, but there wouldn't even be any room for passengers anyways. So the cargo shipment is very important for the aviation business as well. Thank you so much, Rui. Now, Sheikh, I'd like to ask you. I think we're coming to maybe the second and last round of discussions, and then we can have your closing remarks. If the production the friends from production can tell us how long we have left, I would appreciate that. And Sheikh, you were telling me of education, the case of Singapore, which is an extraordinary case actually, and you were also mentioning about the clusters. The topic of this international meeting for this year is going to be global clusters. Maybe tourism would be one of the activities that would represent this this chain of sectors that can provide some type of service. And so what I ask is, many people are leaving the hospitality business, and there are new competitors to the hospitality business now, such as the Airbnb, Advance, and others. So I ask you, what do you see for the future of a hospitality business as we know it, and the new options for accommodation, and how do you foresee that for the next 5 or 10 years? Let's start with the end then, okay? There's always competitors. There will always be novelty, so that we are not stuck in time. I love competition. I love novelty things. Airbnb, when it came along, everybody said, "Oh no, my God, it's terrible for us." Everyone said, "No, no, we can't just let things go that way. If we have an idea, we have to put it into action. And we have to move around and get on our toes." And so when we have to react when people put fire into us, and that's it. Other things will come up, and the human mind is really fabulous, and new things will come along, and fabulous things. And we also, during the pandemic, we created other products. We created 3 or 4 products. I think that's wonderful, and we're doing well. You see how many opportunities we were losing before, we were wasting. Yeah, I used to say we were wasting so many opportunities. All of this had to happen for us to create new things. You see, we thought this was unnecessary before. We thought everything was going well before. And if we had strengthened other businesses, maybe these other businesses would have generated more jobs and more income and everything. And these are things. No, I hope more things will emerge in the future. I hope this is going to be good for the country. I don't think we should only think. I said this before. We should not only think of our business. Don't think only of your business. Think of the marketplace. Think of the country. Then you can grow even further, because things that happen to the country, but you're benefiting from that as well. So that's what I had to say about that. About the other question that you were asking, which was regarding, I'm sorry, I got so excited about the second question. Yes, about the investors that are leaving the hospitality business. No, there's Guilherme has several projects for going in and going out. This question should be for him, not for me, because I've been in the same business for several years now. What makes me feel really sorry about this is that investing in, now in people in our business takes a while. And to train people takes a while. To educate people takes a while. And tourism needs very good, very well trained people, professionals in their trade. So you have a lot of people that went to school, learned, and studied, but in comparison to other countries, still, our major competitor is not Brazil, it's the world. The world's opened up for us, and also everyone's become our competition. So we must always try to become better than we were before. So we must develop empathy and several other things. So the more we improve, this is very basic things. These are very basic things. We must invest in ourselves. As Rui was saying, we have to get better infrastructure. Everything must be improved. We cannot just say, "Oh, the money is short." Okay, but to have a project and say we're going to do this and we're going to do that, because more and more the world is our competition. I'm not concerned about a competition that we have here. I'm worried about international competition because people go to other places as well, other destinations, even the nearby destinations. We have several competitors here around us. They might go to Argentina, for example, not our hotel. So I think we must tidy up our homes and we must improve ourselves as well. This is always forever. If you're in a business, you can never stop thinking of improving and becoming better at what you do and how you can. In my case, I think how we can create a positive image for our country. This is very helpful to me already. How we can have these professionals that speak proudly of our country abroad. Because we say bad things about our country. We want the press and everyone to say good things about our country. And we should join so that we can feel proud about our country. And we have this pride consolidated, and I feel this strongly in Ceará. I have many friends in Ceará, and they're very proud. They said, "Oh, we did this, and then we have Jericoacoara at the beach. You have this and that. This is beautiful. This is really beautiful. This pride. This is really nice, and this is what we have to do in the entire country." Right, Guilherme? Guilherme is the master in entrepreneurship. Thank you, Aoki. Now I'm going to take your cue to ask the last question to Guilherme. Guilherme mentioned something which is very curious because he said something about the charters. It's as if we have to start everything over, right? Here, Anya, she sent us a message. She must be watching us right now. We, the Secretariat of Tourism, Aoki, Guilherme, and Samparo, of course, all of us know Anna. We've been a Secretariat of Tourism of the state for 26 years. And 26 years ago, we were starting to go through this tourism, flights, better prices, better conditions, in comparison to executive business flights, in which the rates go differently. Guilherme said, look, we must resume charter. We must start a cycle over. Guilherme, I ask you that. Since this reuptake starts at a mid distance, mid long distance, long distance. So, how does this maritime tourism, airline tourism, how do you see these new reuptakes, these new opportunities for other connections besides the classic airline connection? Well, first, no, actually, just like to finish what I was saying before by saying that look, Brazil is very cheap. At Abavi, we are the academia. On Monday and Tuesday, I was with a group of Portuguese gentlemen, people of friends of Pedro. Pedro, who is the director of the Dom Pedro Hotel, which was sold also, right? Sold to a group of investors. Hotel Dom Pedro is not owned by Dom Pedro from Portugal anymore. It's owned by a group of Brazilian investors. And it's a share time. Something that's been growing in the hospitality business also, which I think is a great danger. And during the hotel attack time, it grew a lot, and now these properties and selling an apartment for 12, 24, 36 people, this is something that's become crazy. So you must be very careful. Although this is part of the development of tourism, we cannot deny this, just as we cannot deny Airbnb, for example, how it works. So there is competition. Competition is good because it makes us entrepreneurs to look at this and become more savvy with our uh, or really with our businesses. There's a very famous beach stand. For you to have an idea, a fried fish, wonderful, delicious fried fish, that's 80 reais. A small drink, caipirinha, 16 reais. That's divided by euros. You know how much that is? 16 euros, 60, uh, well, pence. Me and Luisa, we were walking through Liberty Avenue and we went to a very simple hotel. We ate some codfish. It cost 80 euros times 6.20, that's 480. 960 reais. The same people spent, you know, how much they spent per person eating. Well, a drink, a caipirinha, along with the fish, they spent 16 euros 60 cents. That's not 90, that's 80, 90 reais, really. You see the difference. I was in Belo Horizonte with Luisa in the last holiday, and there was a group of French people that wanted to go into a mine, a grove, and the water cost 3 reais 50 cents. And I told the guy at the bar, and I told him, look, make it more expensive. They're French. That's very expensive, very cheap for them. That's cent for them. That's a fraction of an euro for them. As was said, we must. Brazil is very, very cheap. Brazil is for free. A hotel rate for the day. If you divide that by 620, that's 129 euros. 1 week is cheaper than 1,000 euros for a guy to stay here at a 4 or even 5-star hotel, depending on how many days they'll be buying. 900 euros to spend a week in a hotel with breakfast. In Europe, there's not even breakfast on the hotels in the hotel. So we must take the opportunity of making big investments at this time, because again, Brazil is very cheap for them to come here. And also taking the tip from Ceará, I visited the new coastal uh, way. It's really something of the first world. It's really eye candy. Jericoacoara has wonderful hotels as well, charming hotels. And this is the road that we have ahead of us. This is something we have gained with the pandemic, which was the short distance tourism. The person from Natal visiting Ceará, the person from Ceará visiting Natal in the state of Rio Grande do Norte, the person from the state of Alagoas going to Pernambuco, the guy from Pernambuco going to Alagoas, the guy from Bahia going to Sergipe, the guy from Sergipe going to Bahia, the Northeast going to the south of the country. So this increment is great for the country also. So the pandemic also, with this slow process of getting back on its feet, we were able to gather an audience that we didn't have, especially for the luxury hospitality. We have the Sant Andros castle, which is still there, and it was occupied for most of the year. So since it's a chateau, it's a charming hotel. You must. Oh, by the way, you must visit it, sir. Madam, you're always my guest. Julia and Marcos also, the gentleman. You're also a guest here. It's a very special hotel. It provides butlers, and you can have breakfast whenever you want. You can have it at 11 a.m. or noon in any room of the castle, or maybe in the front yard, the library, um, or maybe in the vista with a beautiful view. In our hotel, Brazil gained several high-end hotels. And this is an achievement we got with this pandemic. Leisure hotels started working quite nicely. We have this reuptake, which is the big road that we have ahead of us. We must learn something from the pandemic too, from the war. Let's call it a war, a third world war that we are facing. It really was a third world war. We gained a lot in terms of education in Brazil. We were able to improve in our education. Of course, with problems that we are faced with, but we were able to educate our country. And I think the vaccine was the life we gained. I remember when I took the first vaccine dose. I think it's as if I was coming back to life. I felt a new breath, new spirituality within me. So I really think this is something that we can gain from, and also take something out of the bad experiences. Not just say no, lie down and say, okay, I'm going to die too. No, we have to lift our chins and look ahead and search for new businesses. Many people are curious. Many people must be thinking, what am I going to do next? What am I going to do next? Well, there's a lot for us to do in hospitality. I think I can continue to collaborate with the entities that I collaborate with already, and also looking into new businesses. I know this is something that grows a lot in our country. The high-end luxury hotels, we look at them also with a lot of care. We must continue. We must carry on. I think life didn't stop. It was an opportunity, a business opportunity that showed up, and that for us, my son Gustavo, he coordinated his work very, very well, just as he did on web. He's the big business salesman. He sells businesses, and he's been doing a great work. But it's the right time. We have to know when to take the opportunity of the opportunities of the situations that come along, and also, for such as Aok, for example, she founded Blue Tree, right? So I was inspired by you too, Aok, and also by you too, Rui. He used to say, "Look, man, you have to stop." Tom used to use only the executive airplanes in the weekends, on the weekends. It was a perfect match because most of the people that traveled with CEC didn't know TAM or TM. And when they found out about Varig, Transbrasil, and VESP, at the time when TAM launched the Fokker 100, they would leave Swift quickly from Congonhas and had an amazing um, board service, on-board service. So it was really a first-rate service. The red carpet, the boarding room. So TAM, we used to care for their customers. So the commander ladder, for example, all of those things inspired us quite a lot. And when the Fokker 100 plane came along, it had a CVC logo printed on it, and it was a great pride for us. And also to know that when you work together, well, nobody does anything on by themselves. A single bird doesn't make the spring. So that's the work that we have done over this year, all these years. That's great. Production is telling us that we're about to run out of time, and I thought it was just beginning, actually, to be honest. I'd like to ask each of you to give your final remarks for maybe 30 seconds, and on behalf of on the president of the has the Secretary Luis Gastão, what I heard here today in terms of education, the need for training people, for tourism, and for the airline industry and the hospitality industry. I see that we are restarting this cycle, and this cycle of generation of jobs and development and opportunities for our country. So this meeting, I'd like to thank you so much, Guilherme, Chieco, and Rui. I'd like to thank you for being here with me today, and also I'd like to say that my closing remarks, my final word is hope for the young people of all ages. Chieco? Hi, yes. Look, first of all, I'd like to congratulate this initiative of having this event, which really it's fundamental. Policies with such strategic growth. The panel deals it as a business, an important businesses that encompasses all of the sectors. So really, I'd like to congratulate. Really, I don't really know what else to say because that's what we really need to believe, invest, starting investing, placing the problems on the table and solving them. We say a lot about the benefits and what we can still do. So I really hope that more states will follow this example that is shown by Ceará, and we all together make it so that if a tourist can come to the Ceará, they can come to other states as well in Brazil. Ceará is not the only state in Brazil, so we together can be better. Thank you for the invitation again. Really, it was a great pleasure to be with all of you today, all the three of you. I don't want to speak for too long, but really, you are to be congratulated. Secretariat, Rui, Guilherme, thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, Checo. Now, Rui, and then Guilherme to wrap up. Very quickly, also, I'd like to thank and congratulate. As I said, I was following the big effort that Ceará has done in several investments. So things don't happen by chance. So I'd like to take a hook from a cue from what Guilherme said. Things work hand in hand. So the airline industry benefited from the fact, well, tourism was what helped aviation survive in this pandemic, because while we were making super strict procedures and face masks and alcohol gel and embarking and boarding separately, and everyone boarding with a social distancing. So the transfer to the hotel and the restaurant from the cities that we were attending, they would lead to trust in our passengers. So, for example, oh, so aviation is safe, but I'm not sure if I'll get maybe COVID somewhere else. Well, maybe from halfway onwards, it was clear that all of the chain was working in this. The opposite would be true as well. Let's say a hotel in Ceará is following all the protocols, but the airplane is not safe for me, so they wouldn't go. So the fact that we're working a lot in this sanitary safety and all of the chain being putting an effort into this was fundamental. It was really fantastic. It's the airline operator, it's the hospitality operator, it's the transfer, it's the hotel, it's those who sells, the CVCs, the public, the power, the crazy infrastructure for them to feel safe. So more than ever, I'm very optimistic about what's coming ahead. Well, being optimistic doesn't mean we're out of trouble. That means things are ugly in the entire world still. It's not different here in Brazil. We have a lot to do still here. As Eduardo Sanovic says, we're still under the rain. The rain is not so heavy right now. There's not so much lightning, but it's still not dry over here, okay? And lastly, thank you so much. Congratulations to Ceará. And again, I'd like to reinforce my pleasure of seeing Guilherme. Guilherme, we get older. Guilherme doesn't really. And of course, my icon here, Ms. Chiego. It's a huge pleasure to be with you here today. Thank you so much. I should be paying to be in this event here with you today. Thank you. Guilherme, you can provide the closing remarks. Yes. Having the responsibility of ending this session, Chico, you live in my heart. Rui, also, great companion, great friend. Our president from the also. Marcelo is a brother of mine. I was very concerned with the planes at the time. And I thought, Marcelo, so what then? So he said, no, don't worry. The air conditioning is renewed every 3 minutes, so don't worry. Tell them they can travel safely. Oh, but they'll be afraid. I said. But in any case, there was um, a lot of restrictions that were placed in airports, for example. The work that has to be done, with all the safety protocols. So we have something fabulous going on. Really. So everyone, thank you so much, and believe in tourism, trust tourism. It has extraordinary force. Ask our governors, ask our uh, mayors to choose these people who are going through tourism school, have them as secretariats, municipal secretariats, because that's a big opportunity. Because these people who have bachelor's degrees in tourism, they know tourism, they love their city. So it's very important for us to take advantage of our tourism guides, people who provide the news and the entire segment and information to the customers. So tourism is something that's huge, really. All I ask from our governors is that choose well your secretariats. We have Arialto, we have several wonderful secretaries. We have Anya, who was really an icon. The work we did there 20 years ago, really, with Ani, really. So these works, they're extremely important. That's why they have such a strong destination such as Ceará. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for the invitation and for being here. As you said, we were supposed to be paying to be here today, right, Chieko? Really, it's a pleasure to be with you. A warm hug to all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. And our appreciation to the participants in this panel on tourism as a strategy for economic development. My dear friend Marcos Pompeo, thank you so much for conducting such as elegant as ever. Thank you so much, Guilherme Rui, for such enthusiastic lectures, so full of emotion to provide the importance of the topic of this team to us. And now, Ceará Global 2021 continues in 1 minute, okay?
Ceará Global 2021 continues now with the presentation of panel number 11, the World Control in the PSN Complex, Evolution and Challenges. So we'd like to invite you to get to know our guests. I should remind you that the questions to our guests can be asked through the chat in our YouTube channel. As a moderator of this panel, our invited is the Executive Director of New Era Customs Consulting, Edson Moraes, Fiscal Auditor and Chief Inspector of the Board of Inspectors of the Federal Government in PECEM, Carlos Wilson Albuquerque, Fiscal Auditor and Deputy of Funding in Fortaleza, IRS Assistant João Vinícius Cavalcante, Fiscal Auditor and Chief Inspector of the Board of Inspectors of the Federal Revenue in the Airport of Fortaleza, and Rebecca Oliveira, Director of Institutional Relations of the Complex of PECEM. My dear Hermes, the words are now under your command. Good luck. Thank you. Welcome to another edition of Ceará Global. Hello, guys. Good evening. Mauro, once again, my dear friend, how are you? Good evening, everyone who is following us in this marathon that is really important of spreading knowledge, spreading information, and generating possibilities. It's an honor and a privilege to be with our friends of the IRS, my friend Rebecca from the complex of PECEM, to talk about the customs control and the evolution and their challenges. I work in the segment for 28 years. There are 10 years now acting in dispatchment in customs in São Paulo, where I was born. After 18 years with the inauguration of the port of Pecém, in my change to Ceará, I follow every day how the process has been of the evolution, and we are facing challenges together. But I should tell you something. The Internal Revenue Service of Brazil has been a fundamental partner of the companies that are importers, exporters, and the faithful depositary of ports, and the Revenue Service has been more engaged when the t-shirt and bringing solutions so we can bring a foreign trade that is competitive and bringing agility. And this is why we will have the privilege to be here talking with you here today. We're not going to bring a extremely technical topic, but it's important to understand and maybe learn sophisms about what the revenue service being a body that is in the process to interfere, create slow procedures. That's not it. It's the opposite. I can tell you very confidently, and I'm a witness here who's living the everyday life, and I should tell that's been 28 years that I've been working in the revenue service and how we have been involved in accelerating processes and making them much easier. We can and we will see how they are today, certifications of OEA, single portal of foreign commerce. These are some of the themes that today, in a very focused way, we'll be talking as PECEM in a history of recently arrived to the adult lives, because PECEM is now celebrating 19 years of activities as a port that started from zero and is now a reference for foreign trade of Brazil. And now to start listening to our guests, I should invite my friend Vilmar Souza. Very good evening. Thank you. I would like to invite you to give your initial statements. You're very welcome on behalf of all of Serra Global. I would like to thank you so much. Thank you, Hermes. Good evening, everyone. Initially, I would like to thank for the president of the Chamber of Brasil Portugal in Ceará, Mr. Eugênio Vieira, and as the president of the Sectorial Chamber of Foreign Trade and Foreign Investment, Mrs. Karina Frota, for the invitation made to the Internal Revenue Service to be participating in another event of Ceará Global. We are very honored for that. I greet you, Hermes, our moderator, as well as the panelists, the fiscal auditors, Wilson, the deputy of the customs section of Fortaleza, and Moraes, the chief of the PECEM Government João Domício, the fiscal auditor, and Mrs. Rebecca Oliveira, representative of the complex of PECEM. I also greet the other authorities that are following us in this event, welcoming you to all servers of the Revenue Service in the third fiscal region that are the states of Ceará, Piauí, and Maranhão. And I greet all of the audience watching us today, still remotely. Well, the dialogue that we're going to be doing in this panel is going to be mentioning, as you said, the experimented evolution of these almost 2 decades of existence of the industrial and port complex of PECEM. And what are the main challenges in the horizon in order to keep advancing in the construction of a business environment that is safer, more attractive, promising, and sustainable for the port of PECEM, giving opportunity for the development and growth of the economy of Ceará and consequently of Brazil, projecting even more the state of Ceará in the international market. Well, to talk about challenges in the revenue service for the port of PECEM is to find the point of balance between the binomial control and facilitation of foreign trade. It's a theme that is very dear to the revenue service. And one of the 5 strategic objectives for the biennial 2021-2023 is to amplify security and agility in foreign commerce. The prevalence of these two values are somehow antagonic are part of the daily routine of the IRS when it comes to its service. Evidently, ensuring the financial resources to maintain the Brazilian state and the public policies that are made effective, such as education, promotion, health, security, transportation, and so on. And the companies that are accordingly or looking to be accordingly in its taxes, we have facilitated in our efforts, as you mentioned well, and encourage the voluntary uh, accomplishment of the tax obligations, making our action often imperceptible. The engagement in innovation and offering of services of excellence has been a constant struggle in the Internal Revenue Service. In order to illustrate this dynamism, I bring here, as you mentioned, Hermes, the implementation of the Certificate of Authorized Economic Operator, the OEA, that has a point of giving more celerity, reducing costs, and providing easier access to the foreign trade organizers. The companies that are certified, for instance, can use the space of the waters in the dispatch over the clouds, which is something new, and with all of the advantages that come along. Another innovation that I would like to mention here is this one open in the third fiscal region. Today, already spread in different units of the country was the regionalization of customs dispatch, customs processing, which is not really related to the jurisdiction of the unit of the IRS jurisdiction. There is a physical entrance or exit of the merchandise to different country, cargo that is imported by the port of São Luís, for instance, is going to have the procedures of detangling without even noticing by the auditor at the port of PECEM, which will make it easier for the custom procedures. We would like to add that there is a physical remote verification of merchandise, an action that already exists in other national ports that has been replicated here by the Board of Inspectors of the Federal Inspection at the Port of PECEM, evidently with improvements in technological innovations, as we can observe in the video that we'll see next. For these innovations, the Revenue Service has aimed at dialoguing with society and identifying their needs. The existence of the regional forums of customs for a long time here in the third fiscal region, the recent creation of the local commissions of facilitation of trade, the program Know Our Customs are examples of this dialogue of the moments of dispute in society. And an aspect is fundamental to have this facilitation of foreign trade with another that makes it necessary to look beyond and maintain protection of the deviations in conduct that certain contributors do deliberately in order not to fulfill their tax obligations. And some are going way beyond when it comes to practicing counterfeit crimes, deviation, not paying taxes, transporting wrong products like drugs, which make the image of Brazil dirty to other countries. It is more assertive control of foreign trade. The Internal Revenue Services have worked with risk management, technology information, and many time acting in partnerships with national and international institutions for security and intelligence. Combating the commercialization of products that are regular by the IRS favors the loyal competition between companies, the protection to the health of consumers, the decapitalization of organized crime. But the work the IRS is doing is not limited to the removal of these products from circulation from being irregular in its situation, but it goes way beyond when it allows the possibility to be redirection to other purposes. Like we have the auctions that are taking place. And it's important to mention that 40% of the auctions income is sent to Social Security. It is possible also to incorporate the patrimony of public bodies, facilitating the purchase and reduction of public expenditure for these products that are incorporated by different public organs. And we have prioritized here in Ceará, Piauí, and Maranhão the institutions of security in the past 2 years. The donation to entities that are non-profit as well is possible of these products that are removed, but they can still be consumed. And here in the third, the IRS has instituted a while ago the program called New Destinations. In this program, the entities of the third sector are donating merchandise that is seized by the IRS and present to social projects. The ones approved can be funded with the resources obtained from selling these merchandise. This program has allowed throughout the years deep social transformation in the state of Ceará, Maranhão, and Piauí. I'm almost at the end of my talk, and I would like to be based on the thoughts of the writer, poet, and Irish writer Oscar Wilde when he ensures that everyone knows how to make history, but only the great ones know how to write it. I would like to seize the moment then to recognize, on behalf of all of us, part of the IRS in Brazil, in the third fiscal region, that we need professionalism, competence of the six inspectors and the respective custom servers that were in front of the servers of the IRS in Pecém throughout history. I should mention the name of these six chronologically. Maria de Fátima Ribeiro, Carlos Heraldo Teixeira Tourinho Costa, Carlos Wilson Azevedo Albuquerque, who gave us the honor to be present here, Wilson Barbosa Medeiros, João Domício Pinto Cavalcante, as well present with us, and the current inspector, Edson Nogueira de Moraes, who is also here with us. All of us knew not only how to make history in the port of Pecém, but especially have left written in the annals of the Revenue Service as well as in our minds. In all of these inspectors I mentioned, I would like to especially register the memory of the General Inspector that we miss so much. He was responsible for organizing the Port of Pecém when it started being the Board of Inspectors of the IRS, because until it came, Pecém was a sector of the Port of Fortaleza. Geraldo was recognized by this high technical competency, humility, and the ability to believe that it is indeed possible to start building something that is grand, that is capable of transforming for the better the life of future generations, as in the case of the Port of Pecém. He left to another dimension in 2011, but his abnegation in transforming the Port of Pecém in something capable of changing social and economical realities in the state of Ceará still remains present in the sea in each sunset in the port, because there in these circumstances there were parts of his actions that were deposited, which inspires us to continue with his dream. I thank you for your attention, and I will pass the floor back to Hermes, my friend, so you can continue with our event. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vilmar. I would like to tell you that while you reminded us of the illustrious and unforgettable Geraldo Tourinho, it's really a story that moves us, and I need to confess that my story has changed because of the port of Pecém when I was able to open my own company and employ more than 100 people and cooperate for the development of the trade in Ceará, and Geraldo is an important figure. Let's have a look at the video that we had. Local TV station make a story on the remote conference process of merchandise implemented in the Port of Pecém, working to make it fast and ensure things will flow in a proper speed for that has been done in the local economy. It's unnoticed often from the fiscalization, even from kilometers away. The cameras are working as the eyes and ears of the auditors, who are capable of verifying with the help of the computer whether the imported cargo in the port of Pecém is legal. Through the tablet and through my computer and also through my voice, I am capable of requesting what I want, approximating the camera to the merchandise I want to check, which is the most important, is the quantity, the specifications of the merchandise, as well as their origin. The performance of remote verification is only possible due to this monitoring scheme that was established in one of the areas of inspection of the revenue service. 5 high precision cameras are located in strategic places of the unit. The system spent 3 months in the experimental stage and is now an indispensable tool in the fiscalization and control of foreign trade. With the remote verification, you are going to take the server out of the area, and you're also taking away the possibility of an importer be present there, because the importer can actually follow the verification through a meeting in an app that he's going to receive a link for, so he doesn't need to move. With the purchase of the system, it is possible to access the cameras from anywhere in the world. The images are also recorded and they go to a database. The technology does not bring only comfort and safe and security in the processes. Between other benefits, we also find a reduction in up to 50% of the time spent in releasing the cargoes. It is very common, for instance, for you to conclude a verification and have doubts. Well, did I see this thing right? With a system such as this one, you can go back in the video and check once more the situation of a cargo. All of this transformation has followed the development intensely in this terminal, even in a year of pandemic. Only in 2021, in the 5 first months, there was a movement of more than 8 million tons in merchandise. May 2021 was 70% above the movement registered 1 year before in the year of Pecém, and it reached 1,708,897 tons. The pandemic has shown that the world did not stop, that we are still growing. We did not stop for 1 minute our work. We were considered an essential service, so we were here always next to our partners, our clients, and this year we're showing the fruits of that we're going to harvest of last year's work. Excellent. Have a look. We're bringing here an evolution that is technological to facilitate the work, to make it faster, to provide better conditions, and then bring more flow. I wanted to remind you that I have a quick research from 3 roles the Internal Revenue Service has to share the floor with Carlos Wilson. The roles of the Revenue Service to administrate internal taxes and foreign trade, management and execution of the administration services, fiscalization and customs control, and repress counterfeit and deviation in the borders of its action. Dr. Carlos Wilson, our dear Deputy of the Customs in Fortaleza, I want to hear and welcome you. Tell me, within this process, what is your opinion? What contribution can you bring us showing from the time that you have occupied the position of inspector in the port of Pecém until now? What is your understanding about our challenges of the evolution that we had in the customs control, Carlos? Well, Your microphone is off. Okay, now it's working. Okay, good. Good evening, everyone. Rebecca, colleagues from the Revenue Service watching us, listeners from the panel. Thank you, Hermes, for moderating. It's hard to speak after Vilmar, but I'll try to give my best because Vilmar, indeed, when he starts, it's hard to talk after him. But in relation to, well, first I would like to thank immensely the organization of Ceará Global 2021 for allowing us to speak a little about the revenue service, especially the history we've had in the past 20 years in the presence of the Federal Revenue Service in the port of Pecém, that I'm very proud of having participated in 8 of them. I came to Pecém in 2006 and I left in 2014. But since it opened in 2002 and even before it was officially inaugurated, the Revenue Service is present. Because in the beginning, Pecém was an addendum of the port of Mucuripe, and there was an inspector and an analyst, a technician from the treasury to release the ships that were coming in and testing the port even before it was officially inaugurated. At the time, my friend Fatima Ribeiro, who I send a big hug to, especially because I'm sure she's watching us, she's the first chief of PECEM, was trying to bring people to work in the PECEM because people were practically from Mucuripe. So on the 2 first years, these were years of an organization, of a minimal structure that we were working there in the main gate. So this beginning of the operations, they were still starting, and the port was still growing. And after 2004, the inspectors started gaining strength when my friend and my dear friend Carlos Geraldo Tourinho, who I miss so much, took the position of inspector. Unfortunately, he's no longer between us because he passed in 2011. I'm sure he would be here in this panel. He would have many stories to tell about PECEM. And if Fatima was in the beginning of the organization period of the place, Geraldo was trying to bring a dispatch that was in Mucuripe. All of the documents were there, and Geraldo was bringing the dispatch and its control to PECEM. The creation of an on-call service that allowed to bring more people. They were looking at exportation first, and little by little things were right. I came to the port to be the chief of dispatch in 2006. In 2008, I was the head of inspection. Now, I would like to tell you a little bit about, well, transaction about what Hermes said about the control of the revenue service. I'm going to talk about some inaugurations and initiatives that were very important not only for the port but for the state of Ceará as well throughout our management in the port of Pecém. I'm going to start from 2009, the year where the terminal of regasification was inaugurated for Petrobras. We were importing natural gas in the liquid form to be transported in vessels in low temperature. And when they came to Pecém, it was regasified. This terminal was really important not only for Ceará, but in Brazil as well. At the time, Brazil was going through an energy crisis, not electricity like now, but gas. We were out of gas in Brazil. Petrobras decided to build the first regasification terminal to import gas for Ceará in the port of Pecém, precisely to use all of the geographical structure that we had. Other terminals of importation later came in Rio de Janeiro and Bahia, but the first cistern ship was admitted by ourselves all our winter in 2009 with when the inauguration of the president of the republic at the time came to open it. So from one moment to the other, instead of receiving gas from the Nordestão, which is a huge pipeline that comes from Petrobras to the Northeast, it started sending gas to other states. So this is a very important point. In 2011, we had another landmark for an inauguration that made more flexible our operations and that had the IRS sharing this, which was a TEMUT, the multiple use terminal. For those who don't know, TEMUT is a structure that is a landfill in the sea 2.5 kilometers away from the coast of Pecém, which allows this structure allows the containers to stay there awaiting their embark without needing to come to the patio. So this brings a lot of logistic gains. So Temuti, for the operations, requested us to make the customs for each equipment that would come. In 2002, this was official, but in 2011, this was inaugurated. And at first, the Federal Revenue Service did a custom service that was temporary with no need to do continuity with the departures of the ships that were coming. And later, our condition of customs did this definitively. And we're talking about 2011 here. Around 2011, what happened? PSN started to trespass Mucuripe port in terms of dispatchings. There were many more dispatches in PSN than Mucuripe, and there was needed a more robust structure for that. We had few servers, and in order to allow us to bring servers from other states in the country, which is very difficult to be crowded in Fortaleza, usually is a port of arrival of servers. Everyone wants to come to Ceará. We transformed the inspectors at the time in the customs. And after this moment, we were really related to the Mucuripe port in 2011. We were autonomic for a while to bring servers of other units of the revenue service. And I took the chance. We had 9 to 10 servers. In less than a year, we had 20. And this is still the same number in PSM, 19, 20 servers. And this was thanks to the transformation of the customs at the time. In 2012, we started the demand of operations having following year by year, PSM was going to growing 20-30%. It was something that really was impacting. And I believe this still continues now. If you do statistics, you see 10 to 20% every year. So in 2011, us we had a very shy structure in the side of the main axis of PSN. We were grateful to have the block of utilities and services that allowed the Federal Revenue Service to have a structure together with other intervening organs and public organs with a much better structure. In this building that is on the left when you're arriving in the port of Pecém. Well, continuing with this brief history, we will now see that in 2013, I'm going to talk about a company that was allowed to a ZPE custom service that is providing many fruits to Ceará, and definitely with the recent change in the legal framework in June this year, is going to be working much more. And I'm very proud to say that the ZPE of PSN has the markings of my management. From the very beginning, the legal framework until 2007, we have from 2009, but there was no ZPE in Brazil. And the ZPE was generated by the Revenue Service and the state government of Ceará and the metallurgic company of PSM. And this will allow in different meetings, and we would get the legislation at the time and the legal framework at the time and do the ADA of dispatchings in customs that exist now. Currently, was able to reach the customs of the CPE until that point. So we authorized and we make this together with the state government. We did the projects that we discussed with the state government on how this would be. And we have made the customs there. And this was precisely at the time that I left PSN in 2013 and came to the airport. But I left the CPE is able to do these dispatches with tax and currency, administrative, and all these benefits, and give this to my successor, was Eilson, the fiscal auditor. I could not forget to mention that in all of these 8 years in PECEM, a partner I had that from the first moment was fundamental. At the time, it was Ceará Port, the industrial company of PECEM, CIP, El CIP. But Ceará Port, whenever we needed, they were available. I never had any trouble with the administration of the port, and it's always been very helpful as much as possible. Myself, Hermes, in this initial talk, I'm going to stop here, especially because I continue, I'm going to use all of the time. I'll pass the floor and come back in a different opportunity to talk about more things of the customs control in PECEM. Thank you. My friend Carlos, it is always important to hear from you, and I'm sure you would have enough content for us to spend a longer time here. I'm very thankful for what you said initially, and I would like immediately to hear from Wilson and then João Domício, who continued this work when the ZPE duly installed. Domício, please, good evening, welcome. I would like you to please take the hook Carlos just left, and we want to hear from you, and your participation will be very important for us. Welcome, my friend. Good evening, Hermes, and everyone who's listening. I would like to greet you, Hermes, and the moderators, and all of the participants in the panel, and our deputy Carlos Wilson, the inspector of PECEM, Edson, the superintendent in charge, Dilmar, Wilmar, and Rebecca from City. It's very important to be here with you. It's an interesting panel because we are preparing for the future and we need to learn from the past. So to remember this growth of PECEM, this expansion and development that the region of PECEM has brought to the state of Ceará is really interesting. And it would be, of course, the role of the revenue service and how we're acting in this period where there has been such growth. As Carlos was so mentioned, there are many challenges and many things we can talk about. I mentioned certain points that I consider to be more important, and I'm going to take a little bit of the management of Wilson, who came after Carlos Wilson, for us to continue in the sequence. In the time of Wilson, as Carlos Wilson mentioned, the CPE had been recently customed. So this is a time of great growth in the beginning of the operation, of the construction, of uh, uh, the clearance with the ZPE. The importation started with fiscal benefit because without the customs, it was not possible for the companies that were installing to get goods from overseas without getting good benefits. So from this moment, it was the beginning of the importation. And as you do know, it's a very strong impact due to the dimension of the industry that was establishing itself there. Besides the steel mill, there are three more supporting companies to it. So we assembled and studied the customs legislation and we assembled the information that was called over wheels, which at the time had to do with using two instruments that were already in the legislation of importation, which would be the registered anticipation of registries and then anticipated load delivery. This has to do with the flow. We studied the flow, the volume of cargoes coming to PECEM, coming at the time. We saw that in the port we did not have the condition to have this amount of cargoes that was too much, and then it has to go really fast. We made an authorization authorizing the registry of the laws even before the cargo arrived. The eyes were already parameterized and distributed by the fiscal auditor. And as soon as possible, as the procedure started, the dispatcher was starting with the request for early delivery. And with this, the documents were already fine. And he could, as soon as coming out of the ship, removing it from the port. This is an operation that was assembled at the time. So even though there is such effort we have made, all of the actors at PESEM, we've had certain problems. So there was a series of lack of coordination between the Korean company building and CSP, the importer. So we had um, an accumulation of cargoes, which was really strong, and some ships were not even able to reach the port and install. And they were there was a ship that took many months, 4 or 5 months, waiting for docking. So everyone was worried about that, and then we suggested the inspector at the time with the superintendency created this committee for a crisis that worked for many months, trying to act together with all of the actors in the process in order to solve the bottlenecks. And little by little, we were able to achieve this under the coordination of the Revenue Service. And at the time, I was working in the committee, and we were able, little by little, to solve the bottlenecks, and things started moving with more flow. With that, we are entering the period that I was in charge when Ailson left the Board of Inspectors in the beginning of 2016, and I took charge as inspector. In the process that I went through was continuing these activities, especially the ZPE, and I would highlight procedures that we haven't seen so far. The ZPE was the first one in the country. We did not have any reference to get the information. So we had to develop local solutions, and I feel that the temporary removal of goods that we did in the decree and then the purchase of merchandise purchase in the internal market allows us a benefit in the imported goods, but also from the internal market. So we had to build procedures about that. And then ZPE Ceará, this partner, helped us very much with that. And now we are connected together with CP, right? We've also had much traffic in the port to ZPE, which demanded plenty of efforts from the revenue service with the customs on-call service that is 24/7 now for the receival of the ZPE cargoes. And we had in 2016 around 3 years of construction. In 2016, in October, we had the first transport of steel sheets. The main purpose was always exportation. So we were working there after the exportation of ZTE. So we built our procedures there with dispatch and export in the opposite sense of these sheets or plates coming from the ZP to the port. So we were also building with the partners, Ceará and ZPE, the simplified control system with these merchandise. So it would not be necessary. There was no sense in terms of customs control for us to demand the DTA process. So the legislation allows a simplified traffic environment like this. When there are custom services under the management of the same unit of the revenue service, having this ability of having the board of inspectors establishing the simplified plan. So we gained in agility and controlled, and it was not necessary to make a huge effort in terms of workforce from the revenue to have people 24/7 in the two places only to release these steel sheets or plates. So this was the main purpose of our exportation. These are relevant landmarks in terms of having those seen more in the external eyes. In the internal environment of the revenue service, we've also had many interesting situations, relevant process, like the unique internet portal. We had in PSA a pilot project that was nationally, which is digital attachment of documents. Before, they would have to go with their team and deliver the papers personally. So now with the digital attachment service, they will attach all the documents digitally. They will be made available immediately for the auditor. PSA was the national pilot of this project and was very successful, including at the time the colleague who was later acting very relevantly in this and really had the good repercussion nationwide, including many compliments in this work due to the success of the digital attachment system. In this period that I was a head of the Board of Inspectors of PSEM, we also had the expansion works, as Carlos Wilson mentioned, Temude. It's practically continuous to Temude, the state that has invested in the expansion of the port, so the construction work didn't stop. For those who know about it know how it's an area that has so many stones, the sea breakers, and we were receiving trucks and trucks full of stones to build the sea breakers. This was in 2018, right, Rebecca? The 7 and 8 areas were opened at the time, receiving more and more ships, large container ships. And then we had all of these cranes providing more agility in the processes in the port. As Carlos Wilson said, we became a custom service in 2011, and it's based on the growth that PECEM was having. This customs was independent, but with all of the challenges from 2011 when we became a custom service until 2017, we found that there was an economic crisis with several budget restrictions. And then this internal aspect, which is really concerning for the corporate management. Corporate management is that field of logistics, IT, and people management in the organ. So we had to do bids and many other activities that were demanding efforts that were hard to achieve in a small team at PECEM. So it was proposed on the regional level uh, attributions that are coming from the unit. I think we gained the utility of PECEM focusing on activities. In 2016, we still had a pilot project that was regional of integration in terms of taxes that are being, uh, you know, paid for, and we started doing this work with the City Hall Fortaleza, Sorac, and Pecém Sorac in Fortaleza. And in 2018, the Customs Service became a board of inspectors connected to the Customs of Fortaleza. We do understand that this process, even though it's apparently a regression, this gave more focus to the board of inspectors. I was able to work in something that was a little more relevant in its work, the customs control, the creation at the time of Savin that did not exist in Pecém. Savin area of repression was made stronger. And this is how we structured at the time in 2017 and 18 this structure of Savig FAR, and we have our colleague Marcelo, who was the chief of Savig, and we did this work of training the team, generating the opportunity to see the Port of Santos over there, learning the practices that were happening at the large ports. We already had a concern with the part of drug trafficking, especially during the fruit crops. And even though Pecém has grown so much, we did not have any seasons back then. So we are thinking, well, with this large movement, this is probably happening. So we should focus in this field in terms of seizing. And this happened after I left. We did have some seizures. I was talking about structuring surveillance. And within this structure, with this aspect that came, let's say, nationwide, was the issue of reviewing the customs on call. In PCN, we have opted not to have these because many of these activities were being automated now in the Portaloy. So it was a period when the Revenue Service was able to study the situation at PCN, and now we have better understanding of it. and new studies to establish these on-call sessions, which is important and relevant. But at the time, it had become a service that was a little bureaucratic. And it was important for us to have people at PSEM developing this field to repress. And as I said today, we already have the conditions to go back to the on-call service because the port keeps growing and it's important for the revenue service to be present 24/7. I named basically the main happenings of the period that I was in. Actually, since Ailson, that I was able to participate in his management as well, I was a substitute inspector for him as well. And at the time that I was in front of the board of inspectors of the customs, and then passing. That's all. And let's now continue. Thank you. Thank you, my dear João Domício. Just for you to see, we are here talking approximately for about 45 and 50 minutes, but it seems to be something simple to make a port operate, to have an evolution, talking about Temut and the need for customs, the need of regasification. There are so many little details involved in the growth of a nation, and inside this, it was mentioned. And before we invite the current inspector, Edson, I would like to bring to this conversation my friend Rebecca. What a privilege to be with you. I heard you the day before yesterday receiving another award as you did the UNDAC. And I would like to bring this feminine strength to our talk now. As the part that supports and makes the structure possible, as named once again as Ceará Portos and now as SIP, how do you see this, Rebecca? Even though you have not much age, but you're very experienced with the maritime transports in the port and in the history of the port. How do you see this evolution and synergy created between the faithful depository entity and the federal revenue services that are bringing us so much details? Welcome, my friend. Thank you. Good evening. It's an honor to be here. I would like to thank Hermes and everyone for the invitation to be in this panel. And I can see here all of the inspectors that I was knocking on the doors and to ask for something so many times. Dr. Vilmar Souza, who's also here, listening to these stories makes it complicated for me to speak in 5 or 10 minutes or some of the points that were mentioned here today. But the most important thing that I would like to make it clear is that it is very interesting, as Vilma said, to understand that the revenue service should be close to the population. It is important for people to understand that, at least for us at the Port of Pecém, as a terminal, I usually say when I'm giving lectures and receiving clients that the revenue service is our great partner. I should never be talking about the difficulties in the revenue service. We are working together for so many years, since 2010. As I said, I've met all of the inspectors who we're seeing here, and some other items that you have mentioned that I would like to mention others, like the crop meeting that takes place together with the IRS, our partners, that we like to request all the ones that are involved in the fruit crops from August to February for our products here in the Northeast. Fresh fruit, leaving for Europe and the United States. And in our meetings, we adjust how the times of ships are going, if there's going to be the on call service or not, what's the best way to work. And in the management with Edson and the on call service that we got back to work with the second ship coming from Europe in MSC. And I would like to request this to highlight the scanner that's been working for many years. We're the only terminal in Brazil where the scanner is 100% the cargoes, as mentioned before, my friend João Domício. Not cabotage, not 100%, but for importation and exportation, yes, we are. And it's about security, which we take seriously, and the vast majority, which is local, remote inspection, and talking about empty containers leaving the terminal. Also, due to security, we are having the workshops that involve us working together to make work as a whole, not only in the physical aspect, but also the security aspect that was mentioned at the same time, bringing to our clients comfort and easy access. That is not a point that makes it difficult. I always like to joke that manage, managers they have such difficulty. Entrepreneurs have the currency import and export issues that it's the easiest part of the process. We are happy enough to have Bessem that is helping us ZP1 and our sorry ZP2, which is another step that is coming out the companies that are communicating. We are talking about movements in the port of Mucuripe. So this year, the 21 million tons that has been mentioned before in my previous interview, we had 1 million or so a month, and we have two consecutive months. Then we have 2,100,000 of monthly movement. And when I got to the port of Pecém, in the year I got, we had 3,400,000 in a year. And imagine that only in August we've had a little more, 2,200,000. It's something very interesting to see, as Hermes mentioned, the award we're receiving in ATAC, Sustainability, Environment and Development. 6 years ago, we were the 17th, and now we are between one of the first one and the only part of the North and Northeast that are going to be part of the selected group in the environmental development area. So a little bit what I had to say has to do with thanking my friends who are here. Carlos Wilson. And no, this was different, but I was trying to knock on the door. And Dr. Edson, always with the ideas. They've been working together. The Port of Pecém is looking for a consultancy to be a certified step that we're given in other terminals in the Northeast. And we have our friends here that I have known for so many years. And those who are doing the fruit cargoes that we've been working at. And continuing with the questions and discussions. And it's important for people to understand that those who don't know should come and meet the Port of Pecém, know how we're working, what is the multi, what are these equipments coming. That you think that 8 years ago, 10 years ago, it would have 4 times, now we have 10 places for docking. It's a quick growth for a young port, but this is not going to happen unless we have partnerships with the intervening organs that work with us. That we many times take a while and receive some complaints in the CR that took a while. John Domicio, right? Let's see, that took a while or something happening, but we're also working together for the growth of the state. That is the most important. It is important to make clear that the Port of Pecém is part of the state government, has 70% of the state government, 30% of the Rotterdam port. So it was created to open the doors of the state for investments and generating jobs. And we have this easy way to have the Federal Revenue Service as a partner in the Port of Pecém. Thank you. Thank you, Roberta. Thank you, Rebecca. I think when we're talking about a building process in the Port of Pecém, it has always shown to be evolving. It is important and fundamental what we have discussed here. I don't know if you could tell that Rebecca has brought at some point when things were not flowing, John Domingos said himself, look, within the process, there are some adjustments. And Carlos and our friend Vilmar, it is a process of construction that is made with many different hands. And this is why in 20 years we have reached the levels that we have reached. But I can tell you for sure that we are only starting. The hub of logistics, the port hub, the port of Pecém has as a mission in transforming. It is already, but in growth, I think it's going to happen and the hands of the IRS is there, as well as Rebecca representing the port in the hands of everyone who is involved in the connects. Now, I would like to invite the inspector as well, and I would like to have the freedom to allow me to call you my friend Edson Moraes. Edson, you have seen everything our colleagues and your colleagues and our friends who came before you were speaking. Now we want to hear from you. What challenges have you perceived, and how can you look ahead and tell about your expectations about the revenue service, the port of Pecém, the complex of Pecém, the zone of processing of exportation, and all of the process we're talking about to make Ceará become more and more known. An example in the operations. My friend, good evening, welcome. Good evening, Hermes. Good evening, all of the panelists. Good evening for those who are watching us from home. I would like to say it's a great pleasure to be participating once again in Ceará Global. It's the third year I participate, and we have noticed that this event has evolved year after year in innovation, becoming more interesting. So it is a great pleasure to be here representing the revenue service once again in this event. Before I talk about the challenges for the future, I would like to add to the history. I took charge of the Board of Inspectors in 2019, and I've seen some things happen. I'm going to be quick, I promise. When I took position, I promised that we will have to face challenges and difficulties in the next few years. But I never thought in a few months only I would face a pandemic of this proportion. No one expected a pandemic to take place, especially in this proportion that it did, and that has brought so many transformations and suffering, affecting so drastically the functioning of every institution, affecting the lives of people. In our institution, the Federal Revenue Service was considered, customs control was considered essential. So we had to be here finding ways to make the presence possible, but also taking care of people who are part of the institution. So, just like the different organizations around the world, it was also a great challenge. And my arrival in 2019 coincided with the conclusion of the construction of the latest amplification of the port, the conclusion of the bridge in the last dockings. So we wanted to use these new works and structures as quick as possible, but there is a whole procedure of customization that should precede the structure. So this is why we had this effort to work close to the port, so this customization should be done in the quickest possible time. And this is in this context, the LCR of reading vehicle plates happened, which is essential device for the port security is a very important purchase in the context of customization of the structures of the port. I will not go ahead in the ZPE, but I would like to talk about another issue that John has already mentioned. Until now, we were believing in hearing about rumors that the ports of Ceará could be used as places for embarking drugs. But no apprehension has never took place in the ports, nor there were news coming from outside of communication of the ports from outside communicating seizure of drugs having come from the port of Pecém. So in 2019, we did this large seizure of drugs for the first time in the port of Pecém. And ever since, we reinforced even more our expertise. We perfected controls, modified many things. We went after training other units in order to ensure more and more security in our chain of logistics. I won't go into detail the ZP issues because Carlos and João Domingos had already mentioned how this equipment is important for the economy of our state. But what I have to tell you is that the evolution that we're looking for never stopped. In our management, this did continue, and we had to act both locally, improving the procedures that were under our management, but we were also going beyond and had the privilege as inspectors of PECEM to participate in the national discussions on the regime. There is only one CP in Brazil, so all of the expertise that is practical of how to manage in the IRS CP, he is here in PECEM. This is no national. This is very good because our unit here locally participates in these discussions in the national level, which has happened often. So I name as an example the normative instruction 1966 is a fruit of discussions that took place with the participation of PECEM that have culminated in the recent delivery in September with the decustomization of industrial areas of CPE that is going to bring more agility or a reduction in costs for companies installed in the area. Something that Vilmar mentioned that was very interesting is the balance that should be in the modern customs when it comes to security facilitating commerce. I'm going to be mentioning two recent deliveries that show clearly how the inspectors of PECEM have always been looking for balance, facilitating security. We have recently delivered, as has shown in the video, remote inspection that even though it's Inspired by the model in Santos, there was a great innovation in the model that was established here in Pecém. So this was something that came from the category of facilitating the life, including the importers that can do a follow-up of the inspection without paying attention to Pecém. Another facilitation has to do with the return of the operations of Petrobras in terms of doing fuel overflow. What is this? You put a ship next to another and do a transshipping. You're going to use a single dock in the port. You have two ships operating using a single dock. For this operation to be made viable, it is necessary for there to be a procedure of facilitation and simplification of the importation and exportation controls of fuel. This procedure was created by the Federal Revenue Service to simplify import and export of fuel. This procedure made viable returning these operations that is extremely important for the port, for the economy of the states and the port itself. These are two issues we mentioned in terms of facilitation. In a parallel, last month, we published the new decree of access to the port of Pecém, which has the purpose of increasing control to avoid unduly access to occur. As I mentioned, we have perfected our controls in order to avoid drug trafficking. So this higher control and access to the port comes in the same line. We are establishing a control which the access of individuals will be due to biometrics. This initiative happens in the security field. What we have been searching for is this. We're talking about challenges for the future. And PSA is facing a huge challenge. If on one side we have the implementation of CPA2, logistics groups trying to implement private terminals for dispatchments, and I'm talking about a group of terminals of the REDX type. We already have under our sleeve the new warehouse area of the port. We have green hydrogen arriving, which means we have plenty of growth. Parallel to that, in the next few years, we'll have a huge amount of retirements of service. So this is not a challenge that is specific of the inspectors of PSA, but public services as a whole. Because how can we administrate the growth which will be so strong in the scenario where people won't be replaced on the same level? It's no excuse for us to stay still or to offer to society the level of control of quality that is lower for the service. We should be working in our capacity of innovation so we can continue to offer a level of service which is proper for the future. And this includes continuing advancements in our tackling drug trafficking, which is more concrete in the past few years, that we would like to give the proper explanation. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Edson, my dear. And I can tell each one of you that when we have people who know what they're talking about, when we have content to be delivered, it seems that time flies by even more than usually. It's like a jet plane. We have already run out of time and we are here in the limits of our time, and we can only hear from each one of you only once. And I would like to invite you to the next Ceará Global next year and say, my friends from the Federal Revenue Service, I'm going to ask you to sign down with me that we need more time for our panel for discussion of topics like these here. I would like to thank each one of you, and please quickly, now in the reverse order. So for me, please, your final words and our thank yous. And next, please, Carlos, and so on. Thank you. Okay, Hermes, I'm going to be brief. First, I would like to reinforce thank yous for the space that was offered by the Revenue Service, the dynamism that you have conduced in this moment of ours. Congratulations for it. And say that the Federal Revenue Service administrates the tax and custom system of the country, that is Brazil, always trying to contribute for the well-being economically and socially for the country. We are always looking for that here. And the Revenue Service is open, as we mentioned here before, to dialogue. This moment, the Ceará Global has to do with talking about clusters or groups What we need to do is gather our strengths, and through dialogue, transparency, we'll certainly be having a much more safer and dynamic port for the future. Thank you so much, you all. Thank you, my friend. Carlos Wilson, please. I would like to greet all of the participants in the panel. We had a moment for plenty of learning, right? And say that the Federal Revenue Service, as you have seen, was never trouble for those who are working right. We are solution. We are always willing to discover ways that are innovative. Like João said, Edson, we're always present with all of those who are working, especially in the ports. And I would like to also dedicate my final words to all of my colleagues in the IRS, to my friends, to you, Rebecca, always supporting us at the port. I mean, everyone working in the port, dispatchers, intervenients overseas, the ones who work in the port on the floor. Count on the revenue service. We are here to support you all. And as my final words, I would like to remember once again my colleague Geraldo Torinho, who we all miss, who I've had the pleasure to succeed as the inspector of the port of SA, and whose ashes, as requested before he died, he asked them to be thrown in the ocean in front of SA, and with tears in my heart, I did this duty. So, Geraldo, for you, my final words, a big hug. Thank you, thank you. Thank you indeed. And we remember you, Geraldo. Something things happen inside of us. It's reality. João Domício, please. Just thanking you, Hermes, and all the organization of the event for the opportunity of having a little bit of the main happenings of PECEM. I spent 7 to 8 years in PECEM. It's a period of plenty of learning. It's quite a pleasure to be able to live this story of the place that is going to make it happen in the economic and social development of the state of Ceará. A big hug to everyone. Rebecca, count on the revenue service. Thank you. Thank you, Jonas. We know we can count on you. Rebecca, from Cariri to the world. Now you have the floor. I would like to thank you. Know you're right. This topic of the revenue service is something that should be mentioned. The population should have the knowledge that the revenue service facilitates. And I would like to thank once again the current inspector and the former inspector. It was always an honor to work with you, and PECEM is there growing. Dr. Edson, PECEM is growing. We have a forecast to grow much more. The entrance to the state of Ceará, and we need to move together, work together so the growth won't stop. So I'm very thankful, and we are partners together in it. Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. Dr. Edson, please, now your final words and thoughts. I would like to thank you once again for the participation in this event that is so important. Thanking especially my team from PECEM, because after all, without the work of everyone here, we could not make these deliveries that have occurred in the past few months. To end, I would like to take the opportunity that Rebecca said that the revenue service is a partner. This can be interpreted literally, Rebecca. The modern customs in the OEA project uses the term partners. This is what we are really. The customs are looking for partnerships in the private sector for the logistics chain in general to go beyond. I will leave you all a big hug and see you next time. Thank you. Thank you all so much. For me, it is always an honor as someone who needs and uses the IRS services. I would like to validate, as I said in the beginning, that the Revenue Federal Service has evolved, it is engaged, it has been a solution for many problems that we were facing in the COMEX chain in Brazil, and this has been done in a way that is honorable. Thank you all so much. For you who have followed us, a big hug. May God bless each one of you. My dear Hermes, Thank you so much. Congratulations for your very dynamic production. Congratulations, Rebecca, for your presentation and the work in the complex of PSEM. Congratulations to you, Mr. Fiscal Auditors, for your very clarifying explanations on the work and role of the Federal Revenue Service. Now we end another panel of Ceará Global 2021, and we'll be back in 1 minute with panel number 12, our closing panel of the event.
We have come to the last panel of Ceará Global 2021, panel 12, the big fortress or the big fortaleza, the metropolis of the regional development. So I invite you to meet the participants in this panel. I'd like to remind you that the questions that you would like to ask to our guests can be asked to the chat in our YouTube channel, Ceará Global. As a moderator of this panel, we have the Director Superintendent of SEBRAE Ceará, Joaquim Cartacho Filho. Our guests will be Paulo Barbosa, Coordinator of Cláudia Burhamra, Coordinator of Communication and Marketing of the Federal University of Ceará, UFC. The second guest was replaced. Well, good evening to everyone online. Good evening to Mauro. Good evening to Claudia, Professor Claudia Burhamra. Am I pronouncing it correctly? There's also Paulo Barbosa, our coordinator of economic development projects of the Secretariat of Economic Development of Fortaleza. Our panel today is going to deal with the topic Fortaleza, a metropolis of development and regional development. In 2008, the IBGE, the Brazilian Institute of Service, called Cities That Influence. They made something called Cities That Influence. And the city of Fortaleza shows on this study. It appears as a third metropolis in the rank of influence in Brazil. The two other metropolises would be the city of São Paulo, the metropolis of São Paulo, an internationally influent metropolis, and also Rio de Janeiro, which is a internationally relevant or influential metropolis, and Ceará being a regional influential metropolis. And what is this territory that Fortaleza influences? It goes from the state of Rio Grande do Norte all the way to the north region of Brazil. My dear, and this means, my dear Paulo and my dear Claudia, that 20 million people a year come to Fortaleza so their needs and interests can be served in the field of shopping, entertainment, health services, as well as education. This is an aspect of our metropolis. On the other hand, the metropolis, Fortaleza, follows the pattern of social spatial production of the other Brazilian metropolis. Our center, our old town, our historical old town, through time, Now, particularly starting from the 1990s, you would start going through a transformation process in which some activities considered for the more for the wealthier, they come out of the center. The center becomes occupied by commerce as well as popular services activities. It is now a popular economy center in Fortaleza. It's still one of the biggest financial centers in our city. It's the second largest in IPTU collection, taxes for estates, and also ISS. This is really a thriving economy, the one that happens in the old town, in the city center, for commerce and popular services. Along with that comes the new urban centers. And an example of this would be these devices called shopping centers, which constitute and help making these new urban centers. Along with that, and this is added to that, and this is a feature of this Brazilian metropolis, as well as Latin American metropolis. We have a part of city, in our case, the east part of town, is completely equipped. It's being consumed by the large business conglomerates. It concentrates the wealthier layer of the population. There's the west part of town, which is under-equipped. It is where most of the population is found, the so-called popular layers. But we can see a predominance of, you see, well, precarious living conditions, requires more health facilities, as well as other public service activities, as well as leisure facilities. And that within a urban growth model, which concentrates the work opportunity in certain areas of the city, and it spreads the urban placement to everywhere. Basically, we have a 180-degree radiocentric city because we have the ocean in the back of the city. So the part of the city that faces the continent has this feature of having the population being spread across the city. This is a problem for the municipal officials, because, as Paulo knows well, because managing or governing a city that has a radius of 180 degrees, that has a lot to do. It has a lot of implications in the mesh of electricity and water and etc. All these supplies of services. And Fortaleza is also. There's something that should be repeated also, which is the fact that the traffic system of the city is privatized. How come it's been bought by private companies? Well, the public space. 70% of our public space is comprised of the Fortaleza traffic system, and is predominantly focused on individual transportation modes that transports only 30% of the population. The rest of the population has to commute using other transport modes, especially the public transport service. When faced with these broad features, I'm here running the risk of being unfair because I'm being too generalistic. But this is a broad overview of the Brazilian metropolis, and Fortaleza is found within this. And we have great challenges ahead of us. We have social, environmental, economical, political, and cultural challenges ahead of us. Therefore, I'd like to hear from Paulo and hear from Claudia. When faced with these challenges that we have, that we see in the social, environmental uh, uh, realm, the political and social, what do you see as challenges that we must prioritize in order to face decisively for the final showdown and trying to definitively uh, tackle these challenges? Claudia, please. Yes, ladies first, right? Yes. You see, Paulo's calling you a lady, right? A dame. Yes, I appreciate that. I think he's very nice. Yes, thank you very much. Very kind you are. I think it would be fair to speak. Well, a representative of the city hall should be the first to speak. So I don't think it's fair for me to start speaking. But since I was given the word, I'm going to use it. It's a good thing. We're going to squeeze him here. Don't worry. Yes, that's true. Don't worry. We're going to put him in a difficult situation. I'd like to thank first the opportunity. I feel very honored to be here. And I'd like to say good evening to Cartacho, to Paulo Barbosa, and also to our uh, Brazilian Sign Language translator, because I think this is really an admirable role. You really are fantastic. And I can see that you were trading turns. You were so discreet. Nobody could even tell that you were uh, changing places. So we have several challenges. And I'm going to address here Fortaleza. Oh, of course. Good evening to those who are watching us, of course, which is important to greet you as well. I'd like to note I have two outlooks on this. I am a professor at the Federal University of Ceará. Currently, I hold the seat of coordinator of communication and marketing of the UFC, the Federal University of Ceará. And I have this vision. I have this outlook as a professor, as a researcher, but I also have an outlook as a professional in the marketing trade as I am. As a professor, as a researcher, Fortaleza has been an object of study of several of our researches. One of the things that occurred to me more strongly than other things, well, after participating in Ceará Global 2021, is to join all of these researches into a book on what we have so far on Fortaleza. So, in fact, there is indeed a big difference in HDI, the Human Development Index. And I have been leaning strongly for a few years now towards the issue of marketing and sustainability. So more recently, in the beginning of last year, we were able to finish a research on urban mobility that would be sustainable. And we used the INUS figures to make a proposal. My master's course student that I was providing guidance for, he proposed a scale for assessment of what the consumer perceives as value in urban mobility that is sustainable in Fortaleza. It's interesting that this scale it was presented in another event recently in the EURA, European Academy of Management, EURAM, and we noticed that in the Ceará people, especially in the Fortaleza people, there's a strong desire for having a sustainable city and an effective valuing of what they gain, what they get, the will to preserve as far as they see that they are being taken care of. We saw another research that assessed the behavior of the consumer in Fortaleza. We had 461 interviewees about slow fashion, which is sustainable fashion. And it's interesting that this research, even though, of course, it has a bias, that when we research, we sometimes research people who are within our reference groups or our closer circles, With a difference such as this, we can expand quite a lot our field of work. What we noticed is that the Fortaleza consumer feels more and more lured towards that brand that respects the entire process of distribution, production, and sales of the product that is slow fashion, sustainable fashion. It is these are consumers that ask more than the beauty or the design of the product. They ask about the origin, the source, the ink that is going to, the pigments that are going to be used to paint, to color the fabric. Does it go into the river that goes across next the river that is next to the factory? Was the labor force properly uh, paid? That's when we start seeing the Fortaleza consumer, and that is our major focus in our study here. They start seeing that regardless of age, level of income, they start realizing what quality of life is and what sustainability is. I have also been researching a lot and asking questions to students of business administration, how they see organic products, green products, what being vegetarian is about, what recycling means to them, and about recycling. When I was doing a postdoc uh, course, I saw some Brazilian, well, Brazilians in general. We had 130 Brazilians, some were from the Northeast, and they all had moved to Montreal, where I was living during my postdoc studies. And we assessed their sentiments regarding sustainability and also their behavior regarding sustainability before migrating to Canada and after migrating to Canada. One of the most beautiful things that the research showed was that before they came to Canada, when they were self-assessing, they had great knowledge of sustainability, they had great affection for the topic, but they did absolutely nothing about sustainability. And their speech was that they wouldn't do those things because nobody would ask them to do those things, or there was no infrastructure in the city that would allow them to do that. So when they arrived in Canada, they had to do those things because there are heavy fines, expensive, very high, very expensive fines when you don't respect the selective garbage disposal, where you have the blue box, green box, where you separate what's organic, what can be recycled, such as cardboard, glass, and etc. And aluminum. So we started thinking, why this change? Why this change in behavior? And these discoveries, maybe Paulo Barbosa can find in this material, maybe some resources or raw material for the public power, because what we find in the Fortaleza people, a very strong disposition for contributing. And when the public powers, the government officials invest in sustainability, and of course, when we think of the tripod of sustainability, which is not only the environmental aspect, it also goes to the social and economic aspects, which is the triple bottom line, which we have. We must always focus on this tripod. So we can have a sustainable city. We can no longer have the expectation, the false expectation that the population would not respond to those actions. The studies within the university have shown that Fortaleza is indeed showing itself as a bar, well, as a bed for social and economic and also environmental development. And it has very rich raw material for the government officials to invest in, and also counting on the cooperation from society. Currently, all we talk about now is co-creating products collaborative platforms, the co-creation of value. So I see Fortaleza from our researches, I see it with a lot of optimism because, in fact, this brings tourists and also brings lots of profitability for the businesses, for the devices and the facilities for commerce and industry in our state, in our city. So these were my initial remarks. I pass the floor now, or I'll pass the floor back to Joaquim Cartacho, and I am here uh, available. Okay, okay, Rui, that was a great start. That was a great start. Paulo, it's your turn now. Thank you, Cartacho. Good evening to everyone. Good evening to everyone who's watching online this event, and also our guests, our participants. It's a great satisfaction for me to be representing the City Hall of Fortaleza in this event, and a very special good evening to Professor Claudio. Today is the Teachers and Professors Day in Brazil, and we are. I studied at FIEC, okay, the Professor Claudio. Even though I didn't study business administration there, your name is very well known at FIEC. So I've known you from different situations, and Cartacho is a big partner of the City Hall. It's a great pleasure for me to be in this panel, sharing this virtual room with you. And we've always had a very close partnership with Sebrae, but in fact, in Cartacho's management, we were able to advance quite a lot. And we're here in an encampment here in this. We were creating the biggest training program in Brazil, and we have great figures, and we are full steam ahead. And this is very exciting, especially during the time in which we are going through this process of economic reuptake. And all that was said is extremely important. I believe, in summary, the public power. I think the public policies, they must come from these initiatives. They must be born out of these initiatives, whether they come from the academia, as Professor Claudio mentioned just before, or the interactions that the public power might have with the population at large. Fortaleza, it is on a national level. Fortaleza is a metropolis which is with a great highlight. We are a great highlight in the north and northeast. We have a city here that's a big center. It's the city that interacts the most in terms of other municipalities, in terms of number of people. This is no surprise. When we look at these figures, we see that Fortaleza has a very thriving economy, the most thriving economy in the Northeast, one of the biggest economies in the country. In this process of economic reuptake, we have also been leading this region. This is the city that generates the most jobs. Over 50,000 new jobs were created, and this reflects the dynamic that our city has. Recently, the city of Fortaleza was chosen by e-business as the most appealing city for starting new businesses in Brazil. We have an average of 13 days to start a new business in Brazil, and this is a very good time frame. If we were to imagine that this figure a few years ago was 120 days, this was Cartacho's struggle, and the city of Fortaleza improved a lot in this, and this entrepreneurial environment improves a lot as well. The civil construction field, which has been well pulling this economic uptake, they can get a permit in 10 days. In some cases, the permit is automatic. It's available for you to get. For you to invest in the city of Fortaleza, you can have an adequacy assessment to see if your business is feasible to be started in this location where you plan on starting the business at. These are tools that have been available for a while now that had not been used so much so far, and they are all available for those who want to do business in the city of Fortaleza. Several other things, Cartacho, explain this position that the city of Fortaleza has as such an important city in this survey done by the IBGE. And then the coastline is brought up again. The coastline can be a problem, right, in terms of public policies, of course. Yeah, it is a challenge to have a 34-kilometer long coastline. And it also reflects good things, such as, well, Fortaleza is a tourist destination. I'm going to take data from 2019, which is more, let's say, truthful data for our reality. We got over 7,000 guests in our international airport in 2019. We must go back to these. We should go back to these figures soon. And all of this, the entire luring process, all the cities, all of the investors that are investing in Fortaleza, because they realize that the dynamic in the city here is living, and this process it's been developing faster in Fortaleza than in other cities that are closer to us. I'd like also to highlight an activity that was mentioned by Katashi, which is about, well, craft. We have a traditional fair here in the city of Fortaleza, and recently we did some research in the José Avelino fair to try to understand a little bit of people's uh, profiles, what they are like. We have tried to organize this fair, but in fact, we had other researches. We did one very recently with data from July and August, so you can have an idea of how thriving, of what happens there during the night. We have 125 municipalities that are there in this fair, this craft fair, just on the side of those who are offering products, those who sell. So you can imagine how many people pass by that fair during the nights of Fortaleza, the evenings, when we only see the offer. I'm talking about 125 municipalities. That's a lot. And several of them are not even from the state of Ceará. People are coming to the state of Ceará to negotiate, to sell products. When we see, well, from production to reaching the fair itself, it involves several of the neighborhoods of the city, and several of those neighborhoods are poor neighborhoods, which are in our peripheral belt, as we call it. And part of this production is a very interesting characteristic, which is the fact that they're made by housewives. Most of the people who are making the crafts that are sold in the fair, they are spending the day looking at caring for the children and taking care of the house, and the rest of the time they're producing, they're making the goods. And we have developed some actions here in the City Hall of Fortaleza, actually even along with the partnership with Sebrae, and it has led to interesting byproducts. Following what you said, Claudia, about fomenting or providing a foment to the product that has a story, product that socially makes sense in terms of city. We created a project here in the city, which is in its third edition now. We call it an enterprising woman. It's directed towards female, well, female entrepreneurship. They provide us with a business plan, but to get the funding that they need, we do selection process. We train them. Our training process is technical as well as emotional. Many of these women that come to us, they require not only technical expertise in follow-up, but also emotional follow-up, and that's important also. That makes a lot of difference in their lives. And this is a project that has a mortality rate that is 4% only. We are very proud of this figure. The Sebrae survey from 2018 showed that this rate is 25% in the country, and we have a 4% rate in our program. We have a very, very low rate of people who are not paying back. So these people, they set up their businesses and they have the accountability of giving the money back. This is also something to be honored, because the previous experiences that we have had so far with the city hall, well, the businessmen and women, they were not so interested in giving the money back, as you can imagine, but we were able to find a very interesting niche to work on and develop. And provide results, and 35% of the businesses that we have been providing support for are based on e well crafts, and the other 25% are creative economy. To us, that's two. These are two activities, two types of activities that directly involve the more creative side, the other one the more social side of the city, and mm, Fortaleza is a city that has the UNESCO stamp as a design creation city, creative design city. It has a lot to do with confection and and creative economy, and it brings us a lot of joy seeing these results. So the entire apparatus of information that we can be collecting either from the academia, from society, from researchers, the S system. We are very integrated with this system. These are partners, not only Sebrae, which is part of the S system. We also have the Senat, Senac, Senai, all the institutions from the S system, so we can provide technical training. We have evolved quite a lot within the management training. We have more than 5,000, you see, Cartacho. In less than 6 months, we have trained over 5,000 people in Fortaleza in less than 6 months with the project Train Fortaleza, which is a partnership along with Sebrae. And we'd like to advance even further with the other S system institutions so that we can provide a profession. The idea for sustainable development from the city hall is a technical training program so people can learn a new profession or become better at something that they did already before, and provide the option of entrepreneurship so that they're not bound to providing services to others. So when they start qualifying, training people in the technical aspect, we're going to provide opportunities in a more organized way with knowledge, so they can also be doing business. And also, there's a microcredit package provided by the city hall, which is another very important end of this process. Sometimes they can't have a business; they cannot become formalized because they don't have access to traditional credits from banks, which require demands beyond what these people can provide. Think with that in mind, we have in the oven a large package of guided microcredits for the city of Fortaleza, and we have it along with these policies. Currently, we have a very appealing environment. We want to try to intensify the technical training because the administrative training we have been doing quite well, and having a line of credit for the people who have the interest in having their own businesses can find in the public, in the public powers and also in the city hall of Fortaleza support. That's what I had to say, I think, in my initial remarks. That's great. Uh, okay, so Ceará Global, Claudia's and Paulo's intervention. Seems to me like this opens up. It opens up two agendas that Ceará Global should be dealing with on the next edition as important topics. You see, Ceará Global, can you hear? Which is the breakup from the traditional planning. Why is it a breakup from the traditional planning? Because we have new outlooks on the city that break up with what Claudia said and also what Paulo said. It breaks up with the traditional quantitative planning. The way Claudia shows the city from the point of view, the perspective of the consumer, in other words, the subjectiveness must be there also in the planning. The design, the creation of this creation, which I participated along with Follow, which is this is not just this is design in the sense today that it's a tool to solve problems, social environmental problems, economic problems. So these are outlooks and apprehensions on the city that allows us to advance quite a lot into a new perspective for the planning in which we have a living planning of the city and not those plans. I myself included in this. You finish the plan and then the reality has shifted. So we must update this. So that makes me very happy to hear from Claudio, to hear from Paulo, because it opens up this perspective for us to have new outlooks on the traditional planning. So let's innovate tradition. Let's innovate tradition that allows us to have the planning understand that inhabitant per square meter is not a matter of quantitative numerical nature. Inhabitants per square meter, these are people living in a space. This is a space that has the citizen as a consumer, they have the citizen as a spectator of the urban spaces. They use certain public spaces. We have the enterprising women that have to, I'm not even going to say how many, but how many how many things that women have to do. They have to look after the children, the husband, the income, the household income through enterprising. So how do they see the city? Has anyone asked her? I'm sure Claudia has researched that already, but if she hasn't, she's taking notes that she's going to do that soon. Having a feminine or a female outlook on the city that we have never dealt with. So I think that these two initial statements that you provided just now, they show in that sense. And I'd like to hear from you again. But now, regarding how these new perspectives can be worked on based on their outlook on the city. And that has to do with breaking up from this old box that we used to think inside of. This is not a bureaucratic entity. This is a living entity. The city is, what is it? It is a group of people in all of their diversities and all of their contradictions, conflicts, and they're all using the space in which they inhabit. I'm going to start with Paulo now, okay, Claudia? It's a pleasure. It's okay. You're a great friend. It is a great challenge for me for you to bring this reflection for me to answer on. And I think, Mr. Cartage, that more and more the cities, especially due to the fact that this concept of intelligent cities, smart cities, more and more the citizen is going to be participating more, not only in the election dates, but also in the development of processes and actions by the city hall, and more the voice of the citizen is going to be heard by the government officials. And also the more participative budgeting actions. It goes a lot in line with what you said, Katashi. It's the visions, the outlooks of each of the types of audiences, which sometimes are seen by the government officials, sometimes aren't. And we understand that there must be a lot of people who are uh, invisible to the eyes of the public party. The actions have not reached them yet. So you can imagine a metropolis of the size of Fortaleza having 120 neighborhoods, 6.2 million people, the biggest concentration of people per square meter. Katashi, you see, the city of Fortaleza in Brazil has the biggest concentration, one of the biggest in Latin America even. We measure here by square kilometers. We have almost 8,000 persons per square kilometers. It's almost people stepping on each other's toes. But it's just as you said. These people, they must have a voice. They must, no, the government officials, they must understand how these people see the city. And I think Professor Claudio mentioned something very interesting in her speech, which is that the matter of the most recent researches pointing towards the fact that people from Fortaleza have interest in becoming more and more active in the entire process. They don't want just to be passive subjects. They want to be active subjects in the situation, and not only in the executive realm. I think we have in this conveyor belt a very important role by the part of our municipal deputies, in the organized groups, in the communities, and bringing this voice into the discussion in the chamber and turning this into bills of law and projects. And the city hall, naturally, within its process of planning, that goes through the traditional pieces such as the Plano Plurianual, the budget directives bill of law, and in the scale of Fortaleza, the mid to long term pieces, they think, the city of Fortaleza thinks in the mid to long term. We currently have a strategic planning all the way to 2040. It was made in 2015, 2016. So we thought of the city of Fortaleza for the next 25 years, and we are executing these actions. The government plans for the city of Fortaleza, they are following the line of this larger plan, which of course requires a revision, a yearly revision for its goals and visions, as Kartash mentioned. And I'd like to provide an example of this, Kartash, this interaction, and also how the government officials can take advantage of opportunities as well as things that the marketplace can bring. The city of Fortaleza, due to its location, it is as distant from, well, it is the closest. Well, when you measure all three continents in our horizon, in other words, Africa, Europe, and, well, let's consider North America as a continent, which it is not, but let's consider this as a continent as well. So Fortaleza, the capital of Ceará, it is the point that is closest to that is as close to all three continents. So the fiber optics cables that come under the ocean, they come through the bed of the ocean, they chose Fortaleza as its support point. And currently, Fortaleza is the second city in the world in which there's the largest concentration of submarine fiber optics cables. That provides us with some competitive advantages, some business advantages that we have been trying to take advantage of. We have created a policy that is directed towards making Fortaleza an international communications hub. We have some data centers of large scale here installed in our city. And this week we launched a program in the city that we call Digital Youth. We have to change this, turn this infrastructure into advantages for the inhabitants of Fortaleza. We want to train 40,000 young people. They're going to access these policies. They're going to access the young people. They're going to try to train them so that they will be able to take the opportunities in the field of technology that are right here in the city of Fortaleza, very naturally. These cables, they came to the city of Fortaleza naturally, and now the government officials challenges to turn this, which is already in the city, into businesses, into economic development. And we're coming from the people's development, and this is the very first pillar of this public policies. We must train the people so that they can take advantage of that through, well, being an entrepreneur through a business that you may own or having an income in our city. And we understand when we generate income, an entire productive chain develops in the city. And we should highlight also that in general, the average wage for this sector is above the average that we see in the other activities. That's what I had to say. Just an example for us. This is one example, okay, of among several others that the government officials, along with the society, can look into and maybe turn into, well, good deeds and development for the city. Well, when I say that the talk is good, the time flies, you see? So I'm going to pass the floor now to Claudia. And Claudia, the time has flown. So, Claudia, I'm sorry, but you have to say your words and say goodbye to people. Yes, that's okay. It's too bad. Yeah, really. When the conversation is good, time flies. That's true. Yes, it's true indeed. That's so good. But answering to your question, and Kartash, and right in line with what Paulo answered as well, our only way of launching a qualitative outlook on the people that make a city, specifically Fortaleza in this case, is by asking them. It's by researching, surveying, making surveys, and getting to know them. Is and then identifying strong points that must be maintained and strengthened, and also weak points that must be changed, and that can go through a culture, a new culture. And when our friend here said he was a former FIAC. I'm going to interview him later. I'm inviting you to become an interviewee of mine. I have a channel, which is called Experiences, Inspiring Experiences. It is part of the extension program at the university. Instead of being in a macro environment, as in the city of Fortaleza, I'm going to go into a micro environment, which is FEAC, for example, which is our college. The university and its different academic units, as can be done naturally. We work with quantitative. How many students joined? How many graduated? What is the difference between those who joined and who left? Those who take too long to finish the course? How many students per teacher? How many vacancies? It's all how many or how much. And in 2016, I went to São Paulo, and a former student of ours, Sofia Ferraz, she was going through her doctor's course at the USP, the University of São Paulo, and she said, "Teacher, a professor, there's some nice people from FEAC I'd like you to meet again. They'd like to see you again and meet you again. Let's go out for dinner." And this is in São Paulo. When I got there, there was general manager of Coca-Cola for the southeast of Brazil. There was another guy that worked at Colorplast, which is a it's a Danish company. The other worked at a consultancy, a zinc design consultancy business. I was thinking to myself, wow, people, you disappeared. Where are you? And then they told me, Professor, you wouldn't know how much demand there is in the national market for students from FEAC in Fortaleza. So one had been there for 5 years, the other had been there for so many years. Anyways, this girl is now doing a doctor's who was doing doctors at USPs now has a very important position at the Getúlio Vargas Institution. Now I decided to create this inspiring experiences channel, which has this sole purpose to know what our former students do. Where are our students? What service? The Federal University of Ceará, in other words, it was born in FEAC, but then the program expanded, and now I interview engineers, doctors, attorneys, or lawyers. What effective service does UFC, the Federal University of Ceará, provide to society from their graduated students? And trust me, I have met countless entrepreneurs such as Cookie Mania from Erico Zanon, San Paolo by Renan Aguiar, Trilogo by João Vitor Moraes, Blitz Theater by Jadeilson Feitosa with his puppets, Talimpo also, Freeboard, Desenroladas, which is for courses, Snack Out, a duo that started dating. In fact, now they're married. Lasso with double S, which makes sleeping clothes, Papar for babies. A girl that after she had twins, all of them were lactose intolerant. Then she had this idea was born, making newborn frozen food, which is known on a national level. Grandma who did, Vovó Quem Fez, there's engineering. So I cited just a few of them. Other than that, well, I'm mentioning the entrepreneurs and not to mention Tortolé, Mercadinho São Luís, the local partners, as well as others. The qualitative knowledge, these are interviews that last usually 20 minutes or so, provided us with valuable resources for us to adjust our disciplines, our subjects, and programs. What is the marketplace saying, and how can we adjust and offer value to this marketplace? It's interesting that in the same conveyor belt, when the pandemic started, when it began, the Federal University of Ceará did not stop because they were prepared for this, for the virtual, to the online education time. This was another challenge, and this challenge was born again from the qualitative knowledge. The 30,000 students that make up the Federal University of Ceará, the question asked was, how many of those were unassisted in terms of technology? Then our dean, Professor Cadido Albuquerque, he found ways, partnerships here and there, giving providing financial resources for the purchasing of computers, smartphones, from partnerships with the revenue service. And this could not have been done if it was not for the qualitative outlook on the population of the university, on the population of our former students, and we transpose this into this macro environment. So what does Fortaleza has as branding, as image positioning? And I'm going to speak as a marketing professional here. So what is Fortaleza as a brand? So what do I want to provide for the tourists that comes to Fortaleza, to the city of Ceará in general, that stop by Fortaleza? What do I want to provide to them in terms of quality of life for the people that live here or there or whatever? And these people, how can they contribute together for the growth of the city? So this qualitative outlook that you highlight, Katashi, it can only be done by talking and listening, and then making decisions that might make the Ceará people better, and also those who come to visit us. This is what I had to say, and I respecting the time we have left, and I really appreciate the opportunity. I thank for the opportunity. I was watching the panel that was no the two panels before this current one, and one of them ended by saying, "I should be paying to be this in this panel. I should be paying to be in this panel." He was saying, because I'm learning so much from you. So I'll repeat what was said. I will echo his words. I have an honor. Uh, I have the honor of learning from you, and I wish Fortaleza to grow and for Ceará to grow more and more with these people that have a great love and a great warmth that is so genuine. Thank you and good evening. Very well. I thank Paulo, I thank Claudia for participating in this debate and the interaction that we had here. I thank also for the invitation. I thank the Chamber, Brazil Portugal Chamber. I thank for the invitation also. My regards and my warm hug to all of the watchers online. My dear Mauro Costa, too bad that too bad the test is over. Congratulations to you from everyone at Serra Global. Wow, I love this, Joaquin Catacho. Wow, you closed this spectacularly on a Friday night conversation like this. Paulo, thank you so much for your participation. So rich the participation. Professor Claudia, as bright as ever, with such great knowledge. Cartacho, thank you so much for mediating. And we would like, on behalf of Serra Global, to thank our audience. We had 2 days of events here, and you were with us throughout, and you were here with your honorable presences. We had participation of people from 53 different cities of Brazil, spread out in the 5 regions of the country, and also participating people from Angola, Germany, Portugal, Holland. We thank all the over 800 people who watched closely each of the panels, over 1,700 views over the 2 days of event. And now I have the honor of inviting responsible for the curatorship and of the content of Ceará Global 2021 clusters, opportunities for COMEX and luring of investors. Here, the technical committee, represented by Monica Luz, my dear professor. Monica, please. Good evening. Good evening, Mauro Costa. Thank you so much. I'm here. These 2 days I've been here watching on the backstage this event. I'd like to thank all of those who were there and were here with us over these 2 days. You said it very well already, sir. And you see, my very special thank you for all the panelists who have been uh, participating in the Ceará Global event, now in its fifth edition this year, and also bringing new and current topics which are going to contribute and show the opportunities that we have in Ceará and show how we can work to improve this ambience for foreign investments and also foreign trade. So I thank from the bottom of my heart all of you. It always is great pleasure to be participating in this event, and this year, with this challenge of coordinating this event along with our suppliers, starting with you, Mauro, right, who is always with us, people from Pratica, from Commit to Go, who did this wonderful job yesterday and today. Wonderful people that have been working, that really are really involved and engaged in this event that we host every year. I understand many people are waiting for the award. Well, this is the second year that we have this for this event. We have an award. Of course, we are trying to motivate and have people participate and become more engaged in this event. And we want to create an opportunity also for the people of Ceará to leave and see what we have outside of Ceará. And again, we are awarding. We are giving an award. We made a small. We made this little challenge here of the last 2 days to award with an internet with a air well with a ticket, actually an airplane ticket. I have the name of the person, the winner, who's going to win this ticket to Portugal. If the person wants to use the ticket to go to the Web Summit, that's going to be really a great investment, I think. We have the Web Summit, which is happening now on the 31st of October. I'm going to make a little suspense here because I'm going to leave this name to be told by our president, which is going to be joining our. I was just waiting for you to say that, Mauro said. But first, I'm going to tell you how we came to this award. Actually, the person who was present the most was awarded. The person who was all the way through the Ceará Global event. And this person was over the last 2 days of event. We had 14 people, no, sorry, 12 people who got the challenge answers correct, and we used a random number generator, and we randomly, of course, chose the person who is going to get the prize. And there was this challenge, the word premium, because other people yesterday, today, people who didn't participate yesterday would participate today. So the very last challenge was revealed, and people were trying to get this ticket all the way throughout the event. We had two forms, one yesterday, one today. So I congratulate the person who's going to get the ticket. Congratulations to you, and please enjoy this trip. We have also our Ceará Global 2020 prize winner, Mariana, who got the prize last year. She could not use her ticket immediately because of the pandemic and the closing and the restrictions with the airports. But she's already there now. She's also taking a course in Portugal, actually. She'll be back in a few days, and we're going to have a second person who's going to to get this prize of getting a ticket. So I thank you so much. I hope to see you again next year in Ceará Global, which definitely is going to remain a tradition in the calendar of internationalization events in our state. And please do follow our Ceará Global movement on social networks, on LinkedIn, Instagram, because the event ends today. But Ceará Global continues throughout the year. Our movement towards making Ceará more and more global, it continues in our everyday lives. So thank you so much, Mauro. Thanks so much to everyone who made this event come true. Wow, Monica, we thank you, Monica, for the great honor of being with her, with us here. Myself, the technical team staff, we're so glad to be part of this such a successful event again. Now for the official closing of the event, with the floor, the president of the chamber of the chamber Brazil Portugal in Ceará, Eugênio Vieira. Mauro, my great friend, a great liar, actually, you are. Exactly, sir. We are. And we're coming to the end of this event. We have we had 12 wonderful panels with wonderful professionals. And now I'd like to thank the head of the sector chamber of the foreign trade and foreign investments, my dear friend Karina Frota, for promoting and the making of this event come true, along with the Brazil Portugal Câmara Brasil Portugal, Brazil Portugal Chamber, to have this sector chamber for foreign trade in this event. I'd also like to thank my dear friend Monica Luz, that you can tell from her name that she brings light and a lot of brightness into our event. She was responsible for the curatorship and the management of the content of Ceará Global 2021. I also have to thank all of the professionals who are in the backstage, yourself, Mauro, my good friend, and all of those who made this brilliant event happen, especially people from Prática Eventos that wrote digital. These were extremely important in the high quality of this event. I'd like to thank also someone very important, our sponsors. Without them, this event would not happen. I'd like to thank the state government of Ceará, SEBRAE, SENAI, APSV attorneys, and also Unifor. Without these sponsors, without a doubt, this event would not have happened. I'd also like to thank the institutional support from the complex, the PECEM, the ZPI Ceará, FEComércio, SENAC, Mulheres de Negócio de Portugal, besides support from APM terminals, Temarco, Tesser, Unilink, and also the O Povo journal publication support. And lastly, I'd like to thank our moderators and panelists that dedicated their time into contributing with their knowledge and expertise. And I'm sure that all of this material is going to be recorded on the Ceará Global channel. It's going to be easily accessible for consultations, and this content is going to be there forever for those who want to learn more about Ceará. And we are here waiting for all of you at Ceará Global 2022. I could say, well, I should say that everyone will be, well, it should be a hybrid event, I would say, and it should have everyone vaccinated by then, as I hope. And it should be as successful as it was in the previous years. So, Mauro, what about the suspense? Yeah, she told you you would say who it is that is getting the prize. Yes, let's add a little more suspense to this. I invite the winner. I'm going to say what their name is, whether it's a man or a woman. I invite you to participate in the Web Summit. That is going to happen on the first week of November. It is going to be a very valuable moment with people, professionals, entrepreneurs from the entire country, from the world. And I invite you to be in Lisbon in the first week of November. So, Monica, can I say who it is? Yes, go ahead. Monica, look, you notice that Eugênio is making us, word with suspense here. I hope the winner is connected. Maybe they can say something in the chat box in Ceará Global. But without further ado, I'd like to say Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. The winner is Caio Teles Pontes Leão. He's the winner. Caio was watching us, and he was the big winner of Será Global 2021. He won the prize of a ticket to Portugal. Congratulations, Caio. Very good, Eugenio, very good. My dear President Eugenio, under your leadership and Karina's and Monica's, this event could not be something other than complete success. So congratulations to all who were here and provided us with such, well, you made this such a great event. And I hope we can meet together in the next event, next Ceará Global 2022. So, well, thank you so much, all of you. I hope you're in peace at your homes, your families. Have a good evening. And here we close Ceará Global 2021. Have a good night, all of you, Eugenio, Monica, the entire team, our audience. See you in the next Ceará Global.